Welcome back to another episode of Expats in Ukraine. I'm Corey, and today I have a very special guest. His name is Noah Sims. He also goes by Mountain Man Sims. He claims to be the American that has fed the most Ukrainians. He's a humanitarian. He's a chef. You may recognize him from season 10's season 10 season of MasterChef. Here he is, Noah. What's up, man?
How's it going, brother, man? Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for your staff, top notch.
I will tell you. Why don't you introduce yourself a bit? So, let people get to know you a bit better, man.
Okay, my name is Noah Sims. I am from Epworth, Georgia, population less than 500, north of Atlanta, about 100 miles. I've been in the culinary field. First culinary job was when I was 15, working for the Katana Glues at the Fannin Inn. Went to culinary school 2010 while I was taking care of my grandma. Got immersed into the culinary scene in Athens, Georgia, which if you've not ever gone to Athens, Georgia, you're really missing out. Really incredible town. And I just kind of kept going until I got on MasterChef. And when I got on MasterChef, kind of everything changed because I was able to get an absurd amount of connections of really, really important, awesome people. And I met a guy named Jamie that told me that he did disaster relief work and that every time one disaster happens, people will not show up that say that they'll show up. And I was like, well, man, I'm a man of my word. I would love to do that. Well, that was in February. September happened, and Dorian completely leveled Hopetown, the Bahamas. It was just
Dorian is a hurricane, right?
Dorian is a hurricane, completely leveled the Hopetown. Jamie called me, and I flew down to Hopetown. One of the wildest experiences of my life ever. Like, just you can't even explain. Like, after a hurricane levels, you have so many things that you're combating. You have the amount of sorrow, and I'm an empath energy bender, so like feeling the pain and the sorrow and all this. It gives me energy and gives me motivation to be able to go cook from 4 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night every single day for a month. Like, it showed me kind of what food could really do, the power of food. I was and still am a disciple of Jose Andres in culinary school. He was one of the two people I wrote my reports on, and he was down in Marsh Harbor during this terrible tragedy.
And Marsh Harbor's in
Harbor's in the Bahamas.
In Bahamas, okay.
And he was flying helicopters, Chinooks all over stuff, dropping food everywhere. And when they came there and was starting to bring me food, so I wasn't just a one-man show cooking for this island, it really showed me kind of trusting the process. The people I met one of the coolest people ever, Josh Phelps, a solid individual, became great friends with him. And whenever there was time to move any type of local, I tried to help as many people as possible with food, always cooking with food. So naturally, how we got to me being here is when the war broke out, immediately, it took me about 10, 15 seconds to figure out that I needed to go over. I didn't know if I needed to go to Poland, Romania, wherever I needed to go, but I know I needed to take my God-given skill and God-given ability to try to help lift up people with delicious, big, bold, beautiful flavors.
Oh, nice, man. So, speaking of like Ukrainian food, I know there's a big difference between American food and Ukrainian food, and you're a culinary expert. What's your opinion on this?
I'm not a culinary expert, but I know I can tell you if it's pretty dang gum tasty and pretty balanced. But Ukrainian food is delicious. One of the things that I've been doing, we bought 4 food trucks, Help NGO, and drove them all over this region, all over the Kyiv region, Irpin, Bucha, and all this, and was cooking Ukrainsky borscht, miasa, which is slow cooking, like 16-hour slow cooked beef, because beef's kind of expensive here, so I was always serving beef, smetana, fresh dill. I would put it might sound like a jerk thing, but it's like I'd put this borscht against about anyone's borscht. I've cooked literal tens of thousands of liters of this borscht, but like banush, which is it's like porridge. It's kind of like grits for us. So as a Southerner, having that they do cracklings and stuff. They do sour cream cheese, cracklings, sometimes pickles. We of course in the South, cream, cheese, pickled jalapenos, bacon. So having that holubski,
the cabbage rolls.
Cabbage rolls. Yeah. Dude, I could eat those like a wood chipper. Like I could just yomp those. Like I need a crumb catcher on my side. Like I love how Ukrainian cuisine, Slavic cuisine loves smetana. I love sour cream. Like a baked potato is about 50%
sour cream on everything, man.
Yeah, sour cream, 50-50 on a baked potato. They're like, yeah, that's about right. Like perfect, So I love the care that they have for their food. Ukrainians, I'm a Southerner, so like there's so many similarities to Southern cooking and Ukrainian cooking. You see the love, the passion. It's not let's plate this really egotistical and pretentious. It's like, this is delicious. Put it on my plate so I can eat it. That is delicious. Can I just eat it with my hands? Like,
Yeah.
I love the passion that Ukrainians have for food. I think the only fault that I find in Ukrainian cooking that really is a big difference, and its fault is like salt. I think sometimes Ukrainians do not like super salty things, even though they like really pickly salty things. But like on a dish, I find sometimes they don't like, if they just put a little bit more salt on it, everything's totally copacetic.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not a culinary expert, but when it comes to Ukrainian food, I love it. It's delicious. It could be healthy. But there's not enough spices for me. I grew up in Southern California, and so we have like a lot of Mexican influence.
Yes.
And I love Mexican food. I love spicy. But in Ukraine, I feel like everything is like a bit bland. Do you feel the same?
That is a very accurate. That's why I'm saying with the salt, you can push the salt. What composes a perfect bite for me, always having a little bit of capsaicin in something, being able to have the sweet, the sour, the salty, the sugar, and have that balance. So I thought about that, and I was like, well, borscht. I'm like, what if I did a pickled jalapeno borscht?
Whoa.
I was like, because if I had that heat to carry the sweet, the salty, the creaminess of the smetana, it's like they're either gonna freaking go haywire over this, or they're gonna just be like
Revolution.
yeah, or they're just gonna push it to the side. So I did that, and I had a 60-liter pot, and normally I would cycle through 60 liters when I have a line. I'd cycle through it in about 17 minutes.
Wow.
This was 10 minutes. Like, people were like, as soon as they tasted, they would stop and be like more. So I started doing a little bit of spice here and there, and I think it's an ignorance thing. Like, it's not an ignorance like a bad thing. It's like, I don't think that they have been shown like proper spice. My mother's Texan, a proud Texan. So like, I was eating jalapenos at 4 or 5. Like, I love heat because I believe that good heat in dishes really rounds out the dishes. That's why I think like Georgian food is like my favorite food. Like,
I love Georgian. Are you talking about Georgian South or Georgian country?
Country Georgian.
Oh, I love Georgian food. Yeah.
Country Georgian.
Yeah.
I bet you did, because you're like, I'm from Los Angeles. It's like a Mexican influence. It's like Georgian food, for people that don't know, like Tbilisi style cooking. Imagine Ukrainian food, Polish food, and Turkey had a baby. That's what Georgian food would be, because you get the spices, the roundness from like turkey in the heat, with all of the different types of aromatics, with all of the fats and the smetana. It's just Georgian food in Lviv, in Kiev, two of the best places to get Georgian food. Top tier Georgian food.
And they're everywhere too, man.
Everywhere.
Georgian food is so popular here.
Because that's what I'm saying, though, on like the ignorance thing. It's like, people are like, oh, Ukrainians don't spice. Like, what if I tried this? Because I thought the Georgian, that's like why I thought this is like, why are there so many Georgian restaurants? There's only Ukrainians eating in here. So it's like, they have to like spice. I think it's like, I've never tried this spice. I never had my tongue open up with the capsaicin. Yeah. So I think that's like I said, I think that's why there's so many Georgian restaurants, is people, and they're getting more and more and more. Like Lviv, last time I was here a year ago, now there's 3 more new Georgian restaurants there. It's like, so people are starting to really see like, oh, we can have spice and salt and sugar and heat and sour. It's just top tier.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, I know we're talking a lot about food, so let's kind of keep it going. What is your favorite Ukrainian dish? I know we talked a lot about borscht. Is it borscht?
Holubski or
but
borscht.
Golubski, is that considered like Polish, or is it Ukrainian?
No, that's Ukrainian. That's they cook it in Poland, and I think they spell it different too. I think Ukrainians is HOL. I'm not even going to try that on a podcast. I'm like, not going to do that. I am a hooked on phonics failure. Definitely Slavic Cyrillic words. I don't think like having world-class borscht, I think it's an aphrodisiac. I think my borscht is an aphrodisiac. Like, I see people
Have people told you this?
I have seen people get like emotional. You saw people getting handsy, like old people getting like, I swear to God, as God is my witness, man. Like, dude, it's because, dude, the how healthy it is, and like your body is just rejoicing. Like when you're in a primal mode, it's like if you eat really good, then it's like mate sleep. It's like when you eat this borscht, it's like, well, we've done a good hunt today because we've got everything our body needs. It's like mate sleep. Like your body, like when you eat this borscht that I make, shit gets lit. Like you really just open up. Like it just makes you feel better. Like you get happy. And that's why I was like, oh, we could try cooking this. I was like, but this borscht, like we're out every day. Like I cook until we are out. Like we prep mise en place the day before. I have a world-class team next day. And then we're serving literal, you know, sometimes we're serving 6 to 8 giant pots of borscht in a day. So I'd say the borscht, man. It's
I know you're
so
getting me
good.
so hungry, man. And after like this podcast, I want to set up a day where you can make some borscht. I want to.
I will make it for your whole crew. I'll make it for your whole crew.
Yeah,
100%. No, I swear to God, like it's one of the like people are like, what's your favorite Ukrainian dish? Like, I'll be honest with you, like it's not just Ukrainian dish. Like this borscht is so dadgum good and means so much to me, and the amount of passion that I've put into this freaking borscht, it's just. Of course, it's an aphrodisiac. You got this freaking just I'm slinging that energy into that pot. So yeah, borscht is unbeatable, man.
Yeah. And how about like street food in Ukraine? Have you tried this, like shawarma?
You literally maybe laugh. Like street food that's not really Ukrainian. Yes,
But street food in Ukraine, not street Ukrainian food.
Yes, I've had both. The best. You can get some really good kebabs. Really good kebabs here. But a couple. I swear this is hilarious. The epicenters. Okay,
Epicenter.
The
like
epicenter,
the
hardware store,
Home Depot kind of store.
Yeah, the epicenter. I'm going to get this is for everybody in Kiev. I'm telling you a secret that these little what is not a babushka, but what is a Ukrainian babushka? A
Babusia.
babusa. You got a hardware store full of babusas making Veronikis that are the best Veroniki I've ever had in my life. I would go to this hardware store because I'd have to get all the supplies, my woods in Kiev.
Kiev.
The best Veronikis I've ever had in my life. I went to that hardware store so many times because it had everything. It had all of my supplies for everything, fuel, literally everything. It's the greatest store ever. And then I would go down there and spend pretty much it's like free, like 100 zlotki, 120 zlotki for 6 Veronikis in this like clay pot. And I'm like, I'm in a hardware store. Like, it doesn't make sense. But they're like, oh, you know, this is like, you know, quick, easy. I'm like, oh, so it's like kind of like a little quick and go street food pop. Like, yeah. He's like, no. And like, I would eat these things. And one of my favorite foods I've ever
potato,
had.
Right?
Potato.
Okay.
Well, you have some will have potato with cottage cheese. Sometimes they'll have meat stuffing.
Yeah.
Where
I like the meat.
one time they had an onion potato veal stuffed, and I was like flavor
Mind
bomb.
blown.
Yeah. And then they slather it with smetana and fried onions, and I'm like, sweet baby Jesus, give me a trough of these things. And it's in a hardware store. I'm like, I'm in an Ace Hardware Home Depot shop eating, and it's like I would put them against anybody's Veronikis. And they got these old ladies just making them in the back. You can see them make them. Top notch.
Yeah, nice, man. Nice. No, it's so funny talking to you, man. I love it, especially like your pronunciation of like Ukrainian words.
I butcher everything.
No, it's fine. I love it, man. It's very endearing. But I know you were saying, so you're living in Lviv, right?
I'm living in Lviv right now.
And right now, I remember when I was in Lviv last time, it was very popular. This type of borscht. It was green borscht.
Yes.
Have you tried green borscht before?
Yes, we made green borscht. It's made with a thing called sorrel. All right.
Like
so
travel.
it's green herb or whatever.
Yeah.
First time I ever had green borscht was made by this rock star Ukrainian chef Polina, who was WCK in Shemesh or whatever.
Okay.
And she's like, we have to find sorrel. We cannot do it without this. And like, I'm giving her a jar of like mint sorrel, and she's looking at me and my ancestors like through my skull, like this is not going to work. And she's like, no, this is not going to work. It's like, okay. So then we're like going to the market to find this thing I've never found. And you try it, and it's got eggs, and it's delicious. Very, very good soup.
No, I love green borscht. It has kind of like the sour kind of taste.
100%.
Yeah,
This
like
was sour. That's what's from the sorrel. And I like sour stuff. Like I love sour rye soup. They do that in Poland a lot. The sour rye soup at Sudovianki, which is one of my favorite restaurants. They do a sour rye soup there that is, again, give me a Jethro Bodine sized bowl and a ladle and watch daddy work. Like let's do it.
Yeah. So, I want to ask you, so since we're talking about like Lviv, I know you're spending a lot of time there. This is where you chose to kind of, I guess, set up base. So why Lviv? I know we're filming in Kyiv, but yeah, and you visit Kyiv every once in a while, but why Lviv?
I'm there because the most powerful human being that I have ever met Rachel Ray.
Rachel Ray, okay.
Rachel
The chef,
Ray,
celebrity chef,
yes,
right?
she is one of my dear friends, the most powerful human being I've ever met in my life. Unstoppable, like inspiring beyond you can.
Well,
not
I'll tell
even
you like a
imagine.
quick story. I'm sorry.
Hit me with it.
My grandpa, he used to watch these cooking shows, and he used to say like, oh, I really like this Rachel Ray girl, but he was mispronouncing Rachel. So I would think like when I was young, I would like this Rachel Ray, like is she like a racist cook or something? And so then after a while, I'm like, oh, he means Rachel.
Rachel
Yeah,
Ray.
this is why I always remember him. I always remember my grandpa, that Rachel Ray
I love
girl.
that Rachel. I'm gonna tell her that. I hope she watches podcast, and Rachel will watch this podcast.
Rachel Ray. I'm like,
Rachel.
oh,
that
man.
Rachel. That
What
Rachel
channel is this
Slur-Ray.
on?
Well, my mom. I mean, as a kid, watching Rachel. My mom still talking about it. Like when she was talking to my mom when I was in Tuscany with Rachel, and like video calling and talking to my mom, and she says like, I still cook the way you did. Taught me how to cook roasted broccoli. My mom is one of the best cooks I've ever met. Like no recipe, like wing it. Like her palate is so good that she understands the balance of everything.
Yeah.
And Rachel Ray has done more for Ukrainians than any other American, and no one really knows it. We're talking millions of dollars here poured into Ukraine. The orphanage in Lviv, she completely rebuilt, completely brand new equipment.
I've never heard of this. It's crazy.
Well, that's why you told me not to tell you everything. So I'm like, I told you we have.
Why did you tell me backstage?
We have gravy, baby. We have a gravy train of badass things that Rachel Ray has done. Like you're not going to meet anyone that talk higher about Rachel Ray than me. So she goes into this orphanage, flips a switch, power grids blows. What does she do? She rebuilds the whole block's power grid. She spends her money like $150,000, rebuilds the whole thing. So when she comes in there to flip the lights on for the whole brand new kitchen that she just built out for this orphanage, for all these kids that have lost both their parents in the war, they have nothing. And here's Rachel Ray giving them a complete vessel of opportunity to learn how to cook.
Yeah.
She comes over here. She's been over here like 5 times. She got all of these IFAX kits. Or that's what I just lost my mind. IFAX. Yeah. The medical bags, all of them. So like field dressing, tourniquets, all that. She got a whole organization started with that. Then she's been working with Unbroken, which is the first medical union, a hospital in Lviv, St. Panteluma hospital.
Okay.
And Unbroken, they've treated like 16,000 different patients, 2,300 children since the war started. Wow. Prosthetics. They're making a one-stop shop. The staff there is world class. But Rachel, I told her, I was like, we need to get boots on the ground to make sure that everything is coming, because she's coming here. I'm not going to give the dates or stuff, but she's coming here. And we have these massive paella pans, these 7.5 foot pans made in Valencia, Spain, custom made, that we use at World Central Kitchen. She bought 2 of those, the whole sets. We're going to get them shipped over there, and then we're doing a giant cook, because what we're doing is we're rebuilding this whole kitchen at this hospital system to produce 12,000 meals a day. So Rachel's coming here. She's cooking for the troops. She's bringing morale. She's bringing her spirit. She's bringing her whole, like, you just, like when you ask me about Gordon Ramsay, like when you walk around a true powerhouse, you can just feel.
Oh, I was talking to you about Gordon Ramsay before we were recording. So Gordon Ramsay was the host of MasterChef, one of the judges, right?
Yes.
So this is why, Noah is familiar with Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah.
But go ahead, finish the story.
Yeah, like the way that, like, when he would come in, the humility, the power, just, you can feel it, and it makes you want to go harder, faster. Like, that's what a field general is. Rachel is the best that I've met. Her and Jose Andres are like they're just like right there on the same tier of. I've met a lot of billionaires. I've met a lot of very, very powerful people. Nobody is more powerful than Jose Andres and Rachel. But Rachel, like I said, is just such a special person. She has no lineage to Ukraine at all. She's Italian. And she's like, if you don't stand with Ukraine, to heck with you. And she gives me so much motivation. So I told her, I was like, listen, I'll go over there. I'll get boots on the ground. I'll start making things happen, make sure that everything is set up, make sure that we have all of the necessary, stuff that we have to make your project roll. So I went to Lviv, went into the hospital and surprised them, did not tell them that I was coming, showed up Mariana, who is a powerhouse woman. She's like the director. There's 3 managers of Unbroken, but she is such a rock star powerhouse. I met her from a guy named Andriy, who is basically the right-hand man of Rachel in Ukraine. And they they will not like they will not stop until they get these troops treated correctly. And that gives me so much motivation. So when I showed up there and she sees me, she's like, holy crap. All right, we've got this guy that I know is going to do X, Y, and Z. Let's do it. This is one of the coolest things ever. And this is why I love Ukrainians, because sometimes I feel like I'm like nothing is moving at all. And I'm like, we're stagnant as hell. Then other times they pull miracles off that I'm like, I've never seen this before, because I'm explaining to them what I need. I was like, I need a mobile kitchen, maybe a food trailer, food truck. And they're like staring at me like deer in the headlights. They're like, okay, got it. I swear to God, the next day, like this is, I show up next day, 8:20 in the morning. They have the nicest food truck I have ever seen in my life. I've been to hundreds of food truck events. This is the nicest food truck I have ever seen in my life. It is brand new. It has 3,000 miles, diesel. It has, if I design this truck for me, it would be exactly, I would not change anything. It is 210 centimeters tall. It's like 6'9", so I can walk in this.
It's basically almost as tall as you.
Yeah, you've got flat tops, you got your burners, you've got a whole cold line station, you got a deep freezer. It's just perfect. So we started immediately cooking borscht. We did Ukrainsky borscht. We did like a Hungarian borscht goulash thing, a little bit of spice. Loved it. Again, I made it spicy. I did some really, I don't even know where I found these Hungarian peppers and Calabrian chilies, Italian chili. But it was like I pureed that, mixed in with the ghost. They loved it. So we are getting that food truck, hopefully, where I'm going to be able to start cooking multiple days a week to be able to cook for these troops, because they love it, man. They love that there's an American there that has no connection, that just wants to serve them really good food. I mean, we made smash burgers, real smash burgers.
I love smash burgers. I make them at home, man.
That's the thing. I won my apron on MasterChef was a smash burger. People lost their mind. No one in MasterChef ever had enough balls to do a smash burger.
Was it also an aphrodisiac?
This is an aphrodisiac. You're not gonna feel very good. Like, you're not gonna feel very good comparative to the borscht, because the borscht is like, makes you feel like a demigod. Like it's a demigod style aphrodisiac. Like you feel like an Adonis.
I need that borscht, man.
I swear to God, like I've lost, I used to be a super fat guy. Weight loss, borscht. Do borscht. Borscht will make you lose weight, become a dadgum, what is that, Jesse Ventura, sexual Tyrannosaurus? Isn't that what that's from? I dropped that one from Predator. It just makes you, like I said, feel good. The smash burger is going to make you feel like you've got thrown out of a plane, really, actually. It's the antithesis of the borscht. But made them smash burgers. They never had freaking like a real smash burger. And like to see these guys, one leg, one arm, all amputees, like this unbroken. They've treated 300 people just last year with brand new prosthetics. They're making all prosthetics in-house.
I wanted to ask you, so the people that you help via like these food trucks or your humanitarian work with the cooking, are they internally displaced people? Are they vets?
Every place.
Can you talk about like a demographic of people that's
100%? So for the hospital, all basically military veterans, the people that amputees. So like I said, that's one thing. My parents, my mom, and my dad, Richard, physical therapists. So always being around people that have had problems, people that have had trauma, and to be around these people that are brave heroes of Ukraine that are not getting fed as well as I want them to be fed, and to be able to see them light up like a Christmas tree is moving to me. Like it makes me, I won't stop. Like I will not, like when I see these people that have had a shit hand dealt to them and be able to eat my food and just freaking buck up, dude, like when you're in, the coldest I ever cooked in my life was -37 last year here in December last year. It was the coldest day of the year last year. In December, and I was in an old Polish fort. It's a big round circle. I don't know exactly where it is because I don't want to tell everybody where it is, but it's a big circle fortress. It's an old Polish fortress here in Kiev, and you have your curfew from 11. It was 11 to 5. It was 11 to 5 then. So I would have to be in my truck, and they would lock the whole thing. So I would be sitting in that truck, no bathroom, no anything, -30, -20, -10 all the time, and just be cooking. And like the thing that got me through that, and not even like got me through that, the thing that powered me and let me be able to sleep 2 hours and then wake up and then walk 53 flights of stairs to then grab stuff and like hang out for 5 minutes in my 40-degree apartment and then walk back down the stairs and then crank my truck up and drive to Irpin or Buchas. It took one person, man, just handing them one person a bowl of that borscht, and to see them go from my life is going to shit in a handbasket, and to be able to see them completely lift up, that someone gives a damn about them, made me unstoppable. I was not going to be denied. Like, I was going to feed as many people as I possibly could, because when I came over with my dad, and I'll show you some pictures after the podcast, when me and my father, which was so great that my dad came with me, on the border of Medica, and you have tens of thousands of people, like just incomprehensible. Like, I can't, the gravity.
Displaced people, right?
Completely. And you see these Polish people pulling these old military, so cool trailers that have big pots in them, and they're feeding them wood, and they're big soup pots. It's a soup trailer.
Yeah.
Dude, the amount of motivation of seeing those people, all the Polish, dude, the Polish are rock stars, by the way. What Poland did for Ukraine, I will tell my kids, I will tell my grandkids. I like, one of the greatest things of humanitarian I've ever seen. American, we suck at immigration. And Poland, they let in 6 million Ukrainians very smoothly into their country in like 5 months. Like, incredible. So seeing all these images, feeling all these people's pains, didn't matter what walk of life, poor person, rich person, whatever it was, I fed you. I didn't care what your religion was. I didn't care what your skin tone, whatever it was. It's like, and to see, as a chef, I always stand next to the trash can in a restaurant, see what the fuck I'm doing wrong. Okay, what's wrong? What's not kicking? What's not? One of my chef instructor, one of my guys that really brought me through in the early 2000s, Danny Melman, taught me that. And he's like, one night we had freaking smoked ribeyes and people were not eating them. And he's like, what in the heck is going on here? Like, and you're just watching the trash cans. Like, so I would be watching my trash cans, and you would pick up this trash bag, as God is my witness, and pick it up, a clear trash bag. I did clear trash bags so I could see it. And you would have, out of a whole garbage bag of bowls that had borscht in it, you would have like the corner of that with a little bit of borscht. Nothing.
Oh, wow, man.
Where people every time we're eating every single bite. You know, some people would kill them 4 times, 5 times. Man. They would just keep cycling, and you'd be like, how much have they had to eat? I don't know, but by God, they're going to be eating really good today.
Have you ever met these people, like, on a personal level, like, ask them what their story is, like how they ended up there?
Let's talk about one of those. Let's talk about those. Let's talk about why I am so upset with Russians, about 10,000 different ones. So when Jose Andres, my hero, went into Bucha after it was liberated in March, I believe in manifesting. I've manifested my life. I believe in gratitude as the engine to be able to fuel manifesting. And I remember hearing that. I was like, dude, that is the coolest shit I've ever heard, that he's going in there and freaking bulletproof vest, helmet, I was like, hell, this is my dude. This is my general. Like, this is my guy. And I was like, I'm going to be in that city with a food truck on Christmas. Like, I just said it. Like, I'm going to do this. This is end of March, April, I think is when they got delivered, or May. Was it May? It was one of those. And
I think it was May.
Yeah, I think it was May 1st. It was like the end of a month, beginning of the month. And I was like, I'm going to be in Bucha, no question, for Christmas. I don't know. Like, I have got to be there. So when I became the executive chef of the largest operating kitchen in Europe, which was in Przemyśl, where this whole town with the restaurant groups and everything made 10 million portions of food for Ukrainians. But I was there for 5.5 months. I was executive chef for 2 months in June and July, and they were not allowing Americans into Ukraine for WCK. And they came out with this super truck that I called Optimus Prime, that is the greatest food truck ever built on planet Earth. Like, this is a semi truck. This is not like my truck that's the nicest food truck. This is a semi truck that literally transforms into something that can produce 10,000 meals a day. Like, I called it Optimus Prime. They still call it Optimus Prime. That's 100% taking credit for that. So they wouldn't let me have it. So I was like, all right, well, I need food trucks like this. I'm going to make this happen. Hurricane Ian hits. I get home. Hurricane Ian hits Florida. I go down, WCK. We're down in Fort Myers.
Which year was this? 2020.
This is 2 years ago, 2022.
Yeah, because I was in Puerto Rico when Hurricane Ian was there. Yeah, so I remember this.
Ian leveled Fort Myers, which is
Yeah.
where my dad originally was from. He went to the University of Georgia, go Dogs, when he was 18 on a swimming scholarship, side note. But going back to the place my dad was raised, where there's only like 10,000 people there at the time. Now there's God knows how many people. And being down there for a month, a guy called me up that I met in the Bahamas 5 years ago. After, like I said, everything's connected. You'll see the whole picture of like how everything is connected. And he's like, hey, listen, man, we're going to get this food program going up. If you're down for Ukraine, get some food trucks, all this. I was like, say less, say less. So I get over here in November after I went to Haiti, Jordan, Turkey, all these other places with this organization. Haiti, you talk about something like I feel so safe in Ukraine because I've been to Haiti. It's like you talk about some place that's not safe. Haiti, like Haiti. I tell my mom, Ukraine, don't worry about anything. Haiti, pray to Jesus, like pray to Jesus Christ, sweet baby Jesus, pray to him. But they got me 4 food trucks. So I get my team assembled, which was one of the greatest. Veronica is one of the most powerful women I've ever met. Powerful people. Veronica is my assistant. She was my assistant for Help NGO. She's a full-blown Ukrainian powerhouse. She started getting all of these different people, recruiting different people, and by God, on Christmas Day, on the 25th, I am sitting there with my food trucks with my team cooking borscht in Bucha on Christmas time. Then why I'm telling you this is because you want to hear stories. I'm going to horrify you. I'm going to horrify you. This shit goes from real happy to like horrible shit real quick.
I'm ready.
So, well, buckle up, Buttercup. So Santa Claus is coming at me, and I'm talking with him, and his English is really good, and he's speaking so well. I'm like, all right, I want to talk with this guy. Like, I want to see, this guy's got some stuff. He's got a limp. Like, is he military? Like, we got some, like, I'm feeling this dude's sadness.
When you say Santa, you mean like
Santa Claus.
He look like Santa, or he's dressed like Santa?
He's dressed like Santa Claus. And I go out and I start talking with him. And he tells me, like, on March 27th, the Russians kicked in their door and compound fractured his femur. All the men took a sledgehammer to all the guys' femurs and shattered these guys in this building's femurs. So this guy had a compound fractured femur, which if anyone knows what that pain is, that's a 10. That's 10. Childbirth 10, femur breaking 10, compound femur breaking. I don't know what that number is. So compound fracture femur, and like you say, he's just walking and starts telling me about all the horrifying things that had happened in Bucha. And when I rolled into Bucha, I have been to some real, like I said, Haiti. I've been to some very sad places. That's where I thrive because I spend my energy to lift people up and to put them on my shoulders and show them that we are going to get through this. Bucha, when I got there, man, the sadness that hit me, man, I could not stop fucking crying. I could not. I am emotional right now. Like the wave of sadness that I felt from that place was like horrifying. Like, and I've got friends from Bucha. They're like, oh, it's not bad anymore. It's not bad. I was like, by God, when I was there in December and I was going there, and like, you just felt so much sadness. Like, I've never felt that in my life, where I could not stop crying. It just was the most overwhelming thing in all of the travels I've had, where I just was like off to the side of the truck, just sitting there, getting it all out. And then we're good to go, baby. We're freaking game time, freaking, look good, play good, cook good. We're rolling. Going to Irpin and talking to troops that got their arms blown off, legs blown off, guys that have been caught on fire, seeing the bullet holes in all the parks. That's a real wild one. You're sitting in the park and you see the bullet holes in all the trees. And then you see a picture of where your food truck is, and then you see where there was 5 bodies just sitting there, dead bodies, where the Russians just killed them. And it's like, what kind of savages are we dealing with here? Like, what kind of we'll give a real horrifying story. I'll give you the worst story I heard. This is the worst story I heard. This is the worst. This is the most sick thing ever. And I'm telling you this is so people have awareness of like what these Ukrainians are dealing with, monsters that they're having to deal with. House full of family, elderly woman, a 40, 50-year-old woman, 2 teenage girls, little boy, father, grandpa, and 14-year-old boy. take out the boys, kill them, come in the house, gang rape all of the women while the 4-year-old boy is hiding in the clothes hamper, hearing his grandma and his mom and his sisters getting gang raped by Russian troops. When I heard that story, my soul caught on fire. That treatment is so beyond unacceptable. Like, I think that there's a more special place in hell for those type of people that did that. And like, that happens all the time. That's what's so sick, is that that's one time. There's been thousands of those, thousands. And like, when I'm telling people about what they need to really get on the priorities, not worrying about freaking taco recipes and stuff. They need to be concerned about like what's going on in the world where these are the things that are happening. Like, you're able to make a TikTok taco video. It's like people are getting gang raped right now. Like, how is your brain working where people are like, no, make some content. It's like, I don't have a lot to say right now about this. It's like my sole focus is trying to help the Ukrainians as much as possible get this evil out of their land. And it's like, I've been shooting since I was 4. Any firearm, any weapon system, feel very good with, exceptionally good with. I can do much more than picking up a rifle here, than picking up a knife, picking up a ladle. I can do exponentially more on morale boosting than that. And it's like, what I'm seeing here in this country is Ukraine is going to win. No doubt. Ukraine is going to win. But what I've seen in this country, though, that is so captivating, that makes me, like I said, there's just thing after thing that just pulls me in to be a Ukrainian, like to freaking cheer for the Ukrainians. It's like, dude, when I hear Slava Ukraina, Herum Slava, dude, that shit gets me lit. That gets me where I could run through a wall. Like, you have the greatest like patriotic line ever, where people are walking down the road and like Slava, like seeing a troop, Slava Ukraina, Herum Slava, like, yeah, yes, like we need this in America, like that is right, like we need it, because for me, this war where Russia's invading a sovereign country made me feel like our Iraq war, where America invaded it. And I started trying to see like the differences and like what was going on and how it was going on. It's like what America did in Iraq was beyond unacceptable. And it's like, you got to call a spade a spade. It's like, I have hundreds and hundreds of military veterans that are great friends of mine. It's like, man, I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all.
I mean, like, one of the biggest Russian propaganda, talking points is that, you know, the U.S. is much worse. They did like this to the Iraqis, you know, Afghanistan.
That's why I'm talking about this.
Because and I hate this.
It's exactly
because I don't accept that either.
Exactly. Yeah. We're gonna be best friends. We're gonna be best friends, like, because like I will call a spade a spade. And it's like 1 million Iraqis died. It's like, that is beyond unacceptable. It's like, and why was this? Greed. If you tell me where a world problem is, I'll tell you how it's tied to greed. Every time, 100% of the time, always greed. God preaches about greed. Greed is the root of all evil. Like, it is everything. We, of course, completely royally screwed. But the things that were happening in Iraq on open field battle, on closed combat battle, on this, there was not gang rapings going on. There was not things that are happening that you Russians are continually doing, where
it's part of their military doctrine. It's like terrorism.
A lot of people don't know that is to impregnate their adversaries, women. Like, people don't understand that's Russian doctrine. That's to break the backbones to try to get their women pregnant. So then when their men come home, they're literally, of course, like life
psychological warfare, terrorism.
Completely.
Yeah.
That's disgusting. Like, that is beyond abominable. So like, I agree with you 100%. Same as like, I love our troops in America. I support our troops. I've cooked for all of our veterans multiple times. Like, I love our veterans. It's like, but calling a spade on like America government totally fumbled on Iraq. Every single thing my dad telling me. I did not join the military. I literally went to aviation camp. Like, I wanted to be in the military so bad, so badly. And when we invaded Iraq, I'm 17 years old. I'm like, God, like, I can't be part of this. Like, I cannot be part of a military complex. And it's like, do I fault any of my buddies in the military? No. love them dearly. It's like you're doing your job, you're listening to your commanders, no fault. Do I fault the U.S. government? 1,000%. 1,000. Yeah. Do I think that Hal Burton getting a $2 billion contract as soon as the war starts, which is, who was the CEO of the company before he became vice president? Oh, Dick Cheney. Yep. A weapons contractor getting $2 billion right when you start something. The day after, first weapons contract was to Hal Burton. It's like, yeah. ABC, like ABC. It's very simple.
Funneling all the money like amongst each other. Yeah.
It cost us $4 trillion. $4 trillion. And it's like you talk about, you start getting on Americans being upset at the $61 billion. It's like, bro, let's talk about our $877 billion war budget that we have. And if we can give these badass powerhouse Ukrainians weapons, this is why people, like Southern people, it's like, don't worry about government, don't worry about food, just give us guns. We'll handle everything else. Yeah. Just give us guns.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm speaking on this kind of $61 million billion dollars, right? $61 billion dollars, and how there's like this talking point saying like, why are we spending on Ukraine when we get to spend it's like on ourselves? This is kind of like Russian propaganda as well. And I want to kind of touch on Russian propaganda in the U.S. And you're from the South, and we were talking like before the podcast, and we were talking about how your area, you can see Trump flags, you can see very right-wing leaning people. Yeah, tell me about this. How do you feel about Russian propaganda in the U.S.?
That's a great question, bro, man. Because it blows my mind. Like my grandpa was a diehard Republican. I know he would never voted for Donald Trump, kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But like one thing that I can bet my ass on is that if he saw any Democrat, Republican, independent American believing any Russian propaganda, he would lose his mind. Like, I was raised to hate Nazis and the Communist Party. Those two parties. Everyone else is great. You want to be a Green Whig, a Tea Party, whatever you want. You want to be the Liberation Party, the non-liberation, whatever. But if you are part of the Communist Party or Nazis, we have a very, very big freaking problem. So the fact that Russia is able to get the propaganda where these people are like, we don't need to do this. Marjorie Taylor Greene, by the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene, shout out. I think you're the biggest piece of shit on the planet. I've wanted to say that on a podcast for a long time. I can't wait to one day debate with you. I'm going to be running for Congress, by the way, 9th District, Andrew Clyde. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is a 14th District, but I'm going to make her life a living hell with just...
How does she keep getting reelected, by the way?
96% reelected in Rome. I don't know.
But how? But have you been to this village or this town?
A village. Rome, dude, Rome Braves. Shout out to Rome Braves. Great baseball team. But I don't know. That's what I was like. I don't get, like, my grandpa, like I said, diehard Republican. But how are we in this world right now as an American where you believe anything? Like, you're weak. Like, you have a country that hates you. Like, Russia hates you. And you're like, I believe the guy that hates me. Like, the one that got me was the Tucker Carlson interview. I lost my mind. Reading the comments on Instagram was like, Am I in like a George Orwell book? Like
Twilight Zone?
Is this a dystopian universe? Like, is this 1984? Like, what is happening right now? Where I'm like reading it, I'm like, man, this guy is a genius. Which person are we talking about? Are we neither of these people I'm staring at? It's like this guy. I'd vote for Putin over Joe Biden. I'm like, what am I like? Do I need to snap my phone? Like, do I need to what do I need to do? I don't know what to do with my hands right now. Like, did you not see that interview?
Yeah, I seen the interview. Bro. Did you see, like, after that he went to a Russian grocery store and he was saying how much better it is in Russia than the US?
I was like, he's like, oh, look at this little card thing, so you don't have to do it. He's going up like an escalator. It's like bread. Is this guy doing like a 1992 the Soviet Union fell Gorbachev style? What is this? Like, everything about that whole interview, and then Putin gets on there and it's like, that was a very weak interview. Like, I was expecting him to have harder questions, and I'm like, and then you read the comments like, well, Tucker gave him the great questions. Like, do you think every question was vetted by like 9 people before he opened his mouth? Like, every syllable that Tucker Carlson said was completely written out. Every single thing. There was no improv with Vladimir Putin.
He looked like a guy with a gun to his back. Like,
correct. Because every single thing, he's like, remember my lines. Remember my lines. Remember my lines.
Too, like,
And why did he do it? Because he wanted to get clicks. It was the most watched interview.
Well, he's a Russian asset as well, man.
He is.
Yeah,
he is though.
Big time.
it's like, how the hell do you not? It's like, I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm an American. Like, I vote for Republicans. I vote for Democrats. I've got great Republican friends, great Democrat friends. I've got atheist friends, Christian friends, Jew friends, Muslim friends. Like, yet somehow we are at a spot where I'm like, what are these people like, what, like, if you believe this, like, I got, no matter what you are, it's like, I don't care what is, but like, this Russian propaganda might be a big deal breaker. Like, I don't care, like, I don't believe in God, not a deal breaker. Like, I'm a Christian nationalist. Like, man, it's kind of going to be a deal breaker. Like, because Christian nationalists are believing all the Russians. It's like, how the hell do we what is it? Is it Donald Trump maybe? Do you think maybe the linchpin of the Christian nationalists tying into the Russian thing? Do you think maybe those go hand in hand? That it's Donald Trump is the main driver.
Well, it's like I had another girl on the podcast. She was kind of explaining it in this way, that Donald Trump is not the problem. He's just the symptom. You know, there was kind of like, you know, people in the US, they had like these feelings. But then Donald Trump just came out and he made it acceptable to just show this anger and show this hate. And then the Russians came in and they kind of, you know, put their propaganda in there. And they kind of like not influence people because they already had like these kind of thoughts. Now they're more vocal about it. Now they feel more comfortable, you know, being horrible people.
Not to degrade that thought, the match in the gas tank thought is like, well, you have a cup of gas and it's totally fine. Donald Trump was just the match that ignited the freaking gas. No. I don't believe America is that shitty. 77 million
it's
people
hard for
voted.
me to believe too, yeah.
77 million people voted for this person, but it's like, I have seen what propaganda does for people. And some of the smartest people I know, some of the most men of honor that I would fight on a battlefield with, vote for Donald Trump and think Donald Trump's great. And like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, I don't know, like, I've looked up to this one person. I'm not going to say his name. I've looked at this guy for 25 years. This is one of the nicest human beings that's done so much good. Great family, great human being. Love the guy. Would take a bullet for this man. Like, I have that much respect for him that I would take one, at least in the arm or something. But yeah, he votes for Donald Trump. And I'm like, sir, how is this possible? He's like, well, he's a lot better than the other one. I was like, dude, you're a smart guy. Like, you're really smart. Like, can you give me any analytics on how you came up with this ridiculous thought? Like, I've never had a disagreement with you. I've always been like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm wrong on that.
I don't know who this guy is, but maybe he has like personal interest when it comes to financial stuff, because Donald Trump, he's all about.
Do you think that? So I thought that as well. No, he's retired. Nothing to, like, there's nothing. Like, this guy has more money than he knows what to do with. He gives his money away. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like I'm hoarding money. This guy gives all of his money away. So it's like, there's nothing that makes him, like, there's nothing. And it's like, I'm not used to, with my ADHD analytics, like, not being able to figure it out. Like, I can't figure that out, and it just locks me up.
But I want to say also, like, you know, these people that are evangelical or, you know, Christo fascist.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, I feel like these people like Trump as well, but he embodies like the opposites. And it's so wild.
100%.
Like Joe Biden, he's a church-going man.
Always has been.
Yeah, and then, you know, Trump, he like holds the Bible upside down. He can't even recite any kind of verse from the Bible.
He doesn't know a book. He doesn't know a book. Exactly. He's been asked multiple times.
They asked him, like, what, like, do you like the old version or the new version of the Bible?
I like them both. Yeah, I like them both. It's like, do you even know, like, how many books are in the Old Testament, New Testament? Like, do you know anything about, like, what's going on with this? Like, nothing. And you're 100% accurate on that, because, like, Joe Biden, people will be like, oh, he's a scumbag. He's a this, he's a that, he's this. Like, well, one, Joe Biden is too old to be in president right now. Let's just make that crystal clear for everybody.
Too old.
They are, but like Joe Biden is way too old. I think Kamala Harris is I think that she's just way out of touch with the reality of like what America needs right now. Might be a nice person. I have never met her, so I'm not going to judge her at all. Matthew 7:2, judge not be judged in the same fashion, the same manner. So we can go some Bible versing, but I don't judge people. But like, I don't think that I think she'd be a horrendous president. I think Pete Buttigieg would be an incredible president. I think that guy's highly intelligent, speaks multiple languages. I think that guy'd be
charismatic too. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. He knows what's going on. It's like, I would vote for a lot of Republicans. That there's only about 3 that I think are of honor. All of the other ones are, I think, like, there's so many though on Democrat, Republicans, all this, but the thing that always seems to me that blows my mind is like, I lean a lot more towards the Democrat of logic, that like, this doesn't make a lot of logical sense. Like, it's like, I'll vote on Republican issue, but like, a lot of the times, like with this Russian thing, it's like I don't have one Democrat friend that's like Russia's doing some good shit. Like I like what you did there in Kharkiv, the other right there. I don't even know how to pronounce that word, but what is that? Odessa, Blessa, whatever. You did some good work there, like. But then you got Republicans like Putin, Tucker Carlson again.
Yeah.
Genius, military genius, the prowess of this man's composure. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what is going on
This
here?
is the thing. It's like I don't know. They lack these critical thinking skills, and it's because the U.S. doesn't fund education. You know,
You literally took it out of my mouth, like because of our education system.
Exactly. And this is not like a bug; it's a feature. They oppress the people, and they want to do the thinking for them. They just want the votes.
I like you.
Yeah,
yes.
and this is kind of how it's been in the U.S. and I just feel so.
Dude,
I
you
love
go to
living
Japan.
here.
You go to Japan and you see their education system and how they feed their children. It's like nutrition is everything. It's like, here's one for you. This is gonna blow your mind because we go back to Marjorie Taylor Greene being the biggest piece of shit on the planet. The only thing that I've ever agreed with, and this is gonna be a hot take. The only thing on record that I have ever agreed with Marjorie Taylor Greene on, the only thing, I swear to God, one thing. She got ridiculed for this. And I like Jamie Raskin. I think Jamie Raskin is highly intelligent.
He's from Georgia as well, right?
No, he's New York or New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
He's an absolute powerhouse. He ridiculed her for this idea. The idea is to educate kids with firearms. And it's like, hear me out on this. What are our kids dying of right now? Is it trigonometry, geometry, or is it early onset diabetes and guns, violence? Those are the things that are killing our kids. It's not the Pythagorean theorem, right? That's not.
Yeah.
So it's like, what is education? Power and safety. And anything that you do, knowledge is power and safety. Education is power and safety. So what are we dying from? We're dying from people don't know how to even make a peanut butter jelly sandwich. People don't understand that sugar is the worst drug on the planet. People don't understand that you literally can't have a comprised meal of McDonald's and everything is going to be totally fine. And guns. We're getting blown away with guns. It's like, well, why are we getting killed by all this stuff? Well, is anyone talking about it? No, no one is. It's like I was raised to shoot every gun. At 4 years old, my dad had me out there, muzzle control, checking breech, every single thing. Do not point this gun unless you plan on killing it. Like, the amount of respect and care that I had for firearms was drilled into me, where it was never like, if I have to pull my gun down, which I carry an HK USP 45, if I had to pull my gun down, like that's it. That's the last time I need to know where, eyesight, bullet track is, like everything that I need to do. And it gave me protection. It gave me safety blanket on being able to be around like accidental shootings, the thousands of accidental shootings of like, I'm the guy in the room that knows that this gun is loaded, because guess what? Every gun is loaded until I check to see if this gun is loaded. And we got people passing guns around, and it's a loaded firearm, and then bam, they blow them. It's like, if you educate kids on how these guns operate, how to be safe around these, the impact of what a mass shooting does to a community, the impact that it does to a mom and a dad, have people that have had mass shooting kids killed, bringing them in, seeing that pain. You're telling me that's a bad idea? You're telling me that you keep teaching them bullshit math that they've never going to use, bullshit science that they're never going to use? History, always teach history. For the love of God, the history in America is going to shit. They're not teaching history anymore. It's like, please, God, teach history so we don't have stupid things happen like we're happening right now where history repeats itself. But it's like, Germans are like, all right, so you're like, which route do you want to go? Do you want to go tech way? Do you want to go this way? You want to go this way? At a age where your brain is a sponge, you're like 10 or 12 years old, it's like, oh, you want to learn this language? Do this, do that? All right, perfect. You got a segue. America, dude, it is about as smooth as a toolbox going down an escalator. All right, it is rough. It is rough. It's like you go into middle school, like, I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. You go into high school, still no clue. I got no direction. I got no counselor. I still have no idea. I'm on this island with all these other people that has no idea how to get off this island. And guess what? You're like, well, everyone told me I'm supposed to go to college because all of our trade jobs are literally going where an electrician starting now makes $120,000 because there's no trade jobs because you need to go get a college degree. Get a college degree or you're worthless. we screwed the generation. So many generations where no, dude, I still don't know what I technically want to do at like end goal. Like I know what I want to do. I want to help people. Like I love helping people. I love being a humanitarian. I'm going to win the congressional seat against Andrew Clyde.
No, you would make
in
a good politician. You're on the good
dude,
side of like all these
Andrew
social
Clyde,
issues.
you need to start shaking in your boots on that debate stage. Sweet, for the love of God, prepare for that. Oh boy, that is going to be a viral video after viral video because I'm going to eviscerate this guy. Like I'm going to waylay the shit out of this guy. Like it's going to be like Last of the Mohicans. Last scene, like Magua getting destroyed by Chingach's cook, like breakdown of what that's going to be. The thing is, man, like someone's got to say some shit. Like someone's got to do something. And it's like, I don't know what I got to do, but I know that at 37 years old, I'm still figuring out what I should have maybe done with not having regrets, just for like, maybe I could have done this. Maybe I could have done, like I said, it was all military. Like I was always military until the Iraq War. And then I was like, all right, now that was the plan since I was a child, like mom and dad, like you're going to be a general, like you're going to do this. And like, I'm all for it. And then that happened. It's like, so cooking and trying to figure that out. And I think a lot of why you get this TikToker influencers, all these people have no concept of what the hell they're doing. You got a demographic of 12 years old to freaking 55 years old that are making the same content, trying to find themselves, trying to find what food they like, trying educating themselves on like what makes me happy. And a lot of American schools, 99.99%, I'm not gonna say 100%. I don't think anyone's ever like teachers just like, you need to do what makes you happy. Like, you know what you need to do? If you want to be a carpenter, you should be a carpenter. Like as a kid, I wanted to be a knife maker. I went to John C. Campbell Folk School, like make knives. It's like now that's a legitimate business. You could be a knife maker and make an absurd amount of money making custom knives. My buddy Max and Jeff, my two boys in Georgia, make some world-class knives. Jeff McCullough and Max Albert, he's really top tier knives. They make some of the finest knives, but they do it, they love it. Like it's not about money, it's not about anything, it's like passion. It's like these guys started later in their life doing this. And like I tie where American school system is like we're gonna get worse and worse. Because like I said, there's no direction. If you don't have any leadership, you just have a bunch of mindless minions running around. Not like, why is Americans not teaching a foreign language at a young age? Like I was taught Spanish when I was very young by my mom, because she's from Texas, and I used to speak pretty good Spanish. Then I stopped using it, which is a stupid regret. But like when you're a kid is young, your brain is a sponge. It is so much easier for like complete paramount for them to start learning another language at a young age. Americans don't do it.
No, I used to teach English at this private school like here in Kyiv for 2 years. And I was so surprised at how well the kids spoke English at such a young age, and they were learning like another language.
Handwriting. Handwriting in Ukraine is people in America.
Oh, it's beautiful, by the way.
Incredible handwriting in Ukraine.
Yeah, but so at this school, and they were learning like a fourth language because they know typically Ukrainian and Russian by birth parents, and then English, and they're learning another language. I'm like, wow, these kids are like so talented, and we should be doing this in the U.S. But when it comes to, I want to bring it back to like Ukraine a bit. I feel like we're very,
I told you
I've heard so many obscenities towards Marjorie Taylor Greene already.
Boy, she's a terrible, horrible. She's probably part of the problem.
Yeah. But I want to ask you. So you were talking about your friends as well, and since you kind of experience what is going on in Ukraine, and you have a lot of animosity towards Russia as the government. Do you have any Russian friends, or would you be able to make connections with Russian people, whether they're abroad, whether they don't support the war? What do you think? Would you ever take any opportunities in Russia?
There's 7 billion people on this planet.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be good with not being friends with 134 million. How's that?
That's a good way to put it, man.
Okay. Going back to your propaganda to tie to that.
Yeah.
The propaganda that we were fed in Iraq was easy to blow through very quickly. Like it was like, this is like there, and it wasn't like we're like after like we won Operation Freedom, we're good to go, and like all this, mission accomplished on an aircraft carrier. Like who in the PR department thought that was a great move? Like good one, slick, dumb, but like if a lot of people hated America, what was going on is like a coalition of forces. Like there was so many countries. It's like a lot of people don't understand this. I don't know if you know this. When's the last time Article 5 got enacted?
It was during it was after 9/11. Yeah, I remember
9/11. It's like, so all of our allies came to our aid for for a crapshoot mission. Like we dishonored NATO by doing that crap where we cost people lives in our NATO our NATO allies.
Yeah.
Where it's like that propaganda. There was no Americans. I'd be like, unless they went over there, like, to hell with those Iraqi people. I hope their daughters get, like, there's none of that. There was none. You never heard it. I never heard. There was none of this. None of this. Like, we need.
But there was like a lot of like prejudice towards like Muslim people or even people that had like a turban on or something. Yeah.
That fired up. That went through the ceiling. It wasn't just Iraq. It's like we're just going to blanket statement. If you wear a hijab or any kind of
or even
covering,
like the Sikh Indians.
Sikh Indians, they had the attack. They had the Sikh Indian temple where they had the massacres. Like it's a Muslim temple. It's like, nope, that's two different things. Like two way different things.
You're directing your anger in the wrong way,
the wrong
man.
things. And it's like that, to your point, it's like that propaganda got blown the hell out.
Yeah.
That Muslim, the Islamist, radical extremists, like, it's like, well, I like that propaganda towards the radical extremes. Also, I like that towards the Christian nationalists, because that's the same thing. It's like Muslims version, Christian nationalists, same thing. Are the Christian nationalists murdering and doing stuff? No, but like the ideology is exactly the same as extremists. It's extremists on anything is no good. And the Russian people, these are their brothers and sisters and shit. Like, these are family tied people. Like, it is like George. And I tell people all the time, like, what in the hell would happen if Spain was like, the hell with Portugal and just start shooting missiles at Lisbon? Like, what would happen if Germany's like, the hell with Paris shooting? Like, well, we know what happened. World War II happened. Like, that's what. So somehow Russia can shoot missiles over and hit Kiev. It's not that big of a deal.
I don't trust it nowadays. I feel like the propaganda would be, well, this is Portugal was Spanish land. They're bigger. Well, we don't want to start World War III. Let them just have it. Like,
it could be spun though. And I haven't thought about it. It's like, but that's kind of sad. But it's like,
I don't have any faith like in people not resisting propaganda or using critical thinking skills.
There would be some people, I agree, that would be like, yeah, Portugal, they suck. It's like, why do we hate Portugal again? They have seafood. It's like, hell, I hate seafood. The hell with shrimp. It's like, oh my God, like you're from New Orleans, like hell with shrimp. It's like, okay, buddy, like good for that. But like, I believe the Russian people, I've always said this, I'm going to get probably killed for that, but like Russian people are always needed a daddy, okay? Russian people always need daddy, okay? Americans don't need daddy. That's why we're always superior to the Russians, is because we don't need daddy. We go to work without having to ask daddy to go to work. Russians always have to have daddy. No matter what happens, we have to have a dude that we can look up that we
like
can
a hive
freaking,
mind,
we can freaking, like Toy Story, the claw, like, we have to have that where that thing can control us and maneuver us. And like, we're just sitting here like the thing, like, okay, take me to my death. Like, here we go. That's how I feel about the Russian people. It's like, you have enough connections now, not in 2001. This is something that not a lot of people say. I can blow through propaganda today like this. I can source it, I can check it, I can find it. And it's like, if you want to find it, if it's bullshit or not, you can find it really easy. 2001 was not the case. We're sitting here on a Gateway 98 going to town trying to find things. You're not going to find the propaganda sourcing codes, anything like that, to see where this bullshit is coming from. These Russians could, like, you're acting like Helen Keller in a round room trying to find a corner, okay? Like, you're not functioning correctly because it's your brothers and sisters and you're destroying them for nothing, for nothing. Like, it's not for, like, you're losing shit. There's not gain. Like, in Iraq, we got a lot of oil. We got a lot of connections. We got a lot of shit. It's like, yeehaw. Like, at least we got some, but not because it's been $4 freaking trillion and all of the 4,000 American lives, all the troops, all the families, all that's like, that was a net loss. This, I don't even know what the hell it is. It's like the Ukrainians, like, this is never gonna, like, there's never gonna be not like saboteuring things going on now. Like, I think that, dude, I know that as God is my witness, that if I'm a Ukrainian and this is happening, bro, like, my whole life is changed into literally ruining the Russian government. Like, every single breath I take is to crush the Russian government. If someone invaded America, dude, the next day I'm signing up. Next day, not a question, not
Respect.
a thought. Oh yeah, dude, it's my home. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't give a damn about dying. I'm looking for an honorable death. Like, whatever. Like, but like, my homeland is not to be with, like, ever. And like, the Ukrainians, like, are that type of people. Like, we are not going to be slave to your daddy issues problem. You got daddy issues over here, Russia. We don't have daddy issues. Go fly a kite. Like, go play in a rainstorm or in the road if you even have roads, because you have some little money. You don't even have paved roads there. It's unacceptable. Like, there's no excuses. I have one really good Russian friend. I have not talked to him since the start of this war, because I don't know what I will say to him. I have no concept of what I'm going to say. No, he's in America. He's in America. Okay. One of the nicest guys ever, because like, it's like, I still look at this guy as an incredible man of honor. And it's like the only Russian friend that I have, one of the toughest men I've ever met. You talk about break you down like a shotgun. When I spar with this guy, he weighs about 165, 175 pounds. Yeah. He will climb you like a tree and break you down. Like, he will snap your arm. He is a freak of an athlete, great human, like, doesn't have a fault, like, keeps himself in mental, spiritual. It's like, I can't talk to old G, like, I'll call him Mr. G. Yeah, because it's like, I love and respect this guy. And it's like, if this guy's like, oh, I kind of like what's going on, it's like, well, I just, like, I'm gonna talk to him whenever this war is over, and I'm gonna be like, so what are your thoughts, Mr. G? Like, what are your thoughts? And I think he's gonna be like, this is absolute horse shit. I think that's what he'd say now, which, now talking to him, I was like, I should just give him a call and freaking be like, yo, G, what do you think about this war real quick, so if we can continue this conversation? Like, is it shit or not shit? Just tell me real quick. Because the Russians, there's no excuses right now. Like, if you are supporting 77% of Russians supported, and then like 77 or 81, something absurd, cooked numbers, though. You don't even know the real numbers in Russia.
It's kind of debatable. You don't know the real numbers. And plus, the people that don't respond, you know, there's a lot of them. So the only people that are brave enough to respond, they typically say yes.
Yes,
because they go with the government line. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. They're cooked. The numbers are cooked. So it's like, you don't really know. But it's like, if you support this war, go to hell. That's pretty straight. If you are from China, if you are from Mongolia, if you're from Canada, United States, any country, if you believe that this war is a good thing for Russia, eat a bag of shit. Kick rocks.
Okay, I think we'll end it there then.
That's a great way.
So yeah,
kick rocks.
Kick rocks. So anyways, thank you so much, Noah, for joining me on this podcast. Yeah, your references, your metaphors are out of control, man. I loved it.
It's been an honor, brother. This has been a great time, bro.
Yeah. So I'm gonna. So right now, take a second, plug your channels. How can people like contact you? How can they find you? How can they follow you?
We're gonna put a link on this, and I'm gonna hand it over to whoever I need to hand it over. If you want to donate to Unbroken Ukraine, they are doing world-class work. Your money is going to be spent so well. They're building a new ward to put another 100 beds in, 2 more floors in at the hospital. So if you could do me a kindness, do yourself a kindness, and donate to Unbroken Ukraine, you're going to be helping out a lot of really, really incredible people, a lot of brave heroes. There's really no other plugs. That's like my priority. Like, I like Mountain Man Sims on Instagram, mountain_man_Sims. Rachel Ray, can't wait to see you. Love you. Everybody, Jose, love you. I don't have any really.
Oh yeah, I have one more for you. Vote Sims 20.
Yeah, vote Sims 2026 against Andrew Clyde. He doesn't even know who I am, but he'll know in November. I'm going to start campaigning in November. So
you got my vote, man.
Dude, it's gonna be a rock.
Send me with an address.
It's gonna be unbelievable, because it's gonna shake up things, bro. It's gonna shake up things.
I feel like you sound like a politician, and you're like on the good side of like all of these social issues. So
like an Adam Kinzinger. Like, I would vote for Adam. Like, I think he's a diehard Republican, but he's a man of honor. You know, he shook it up.
So yeah, I just want to thank you all for watching Gaze Media on another great episode. And if you like the video, be sure to like, subscribe, leave a comment, and be sure to donate to Noah's charity.
Yeah,
it's for a good cause. He's a good guy.
Unbroken Ukraine, guys. Thank y'all so much. It's been an absolute honor.
This is what I like to do at the end of the podcast. Shake hands.
I was literally going to get up and shake hands for sure. I appreciate you.
It's great having you, man. Welcome back to another episode of Expats in Ukraine with your host, me, Corey. Today, my guest is going to be Iggy, or Ignatius, if you want to be official. He is a volunteer, a photojournalist, and a combat medic. So, Iggy, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey guys, well, Ignatius is really for my mom when she's angry with me. Most people call me Iggy. And yeah, I'm a 28-year-old jack of all trades, master of none in Ukraine. Do a bit of everything, as Corey just introduced. Thanks for having me, Corey.
Oh, no problem, man. It's great having you. Yeah, you kind of have an interesting backstory. Like behind, before we were filming, I asked you like, where are you from? Like, how do you feel yourself? And you were stumped,
Sure.
right? Because you're from the UK, but your mom is like Russian. Like, can you
Yeah.
tell me about this?
Yeah, I was born in the UK in Windsor, but I grew up for the most part in Russia because my mum was Russian, and I lived till I was 15 or 16 in Moscow, coming back to the UK for holidays and stuff like that, camps. When I moved back to the UK for college and uni and stuff like that. Shout out King's College London. I gotta plug my uni, right?
Plug it, man.
Yeah, and then I lived in Switzerland, lived in Asia for a while, lived in Mexico. Kind of came back full circle to Moscow when the COVID started, because I thought I'll come home, be with my mum for a bit. And that's, lasted a while, if you guys remember. That was it's a good year and a half, 2 years. Yeah, and then war in Ukraine started, and yeah, here we are.
Yeah, but since your father is like from the UK, your mom is like Russian.
Yeah.
Why are you connected with Ukraine?
Well, I don't have any direct connection, apart from the fact that my mom's been here since 2014.
In Ukraine?
Yeah, well, coming and going, just doing different humanitarian work. And my mom's a journalist. So yeah, doing different stories on humanitarian work since 2014. And my brother's lived here for maybe 4 or 5 years now. So we kind of have a family connection, so to say, but no direct links. Yeah.
Okay. And you said you were living in Moscow right before the invasion? Like, what was it like there? Like, all my guests, they're like, so far removed from Russia.
Yeah.
And you actually were there during the invasion. What was it like?
Yeah, it's a good question. So it depends it depends really what you value in life. If you're kind of, in terms of just, maybe your basic needs, Moscow's a great city to live. You can have everything at any time. But if you're looking for a bit, maybe kind of, I don't know how exactly to put it, but if you have like a social conscience and you're kind of worried maybe about the world around you, it's not the best place because it's a very oppressive environment. Yeah, all the shops work 24/7 and the taxi service are great and the internet is super fast. But at the same time, if you try and say anything against the government, yeah, you're looking at a whole world of trouble. So unfortunately, a bunch of my friends were in prison, and I was always very lucky because I have a British passport. And if I'd go to any protest, I could always just, blag my way out of it, literally just by showing a passport. That's happened a couple times where I was about to be arrested, and as soon as they see my passport,
And you just show the passport and
Yeah,
start
and they
speaking
just-
English?
yeah,
Like,
they
what are
just
you
go,
doing,
yeah,
officer?
Yeah, exactly. But it's all, it's a mental intimidation game. I remember one time, I think this was 2021, and this was when Navalny came back to Russia, and there was a bunch of protests to that. And I was out in the streets with my mom and my girlfriend at the time, and we were just walking around, and it was crazy to see because there was so much police everywhere you went. And I remember we were walking down this street, one of the main streets in the city, and there was maybe 50, 60 policemen in front of us, kind of walking in the opposite direction, walking like in the direction we were going, right? Like a swarm of them. And they're all dressed in black, and so they're called cosmonauts in Russia because they have these helmets and they look very intimidating with the body armor. And we're walking behind them, and then all of a sudden they turn around and they're walking straight at us. Like there's a bunch of police guys.
Wow.
It's a pretty intimidating situation. And before I know it, I'm surrounded by a bunch of them, and my mom and my girlfriend are on the other side. And they start like harassing me and like, what's going on?
But were you
Like,
attending the protest or were you just walking the street? Or...
well, officially we were just walking.
Ah, okay.
But like really so the whole idea, because it's so difficult to kind of protest in Russia, is like you just go for walks, kind of,
Yeah.
right? And the problem is anyone outside is a target for the police. If you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, you get arrested, basically. Like they really crack down on any social discontent, on any type of dissent.
Yeah.
Very strict on it. Yeah, and all of a sudden they surrounded me and they're like asking me questions, and I'm playing like the dumb foreigner card. Like I speak fluent Russian, but I
I
don't know.
want to see my passport again?
Yeah, exactly. So they're like, documents, like documents,
Yeah.
documents. And I'm like, what's going on? They're like, passport. I'm like, I show them the passport. And I remember this was when COVID was still going on, so I had a mask. And he's like, take a mask off. And I take off the mask and I smile at the policeman. And at that stage, he just gives me my passport back, and that's it.
Yeah.
Because as soon as like you had this, as soon as he realized he wasn't intimidating me, he wasn't interested. They just moved on to the next guys. But, if I was just like a Russian guy, they'd have arrested me and probably given me like 2 weeks just for, you know, being in the streets at the wrong time.
Yeah, like maybe when they pulled down your mask, since you smiled, they're like, this guy can't be from Russia because he's smiling.
That's as well, you know. In general, yeah, Eastern European countries are not the most
exactly. That's
smiling
too much
ones.
teeth in this guy. Move along.
That's a very weird contrast, isn't it? Especially if you live in the UK. I don't know how it is in the States. I've only been
Everyone's smiling at your face. Yeah.
But see, that's the thing. Like a smile in like kind of Western European culture, it's like a level 0 in communication. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
It's just a smile. Whereas if you start moving kind of further east, it's actually like, why are you smiling at me?
Yeah.
Is it?
It
Am I
becomes
funny?
like aggressive.
It is like, am I a joke? Like, is there something wrong with my face? You know. So it's a very different type of mentality. So yeah, Moscow was it's a tough place to live in if you really.
Were you there February 24th, 2022?
Yeah,
You were there.
yeah,
And so
yeah.
what was like exactly like that day? What was going on?
Well, right before the war started, I remember speaking to my brother who was living in Kiev, and I was trying to persuade him to evacuate. I was like, hey, you know, there's going to be a war, because all the information, it was pretty clear something was happening. You know, when they got like 250,000 soldiers on the border, and they started bringing up the blood banks, and then all the foreign embassies were evacuated, and I was like, well, you know, it's gonna happen. And I was speaking to my brother, and my brother was just saying, no, like, this is my country now, this is where I live, I'm not gonna leave. So he was kind of my first failed evacuation, because afterwards I started evacuating civilians. I was speaking to my mom, and my mom was like, maybe there will be a war, maybe there won't. And then I remember when it actually started, and I was texting my brother, and he was like, yeah, everything's okay. Like, you know, obviously it's not that easy in Kiev, but we're managing and stuff. And we were sitting the next day, we just didn't really know what to do with my mom. And we're just right there in our kitchen in our apartment. We're just like, yeah, we'll go to Ukraine. And it took us a couple days to sort out all the documents my mom needed, and 1 week later we were in Ukraine, pretty much, maybe 10 days.
So it was like basically
later.
your whole immediate family, right?
Yeah, essentially. And my dad's in England, but we're not in touch too much. So,
Yeah. Okay. Wow. And so you just came to Ukraine because of like your brother, really, right? And you didn't want to live in Russia because your brother was in Kiev. It sounds like maybe.
I wouldn't say it was entirely because of my brother. Like, obviously it did play a role that he was there, but it was also because I think primarily because of my mom and her relation to Ukraine. Since 2014, she's been super active here, and she's very pro-Ukrainian, which isn't very common, especially amongst Russian journalists. So she was always, since 2014, she was coming to Ukraine, helping people here, trying to raise awareness. She was participating in the prisoner exchanges, and it was always a very big part of her life. It was pretty clear that, like, if we stay around, she's going to get arrested, because she'd already had run-ins with the law. She'd been arrested. She was put in jail a couple times, and like, you know, there'd been a lot of issues.
And what is the process like? Say they put a protester in jail, they just like document the situation and then they let him out a few days later. Like, what is the deal here?
It depends.
They blacklist him from stuff. I don't know.
They changed the laws after the start of the war, so they criminalized the protest. It used to be administrative offenses where you'd get like 7 days, 14 days.
Okay.
Whereas now I think if you do it twice, you're looking at like serious jail time, like years plus. But in the past, I can just tell you about what happened to my mom the last time. And she went, there was a society in Russia called Memorial, which they preserve the memory of people who were repressed by the Soviet state. And they try and raise awareness on the issue and say that, hey, you know, the Soviets weren't really good guys. Like, this is what they did to their own people. You know, maybe we shouldn't glorify them. And obviously the Russian state doesn't like that, because they want to paint this image of success and strength for the Soviet Union, which might not be a full reflection of reality, but, you know, it is what it is. And my mom was outside, and I remember her calling me, and she was just saying, oh, I'm going to this protest. And I was like, yeah, okay, you know, because usually what happens, she goes, maybe there'll be some problems with the police, but like they'll take you in the police car and then they'll let you go, you know, after. And then my mom calls me and she's like, yeah, we've been arrested. Can you come to a police station and bring me some clothes because they want to keep me here? And I'm like, oh, well, this is something new.
Oh, wow.
And this was a Friday evening. And then I get there and they're like, yeah, we're going to keep your mom till Monday because that's when the court is going to be. And she's looking at like 30 days in prison or like a 4,000 euro fine. And I'm like, for what? For standing in the street with a poster. Like, that's the offense. And the poster just said that, like, protect Memorial, or like don't touch Memorial, this organization, which just deals with memory of people. the way they did it afterwards is they created this scenario around her protest where they just grabbed a bunch of people on the streets and they said, hey, this was like a big organized protest of different people. And it didn't matter if those people didn't have any posters or if they weren't there for the same reason. They just made us a group, and they made like my mom the group leader just because.
Yeah.
And I remember I get to the station, to the police station, and this lady on the entrance, this policewoman, she starts telling me, hey, like, look, it's not us. Like, we're not the bad guys, you know. We just have a job to do. Like, and I'm like,
We're
"Yeah,
just
guys,
following orders. Where have I heard that before?
right? And I'm like, no, like, you are the bad guys. Like,
Yeah.
you're implementing this. And she's like, yeah, you understand, but it is what it is. I'm like, no, I don't understand. Like what? And then she's like, look, everything is fine. Like, we're taking care of you, mum. But you understand we took away her glasses. And I'm like, why? My mom's like a 60-year-old woman, you know, she's not like a, you know,
Yeah,
a big
yeah.
dude and whatever. And she's like, oh, well. And she starts showing me her wrists like that. And I'm like, what are you implying here? Like, my mom's going to slit her wrists. In like what is going on here, right?
Yeah.
And then I walk through past that lady to the guy in the, I don't know what you call it, the reception, should we say. And he tells me, hey, no, actually, like, we gave her back the glasses. And then the lady from the entrance, she's saying, hey, so we're not such animals as you think. And I'm like, you literally just told me you took away her glasses. How can you, like, play this both ways? Like, it doesn't work. And I remember the guy comes out who's supposed to look through the things, and he's looking at the stuff, and it's like my mom's underwear and stuff like that. And he's, like, examining it closely in case there's, I don't know, narcotics. I don't know what he was expecting to see. So he looks through it. He's like, okay, everything is fine. And he asked me, do you want to go see your mum? And I'm like, this is dodgy. Like, why is he being nice to me? You know, you don't trust the police, like, a priori. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So we go into the police station, and he has, like, a key card. He takes me inside one room, and then there's a corridor with a bunch of, like, kind of cells / interrogation rooms. And he opens the first one with a key card, and it's, like, all dark inside. And I'm like, nah, I'm not going in there. He's like, okay, do you want to go in the next one? So he opens the second one, and I'm like, fine. And I go inside, and I remember I'm standing, I'm thinking, damn, they're going to lock me up right now. Like, this is what's going to happen, 100%.
Wow.
They just lured me in here, you know, and I'm like, I'm going to be in shit. So when he leaves, like, I'm standing there with my foot in the door, just in case I try to slam the door. So at least I put up a fight, you know.
Yeah.
And then he comes back with my mom, and it's like, yeah, I felt this relief that at least she's all fine. And then, yeah, the weekend, it was pretty intense because I started writing all these petitions to say that, like, she was illegally arrested. And we gathered a bunch of votes from, like, the intelligentsia. I'm not sure if you know what the intelligentsia, it's like a social class in the Soviet Union of kind of free thinkers who were historically repressed by the state, you know, sent to concentration camps and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And obviously the Russian state, the modern state, doesn't like the intelligentsia, but it still kind of has like a little say in things. Maybe not so much anymore, especially with a full-scale invasion. So I went to a bunch of people, and we got like some letters from these people signed saying that, hey, my mum is like a upstanding citizen, you don't need to arrest her. Like, why are you even holding her in prison for 3 days on the basis of what? The fact that, you know, their official reason was that the court can only happen on Monday, and it's Friday, so they have to hold her till Monday. Even though, like, she's a well-known person in Russia, like, she's a public figure, you know. She's not going to run away anywhere. Long story short, we get to the court, and they don't want to let me in as like just to be there to see how the court's ongoing. So the lawyer, I don't know the word you say. He admits me as the second lawyer in my mom's defense. So then we're in the court. It's the judge, the police, me, my mom's lawyer, and my mom. And my lawyer gives a little speech, and then I stand up and I give a little speech, also like in defense of my mom. So I guess at like the age of 24 with no law degree, I ended up being my mom's lawyer in court, which was a pretty surreal experience. All I said was, I was just like, guys, there's no offense committed here. My mom was standing in the street with a poster, and now you're talking about imprisoning her for 30 days over that, or fining her a bunch of money. Like, the only harm that's been done here is to my mom for her being kept in prison for 3 days, in jail for 3 days over literally nothing. And in the end, I don't know if it was the social pressure. I don't know if it was like the amount of media outside. I don't know what it was, but the judge, she gave her a fine, which in that scenario was the best possible outcome, because once you get to the court, you're getting convicted. There's like a 99.9 conviction rate in Russia.
Yeah.
You're not getting off scot-free. Yeah, and then I remember when we got home, and it was just this massive sense of relief. And this was only 30 days. Like 30 days, isn't great, but it's not years.
Yeah.
But I just remember how I felt like, I just felt so happy that my mom was home and like, she was okay in that moment. And I began to really empathize with a lot of people who are sitting in prison for trumped up offenses, because a couple of our family friends, they got arrested for different stuff and they did years in prison in Russia. And my mom's always been active in supporting Ukrainians who were arrested, and she writes like letters to them in prison and sends food and stuff like that and parcels to the Ukrainian soldiers who were arrested since 2014, because it's been a long process. They always grab different people. And
well, your mom
trumped up
sounds like a really
offenses.
good woman, and there's like a lot of Ukrainians I met, like they're very proud. This full-scale invasion made them kind of turn their back on Russia and the culture, the people, regardless. So there's like this phrase they say, there's no such thing as a good Russian. What would you say to that?
It's not really my business to comment.
Yeah.
I think actions speak louder than anything else they can. People can make their own conclusions. you
Yeah.
know.
Do you blame them for saying that?
Not really, no. It's understandable.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Oh, totally. Like I was telling a previous guest that there's like this phrase, and I don't know if I necessarily believe it. Like I have a friend, she's Russian. I met her many years ago in Kyiv. She moved to the US shortly afterward, and then right when the invasion happened, she messaged me. She was making sure like everything was fine. She was sharing my stories. She asked how she can help. She was donating money. She was helping with goods, like when I was sending her like some links. And she was like, changing her profile picture to the Ukrainian flag. And I'm like, wow, this person is actually active and trying to help, even though they're Russian. And I wanted to ask you this question, because I was thinking she probably can't even go back to her own country now, because, obviously with all the support she has given to like Ukraine and maybe the Ukrainian military, then she would be kind of a traitor,
Sure.
like treason. So you can't go back to Russia either then?
Yeah, no way.
No way. Never.
Well, unless I want to be arrested, I could
you can
probably
go
make it to the border and, then straight to prison. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, it's so wild to me about how people like in Russia can like live this kind of nightmare. I don't know. It just seems like they're so oppressed. But then you see people like, I guess they're like bots, or maybe they're just stupid, but they're in such support of Russia. Like it's the best country. It's the freest country, the greatest country.
So I think you really have to differentiate here. Yes, there are some people who are indeed like pro-Ukrainian, and frankly, I feel awful for those people because they can't do anything. Anything they do will lead them to prison. You get arrested. There was a 17-year-old girl who got arrested, and she's sent to prison for 3 years for writing "No to War" graffiti on a building, and you get 3 years in prison for that. And anything you do, it won't lead to anything apart from your arrest. But at the same time, can you really compare that to being bombed, to being shelled, to living in an active war zone? I'm not sure you can. So I think you have to be careful with, over-advocating for those people as well. And so one thing I can say, I grew up in Moscow, I grew up in London, I grew up all over the place, but I never really identified with being Russian, just because of the way I was brought up and the culture in my family. My mum, she identifies as Russian fully, and she feels awful every day. She feels like this is her fault, even though the way I look at it, she's done everything in her powers since, not even 2014, since the 80s, to see some social change in Russia, but she feels like she's failed, and it's a massive burden on her conscience. So obviously for people like that, it's tough. And there are good people. But then when you look at the majority, does that really apply? I'm not so sure.
Well, yeah, of course. But then there's like a phrase in English, like complacency is complicity. If you're complacent, you're complicit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
and I agree with that.
Yeah. But anyway, I feel like we're getting. Once I found out that you kind of lived in Moscow during the full-scale invasion, which was like right before we started filming, I was super interested in this, and I wanted to get more info. So anyways, now I want to talk about like your work, man, because this is kind of super important to like the country, and you're a combat medic.
Yeah.
So how did you get into this? Because you're also a photojournalist, humanitarian, volunteer. Tell me about how you got into being a combat medic for Ukraine, for this
Well-
volunteer legion or whatever it is.
Maybe I'll start with the beginning.
Oh, start from the beginning.
When we came over.
Yeah.
Because this was March 2022. It's a long time.
And you had no
ago.
problems entering Ukraine.
No, I got a British passport.
Oh, okay.
so I
And your mom had no problems.
well, my mom's a well-known person in Ukraine. She's not just a random person to show up.
Okay,
so,
okay,
no,
okay.
she didn't have any problems.
Okay.
Luckily enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, we came. This was, I think, the 8th of March or 9th of March, 2022, and we
It's
went.
like Women's Day, right?
Yeah, it is international.
Wow.
Well, although there's controversy in Ukraine
that's
about
why they
that
let her
now,
in.
I think.
Happy Women's Day.
Yeah, I think there's like some issues with that. Anyway, I don't get involved in that kind of stuff, you know. Yeah, and we got to Ukraine, and we got to Kiev, and Kiev was it was a strange place to be back then, because I'd been to Kiev a bunch of times before the full-scale invasion, since 2014, before 2014 as well, as a matter of fact, and it was like really eerie because you go for air raid sirens and there's nearly no one outside, and the only people you see are guys like the police or the military, and there's checkpoints everywhere.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to like get the timeline in order. So this is when Irpin and Bucha were being occupied, or
Yes.
was okay.
Yeah, at the very start.
Yeah.
And I didn't really have a plan of what's like I was going to be doing. I had a background in humanitarian work. I used to work for the International Committee of the Red Cross in communications, and I had an interest to it. I'd been to Ukraine. I'd been to the Donbass in 2015, 2016 with some humanitarian aid. So I had an idea of what war is like, but it was an idea and a perception which maybe wasn't in line with reality all the time. And we started just doing some small time, like, well, I can speak about myself, some small time volunteering stuff, and some people on my social media saw, and they started donating some money. So it was just piecemeal things, drive an old lady from A to B, pick up some supplies and deliver them there where, people don't have any food and stuff like that. And I was kind of deciding what to do. And I had an interest always in photojournalism and documenting things. I had like a blog, you could say. And obviously my mother being a journalist probably also influenced that. And I got offered to work with some French guys who needed like a field producer, a fixer on the ground. So we started shooting news with them, and one thing led to another. And we were in Irpin the day I got liberated, or the day after. And it was intense. There was a lot of bodies.
Do you know Chris Ochakon?
Yeah, I do know Chris.
Okay, he was like on the cast before, and he was saying he was there like after it was liberated as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy to know him. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Chris is a
Interesting to
very
talk
good
to,
guy. Yeah. We were just in Zhytomyr region together. We were driving to see some friends of ours. So yeah, really nice dude.
Yeah,
Go
actually,
check out his work.
Yeah, I might
Brilliant
meet him
photographer.
this weekend while I'm here in Kyiv.
Yeah, really nice guy.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to Irpin, and I remember we went to Irpin, and yeah, I wasn't really prepared for that. I don't think anyone is prepared the first time they see it, because I remember when I was in the Donbass in 2015/16, there was a lot of destruction and there was a lot of sorrow and sadness, but it wasn't like piles of bodies in the streets, But I do remember one thing from back then that struck with me. There was an old woman who we were delivering some food, and I could see her coming from her house, and it was difficult for her to walk. So I took the food and I went over to her place and I put it on the table, and she sat down and she just said, "Oh, thank you so much, son. Thank you so much. I just hope the next missile kills me." And I was like 20 years old or 21. Wow. And I came outside, I sat on the steps and I just started crying. I couldn't keep it together. How a person they're so desperate and in such sadness and sorrow from their lives, but this is how they feel. But again, I wasn't experiencing those things myself. I was an outsider. I came and left. Whereas when I went to Irpin, I was already kind of living in much more of a war zone, so to say. Even though I wasn't living in Irpin, I was living in Kyiv, but still, it was pretty dangerous here, relatively dangerous here. And I remember we met a local pastor and we were going around, and there was a lot of dead people everywhere. And we took some photos, we did a news story about it, and then Bucha came out, and that was pretty awful. But it's not the bodies that struck with me, it was what the people said, because you couldn't make that up, how terrified they were. A lot of people refused to be on film because they were so scared the Russians would come back and yeah, they'd kill them basically for it.
So you probably talked to a lot of people like from Bucha and Irpin at this time. What is something that most people aren't aware of that happens there?
Well, if in 2024 you're still not aware of it, I don't know, man.
Like something that's like maybe like lesser known that maybe the public doesn't really know, but maybe Ukrainians know.
I don't know. I think it's like it's pretty well known by now. It's difficult for me to say. I will say, like, I mean, the Russian soldiers, they were just terrorizing everything there. They were really like out for blood in those specific areas. I don't know why there exactly. I don't know. Maybe it was, you know, the specific commanders. Maybe it was the specific soldiers. I don't think there's any rational explanation for the amount of cruelty they inflicted. Maybe it was because they didn't expect to be stopped there.
Yeah.
And they just had this outpouring like, oh, now we're going to kill the civilians we see, pretty much. I don't think there's any rational explanation for it. You maybe as a human being, you want to explain these kind of things and you want to think that there is a reason for it. But I think it's just cruelty and injustice for the sake of it. That's what it was.
Psychopaths, man. Yeah, no empathy.
But I remember one story was struck with me was from Borodyanka. This was a little town also in Kiev region. And we went there and when the Russians were there, they got to the town and they met some resistance. They pulled back and then they had the planes come in and they just bombed the shit out of these houses, of civilian houses. And you could just see, so there's like an apartment block and in the middle where they're supposed to be part of a block, there's just a gaping hole. Like nothing there because they just would drop a bomb on it. And we were speaking to some of the locals there, and I remember what struck with me the most was when one of the men there was saying how they were sitting there under the occupation and they could see all the bodies and the Russians wouldn't let them take the bodies away until they started to stink. And that's when they were like, okay, now you can get rid of them. So they only showed some sense of humanity, you could say, when it suited them. Like, they didn't need to do that, you know. Okay, they killed their own. They could have let the people take the bodies away. No, they wanted to show, they wanted to demonstrate this is what happens.
These are sick people, man.
Yeah, that's pretty messed up.
Yeah, I mean, it's so sick. So I know we got kind of sidetracked with, you know, Bucha and Irpin. It's very interesting to talk about. I hope more people understand kind of the gravity and the reality that was going on there. But yeah, so you were doing photojournalism, and then when did you kind of switch to being a combat medic? Or maybe there's more to we'll get there. Okay. I just try to keep us on track, you know?
Well, we'll get back on it, don't worry. Yeah, so we were doing this, and there was a photo I took. There was a woman who was killed, and she had a keychain of the European Union next to her hand. And published that photo on my Instagram. Yeah, it got big, you know, so to say. And after that, I kind of realized that, like, I probably won't do anything big as a photojournalist in this war than that one shot. I just had this inner conviction that I think I need to change something. I want to do something more. And I think all the stories I had heard and seen from these people, I don't know how to put it, but I realized that there should be more to be done for these people than just tell their stories.
Yeah,
there is more, and there should be more, because it's great to tell a story, but maybe it gets published, maybe it doesn't. Maybe someone sees a photo, maybe they don't. Whereas that person is right in front of you. You can help him right now in that situation, and you can see the direct impact. And I just started feeling that maybe that's a more positive and more meaningful way to impact the situation around me. And at the time, my brother, he was in Severodonetsk. He was doing some volunteering there, and actually, this was exactly 2 years ago, on the 8th of May, I remember, because a lot of people, he asked us to help him with some aid, and we were going to deliver some humanitarian aid. And we drove 2 buses in, and several of the drivers didn't want to go because it was 8th of May, Russian Victory Day. They were scared there was going to be an assault, and there was an assault, but thankfully we got out all right. And that was the first time when I was really like in an active war zone, like with shelling around me. And it was pretty crazy because they had an oil refinery plant and it got blown up, and all the dust from the ground had gotten mixed in with the fumes, and it looked like Afghanistan pretty much. Like everything was yellow. You were just in this yellow hellscape. And that's when I evacuated the first people from my evacuation experience. We met his family and we persuaded them to leave, to go with my brother because he was in charge of the evacuations there. And I got out of there and I realized that, hey, this is what I want to do. I want to evacuate civilians.
So when it comes to like evacuation, you have a van, you go, you find people, put them in a van and just like take them? Is this more or less?
Very roughly.
Roughly,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It depends where you go. So because the evacuation started picking up. I worked with a couple different guys, and then I got my own team together. Social media really helped. Social media played a massive role because we started recording it. People started supporting us. Money was a huge issue because we needed vehicles, we needed fuel, we needed to repair the vehicles constantly, and it all started picking up. Essentially, I had a team of guys, and what we would do, we would go to places on the front line, and we would talk to the people and try to convince them that, hey, we're the good guys. We're not going to kidnap you. We're not going to take away your kids. We're just going to take you to a safe place. We won't leave you in a railway station, at a railway station. We are going to help you with housing. And I'm still in touch with a lot of the people we evacuated. And I did the evacuations went on for a long time, more than a year. We did Solidar, Seversk, Bakhmut. Bakhmut, we did a lot of work, and up till the very end, up till April, basically, before it fell. Yeah, and Chasiv Yar as well. And then the evacuation started drying up, because the front line got more or less stable, and you're going to the same people for the 6th, 7th time.
Yeah, but isn't Chasiv Yar kind of new when it comes to like the front, or has it always been?
It's always been on the front line.
All of a sudden, like it's all over the news now.
Yeah.
I didn't see it on the news like a month ago, but now Chasiv Yar is like everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been on the front line.
Okay.
It's getting shelled and killed. Since the Russians took Bakhmut, the next town after Bakhmut is Chasiv Yar. It's maybe 7 kilometers, 7 kilometers from Bakhmut. So it's the next point. And all the Ukrainian soldiers who were stationed in Bakhmut, they would have like a reserve point in Chasiv Yar. So it was a hot zone. It was an area which the Russians were always out to get. And we were working a lot in Chasiv Yar, and then the evacuations were just drying up. And the guys who were working with me, they started exploring different ventures because, I didn't have work for like 6 people. There was nothing for us to do anymore on the scale that we were used to. We did some water projects. We set up I'm pretty proud of it. We set up a very nice project with supplying water to Chasiv Yar, to the whole city. But unfortunately, our idea was that we would bring in the water, we would set up these water points all across the city, we would coordinate with our volunteers, with the administration. People, so the civilians could always come to get water when they wanted, and they'd see that, hey, we are the good guys, we're helping you, maybe you should leave with us. But that didn't work. They just came, they got the water, and then they were like, yeah, thanks, we're staying here. So it got to the point where there was no more evacuations to be done. And one of the guys who I'd been working with on my team, he had joined Hospitallers, the volunteer medical battalion. And I was always interested in tactical medicine, and I'd taken some courses. So I thought, hey, maybe this is an avenue I should explore. Yeah, and then just one thing led to another. I did the training, I joined the battalion, I did some rotations. And then I joined a different unit, and I've been with them the past 6-8 months probably.
Oh, wow. So you've been to the front line like many times, it sounds like. So I know I asked you about like what is like, some lesser known things about like, Bucha or whatever, but what are some lesser known things about the front line? That people aren't aware of what is going on there like every day. Sure, there's shelling, sure there's deaths, sure there's someone retreating, someone on the offensive. But what is something that is like not talked about that you kind of want to bring up maybe?
I think
maybe some sort of injuries, some weapons that are being used. I don't know, whatever.
I think one thing that is important for a lot of people to understand, especially Westerners, is that, there's a tendency to separate soldiers and civilians, right? But a lot of those soldiers, they were civilians 5 minutes before the war started. They weren't professional, they weren't in the professional military. They had to take up arms to defend their country. So there's really not that much of a difference between them, a part of some level of preparation and equipment they have. Really, it's the same people deep down. And the things they're suffering, it's awful. The amounts of injuries and amputations, the vast majority of injuries you see is all shrapnel. You don't really see that much direct contact with, bullet wounds. It's all shrapnel. And now with the war as it is today, it's all FPV drones. It's terrifying to be outside. It's really scary.
Yeah, this is what Chris was saying as well. He was saying it's so terrifying now with the drones. He's like, I won't even go that close to the front line because these drones scare the hell out of him, he said.
Yeah, because, before with artillery, I don't know how to put it, but it was kind of fun in a way. Like, it was like a roulette. Maybe they hit you, maybe they don't, maybe they get it close. It's down to luck.
Yeah.
With FPVs, it's not down to luck. anywhere you go on the front line,
being watched,
they
yeah.
will have eyes on you,
Yeah.
and there's a high chance they will hit you with an FPV drone if you're moving in a vehicle. It just changed the whole dynamic of the battlefield.
Yeah. And so when you say like FPV, so I saw like a lot of these videos where it's like this drone drop, like these grenade drops. Is it still a thing? I know
Of course.
FPVs are kind of
Yeah.
more common now, it seems like.
It's a bit different. There's different guys operate first-person view drones and
Yeah.
the ones that drop. It's a slightly different set of skills, but yeah, both are popular.
But it's
Obviously,
like-
just with the FPVs, you're more precise because
Yeah.
you're literally maneuvering the drone. You can fly it anywhere you want, and you can hit the target directly. Whereas if you're throwing a bomb from a drone, you might hit the target, you might not hit the target. Wind comes into play, so on and so forth.
I'm like kind of, when it comes to these drones, like these lethal drones, I'm quite illiterate in it. So if a FPV drone, like, do they have like is there a different size of like the grenade or the explosion that is on it, or I don't
Yeah, it
even know how
depends
to
on the
say.
drone.
Yeah, okay, so there's like variation. So if
Sure.
one of these average FPV drones like hits like someone, it just takes them out or disables them.
You're dead.
You're
if that
dead,
hits
okay.
you. Yeah, you're not making it out. Like if it hits anywhere within like 5 meters of you, you're probably gonna die from injuries on the spot because they have a bunch of shrapnel.
Yeah, of course.
If it hits your vehicle, I mean, I know a bunch of guys when they got hit by FPV drones and they survived, and that's just luck because I know some of guys who didn't make it out, unfortunately.
Yeah, and yeah, I want to ask about like cluster bombs, cluster munitions. There's like a lot of that on the front line.
Sure.
Yeah. Like I live in Odessa. So the other day, like last week or something like this, they had this cluster bomb went
Yeah.
off like in Odessa, and I was there like the day after just to kind of check out like kind of the damage, and it's so sick, man. Like that whole area is like shrapnel, like holes like in the asphalt, broken windows everywhere, and there was like where those people died, you could still see like the blood. I don't know, it was like disgusting, man. And like cluster munitions, they're so
Yeah.
deadly and they're so lethal.
And they're so imprecise as well.
Yeah.
There's just somewhere in that area it'll hit.
Yeah, it's, I don't know.
It's a very
I-
dirty way to fight a war, but
Well, especially if you aim it at like civilian areas, like in Odessa.
yeah,
It's like this
that's
is
pretty messed up, eh?
yeah, it's really messed
Doesn't
up.
even
man.
make the news now. Like
Yeah.
in the States, I mean, or whatever. It's just like, yeah, maybe a byline somewhere,
You know,
on the
it's-
4th page or something like that.
no, it's so sick. But so yeah, I want to talk about now, like your daily life, like as a medic. Can you just kind of go into like how do you usually do this? You set up somewhere and then you get ready to go to the front line. You're the front line for like a week or two. You come back, get rotated. Like what's it like?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the type of mission you're on. Usually, I can't go into too much.
Yeah,
like,
don't go into
specific
details, but yeah.
detail. But yeah, like it depends on which line you're working on. If you work on the first line, you're working with a group of guys. You'll be there. Like your first role is always to be like in the infantry. So maybe you are protecting you're still in the infantry, but you just have a bit more medical skills than them. And then like the second line, you'll be working on the evac, which is what I do. And you'll come and you'll collect the guys who have been injured and who have been pulled out a little bit further, maybe, 1 click behind the line, 2 kilometers behind the line. And then you'll take them to, it really depends. The ideal setup is the wounded gets evacuated to a CASEVAC, a casualty evacuation vehicle, which is maybe going to be very lightly armored. And there are going to be some guys there with a decent set of medical skills where they can try and keep them alive, which is my role. And then the next stage is going to be a medevac, which is going to be more like an ambulance style with maybe bloods, whole bloods, plasma, and just a bigger set of equipment. And then the next point will be a stabilization point where there's going to be actual doctors, with kind of degrees in medicine, working on these guys, and then they get taken to a hospital, and that's the ideal chain. Often that doesn't work that way,
Yeah.
Shit goes wrong.
Well, of course.
Very often does.
And when it comes to kind of like the supplies for medics, like how is everything right now? I mean, also you brought up blood and plasma. Like, how important is this? And is there like a shortage of it? Do people need to donate more?
Well, it's more complicated than just people donating blood. It's not really an issue of whole blood availability. It's an issue of skills.
Yeah, I'm ignorant on a lot of things.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but yeah, go ahead and explain, man.
It's really an issue of skills and frameworks, which have to be adapted and which unfortunately take a long time, because we know that the number one way of death prevention in combat casualty is whole blood transfusion. Like if you have a massive bleed, a massive hemorrhage, which is the most likely way someone will die on the battlefield, I think it's more than 70% of the deaths are from massive bleeding. The best way to stop that or to prevent that, to prevent a person going into shock from blood loss, is to give them blood. But it's difficult because you have to preserve blood in a special way. You have to be skilled in transfusing the blood. And actually, my friends at Pulse, the guys whose shirt I'm wearing, they're running a project on blood right now where they're trying to educate more doctors, more combat medics in Ukraine on the way to do it. And they're trying to change a framework together with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Defense to make it more accepted. It's a slow process. It's been going on for a while, and hopefully they get it off the ground. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and also I noticed like lately, especially, there's been a lot of casualties like on the Russian side. Obviously, Ukraine doesn't report it, and that's probably for the better. So I've noticed like these last few days, like 1,300, 1,200, 1,100, like Russian casualties, according to the stats that I see. Is the war kind of like ramping up right now? Are there some major offensives going on, like from the Russian side, or is they using different weapons? Like, is there anything you can tell us here?
Look, I can't really comment on stuff like that because someone puts up one number, someone else puts up a different number. I don't know. I know that they're always assaulting right now. Like we're defending and they're assaulting, and that's what it comes down to. Obviously, when the Russians assault, they're going to have more casualties. The same as if we're assaulting,
yeah,
we'll have more casualties. That's the nature of warfare. They are trying very hard to take Chasiv Yar, and let's hope they don't succeed, because it's going to be bad for Ukraine if they do. And they're advancing from a different direction from Avdiivka, and they're making gains, and it's a difficult situation. But hopefully now, with the US bill finally being passed, the flow of munitions is going to increase, and it's a big moral boost, because, you know, soldiers, they feel that. It's so mentally exhausting. And when you get a little bit of hope from somewhere, it really helps. That's what I can say. It's really mentally difficult a lot of the time.
Well, yeah, I can. It's been delayed for so long, and I'm so ashamed of my country people, you know. But I guess something happened, and Mike Johnson. Are you familiar with American politics? Yeah, something happened, and Mike Johnson just changed his stance, and he decided to put the bill up for a vote. And I can imagine, like, you know, the people like on the front line, because, yeah, I heard it was getting dire. And this is kind of one of the conspiracies, or what people are talking about, on why he decided to switch his stance, because he had Mike Johnson had some intelligence brief saying, like, you know what, stuff could go bad really fast if they don't get this aid.
Yeah. Well, it was so overdue.
Yeah.
How many months did that take?
Since November, this is when they brought the bill that was passed in one of the house, and they brought the bill up, and he didn't want to make a vote on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so bad. I'm so ashamed of my country people. And I've been talking to the last few guests about, you know, Russian propaganda. In the US, it's strong. Yeah, we have like the MAGA crowd, and, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of my guests, was talking saying so many bad things about her. I was like, hilarious the way he was saying it. But anyways, when it comes to kind of, you know, Russian propaganda, do you guys feel it in the UK? I know Boris Johnson, people in Ukraine love Boris Johnson, you know, but people in the UK, they weren't really too fond of him. How is like Russian propaganda?
Boris Johnson, I don't want to get too deep into UK politics. UK politics are a mess, much like the States, politics most places.
But the UK politics affects Ukraine because, like, they're a big contributor to...
No, I mean, the UK is very pro-Ukrainian.
Yeah.
Unlike maybe some European countries where, you know, it's like, maybe it's ambiguous, maybe the Russians aren't that bad. Like in Italy, for example, I know there's a big lobby which is pro-Russian. And it's weird because a lot of those people are actually quite intelligent people from, you know, kind of culture backgrounds, and you see the stuff they're putting out and the views they're advocating, and it does surprise me. In the UK, it's really not like that. Yeah.
So you don't have like a MAGA of the UK, like Make England Great Again? You don't have that?
No, but you have to consider that, you know, since Salisbury, when 2 UK citizens got killed, and one was nearly killed by a Russian botched operation, you know, the UK has been very strong on anti-Russian sentiments, and I can understand it completely. Like, what the hell? You have foreign operatives working in your country, assassinating your citizens with lethal poison. Like, what's going on here, you know?
This happened several times, though, right? It wasn't... Yeah, in the UK.
Yeah, in the UK, it happens a couple times, and all over the world in general. I don't know if you saw recently the Czech Republic, they just published a statement on an explosion that happened 3 years ago, and they've concluded that it's the same people I think there was an explosion next to a military base, and it was the same guys who did the explosion as the guys who did the assassination in the UK, the assassination attempt, which failed, luckily.
I mean, and Russians, they got their hands like in everything. I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy.
No, it's so crazy to me. And I don't know, the Russian propaganda is like so strong. And also, have you heard about the news about, in the Baltic countries, they're starting to put GPS jammers like on the planes. So would you consider this like an act of war maybe? Or is this something that they can just get away with and there's no consequences?
Look, I think you have to understand that Russians have been meddling in European politics and world politics for a long, long time. This isn't something that started just now. They've always had that.
But do you think it's because there's no repercussions? There's like a slap on the wrist, don't do that, bad boy?
I think a lot of I think what Putin has exploited massively is that he sees a weakness on the other side. He's like, those guys are in an electoral democracy. I don't have that issue. I got all the votes all the time whenever I need them, right? Whereas those guys, they're going to be replaced. Maybe I don't like him. In 4 years, there's going to be a new guy. He's going to need votes. I'm going to ramp up the pressure. Prices go up. People can't pay for their bills. We play on that, right?
Yeah.
And it's no secret that they sponsor alternative parties, with fringe views. They'll give them money. Le Pen has been linked with taking money from Russia. Le Pen's very big in France now.
Yeah.
She might win the next election. Who knows? Like, she's been directly linked to having donations from the Russian government.
It's Macron's last term, right?
I think he has to check. I'm not that into French politics. I don't know if he can stay on another time or not. So I have no idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a big thing, and what they just try and do, they just try and destabilize the situation because it works in their advantage. They can exploit it. The way any propaganda works in general, they don't need to give you the truth in any way. They just need to make you doubt the truth, right? Yeah. They just need 1% of chance. So they'll put up 50 different versions of what happened, and maybe one of those versions, it sticks with you, and you think, maybe it might be like that. Who knows? And that's where they get you. As soon as you start doubting the truth.
Yeah, and this is actually what Chris was saying as well. He's like, they're just planting seeds of doubt. He was saying like, maybe you read an article years ago that there's like some Nazis in Ukraine. And then when Putin says one of the reasons why he invaded because of Nazis in Ukraine, then something clicks. Like, I read an article before about Nazis in Ukraine, so it must be true.
100%, right?
Yeah, and this is basically what it is, just planting the seeds.
It just plants a seed. But I also think one thing that maybe especially Westerners, they don't always appreciate is that, the world doesn't end with Western Europe and America. China, India, they're huge players. As long as Russia has them on their side, India not so much, but India isn't opposed to Russia. They're buying so many goods from them. Russia can keep doing this for a long time. And I don't see that changing anytime soon, unfortunately. It's good for China as well, what's happening. Like, the US is tied up in this, the whole of Europe is tied up in it. They benefit from the situation being unstable because they can show instead, hey, look how good we have it here. That's why we need a strong regime so we don't have, that mess like over there.
Yeah, and what is the end game here for Russia? They just take all of Ukraine and then they stop for a bit?
It's like when you're in so deep, you can't get out.
Cost fallacy kind of thing?
I think so. I think at this stage. But also, with the amount of control that they have over society, the Russian government and Russian states, they can put out any version of events and say, well, this is what we were doing. Let's say, I don't know, maybe, God forbid, Ukraine decides to accept that Crimea is Russian and Russians take it. I'm not saying that's going to be a scenario, just as an example. The Russians say, hey, well, look, they've accepted it. That's fine. It was all worth it. We've had hundreds of thousands of soldiers die, but it's okay because we got this. And it doesn't matter what this is, because they can sell you any story. Well, if you being the average Russian citizen.
Yeah. And do you trust like Russia with any sort of like peace agreements?
No.
So
I don't trust the Russian government with anything, and I don't think anyone should.
Okay, and so say if there was...
proved themselves time and time again to be a bunch of mobsters. It's all they do. They just manipulate countries around them and states around them, and they bend them to their will, and they get away with it. Like, how did they even get away with Crimea in 2014? How did they have the Olympics after that? How did they have a World Cup after that? How did so many countries let this happen? And I think Westerners need to be aware of that as well, that they're in part complicit, because they had no issue with that. No one did much. your elected governments didn't do much about the situation when, you were like, the US was a guarantor of a Budapest memorandum.
Yeah.
When Ukraine gave up their nuclear arms. If Ukraine had its nuclear weapons now, Russia wouldn't be doing this. So there is a certain level of responsibility people around the world have to take for this as well.
Yeah, and there was like no retaliation, to Russia besides light sanctions for the invasion of Georgia or the invasion of Crimea,
Yep.
occupation of Crimea. And basically it's just like kicking the can down the road. So they didn't do anything in Crimea, kicked it down the road.
Yeah.
They didn't, now they're not doing anything for like sure they're giving a lot of money, they're putting like harsher sanctions, but in the end of the day, if Russia's still attacking and they're going on offensives, is it really affecting them that much?
You have to realize as well, when we talk about a lot of this money is going straight back into the US economy.
Well, of course,
60 billion for Ukraine. How much of that is going straight into arms manufacturing, which creates jobs and stimulates the economy in the US?
I saw it's like 80 or 90% is going back into the US economy,
Exactly.
and the rest, the small amount is just cash in hand,
So, it's difficult to say what the outcome will be. Obviously, I hope that Ukraine is going to come to a victory, whatever that victory may be. But until the world realizes that this is not a regime with which you can make any sort of agreement and count on it lasting, and you can't just pass this down to the next election because you don't want, you're scared about losing your votes. You can't keep doing this. These are people's lives at stake. Like, Ukraine isn't just fighting for itself. It's fighting essentially. Like, I lived in Russia. I've seen what the state is. My friends were in prison there. My family's been affected. I've seen it firsthand. It's not a good place. You don't want the world to be like Russia. If they come out on top, that sends the trajectory of the world in just a downward spiral. What values and what example do we show to future generations and the world after us if we let this happen? I don't know. Well, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm doing this.
Yeah, and no, it's very honorable of you, man. It takes a lot of bravery to do that. No respect, like a lot of respect. But when it comes to, because the reason why the West or the US or the allies don't want to get involved is the N-word, like nukes. So Russia, for example, Russia is losing the Ukraine's going on offensive. Russia is retreating back to kind of the borders, and all of a sudden Crimea is lost. Russia threatens with nukes. How do you feel about this?
I'm not gonna make any geopolitical predictions of.
Yeah, I'm doing like if my grandma had wheels, she'd bicycle kind of situation. But
I don't think history allows for ifs and buts and maybes. We have absolutes. We know what is happening. We don't know what might happen. We can't play out reality and essentially play with people's lives on the basis of what if that happens. We have a concrete situation. People in Ukraine are paying a very heavy price for the West in action. And I think also, it's hard to say, but I think a lot of Western actors are benefiting from this situation as well. Because, hey, they get to test a bunch of their weapons. They get to keep Ukraine right where they want it. The Ukrainian soldiers are dying. Ukrainian civilians are dying. What about their citizens? Their citizens aren't suffering. On the other hand, Russia is getting weaker. Like, even though Russia can sustain us for a long time, it is a strain. Who's the main enemy of the United States historically? It's Russia/Soviet Union, right? Yeah. So does the Soviet Union benefit from this? Yeah, they're making an investment into the Russians getting weaker without provoking them too much into a direct confrontation. So if you want to be a cynic about the world and look at it cynically, you could say that there is a certain interest in things dragging on like this for as long as possible. And unfortunately, as the years go on and I spend more in Ukraine, I become more and more cynical. So
you think it's going to be a long war of attrition, I guess. It's been 2 years.
A long war already, eh?
Yeah, it's been 2 years already. Yeah. But I mean, you've lived in Russia a long time. How long do you think the Russian people can stand for? Like, I don't know, what is it? I know the casualty count, it could be different, but I saw like casualties, was it 300,000-400,000? Something like this?
Well, there's a lot of people in Russia, there's 100 and.
But where do you think they would draw the line, or do you think there would be no line ever?
I don't think I will draw the line.
They'll just be like, okay, there's like society 5 of us left.
Society has accepted this, right?
Okay.
It's like a social contract of terms, a really fucked up one, but that's the one it is. the state says, we protect you from the Nazis, which is why your brother, your son, or you have to go fight. Sorry. Okay, well, we're fighting the Nazis, you know.
Yeah.
They might not be Nazis, but it's easier we believe in that than we believe in the alternative, that actually we fucked up our own country for so many years. But also, like...
But they're having a demographic problem in Russia.
Yeah, they had for a long time.
And they're making it like a lot worse. Do they not think about like the future? Who's going to work these jobs to support the older generation when they retire? I don't know.
When you say they, who exactly do you mean? The grandma living in a village in the middle of nowhere? Her son, you know, who doesn't really have a bright future ahead of him? Of course, yes, there are... In the major cities, there is discontent. There has been from the start. But you have to realize the security apparatus is so strong. I think every 8th male in Russia is in the security, is in some version of the police, you know, be that National Guard, police, military, etc. All those people directly benefit from this situation, right? They're getting paid to enforce, you know, the state's vision of society. So while there is some... The example with my mother in the poster, why do they care about that? That might inspire other people. That's why they crack down on it.
Yeah.
They don't want anyone to believe that there is a possibility of anything else. And at some point, people stop. Let's look at North Korea. Do we expect the North Koreans to rise up against their totalitarian regime because they're sending nukes? They're promising to send nukes to South Korea. No, we don't. We don't have that expectation.
Yeah, but like you said right now, you know, your mom, like why they put her in jail because it could inspire other people.
Yeah.
And this to me just sums up the reason why they kind of are invading Ukraine, because Ukraine was starting to be prosperous. I've been living here since 2015, and the tech scene was growing. A lot of, you know, startup companies were coming from here, you know, Grammarly, Preply, and it was, I don't know, it was so special. It was like watching, you know, Silicon Valley, you know, from the very early years, and you know, people were living very well, especially like in the cities. And I guess, like, you know, if Russian people start to see like the contrast of their life versus their neighbor's life, which is supposed to be a lot worse than them, like a little brother, if they start to see that, then they're going to start questioning their own governments, and they can't let that happen. So it's basically like putting your mom in jail, putting Ukraine in war. They can't inspire people.
Like, they're so... If you look historically at the world, what does any regime, any authoritarian dictatorial regime do when it's any type of trouble? It launches a war. It's easy to unite the people around it. This isn't like a Russia phenomenon. This is just people in general. The vast majority of people are sheep that are led. I don't mean this in a... Well, it does sound bad, but it is what it is, you know? Most of the people in the world, they're not doers, right? They're just stand-byers. Like, oh, the wind blows this way, the wind blows that way. We go with the wind because it's the safe option. And that's what they play on, you know? They know that as soon as you reduce the active percentage of a population to, you know, less than 5%, 3%, you're safe. Nothing else is going to happen, because the rest of the people, they might not support you that much, but you don't need them. You just need them to stand by. That's all you need. And that's how it has been historically. And then you sell people an idea. And I think what they've done very successfully is they've taken narratives from the Soviet Union and tropes about the greatness of, you know, Russia, how it's exemplary, how it has its own way, which is super unique. It's not Europe, it's not Asia, it's Russia. It's just on its own. And people buy into that. And as part of that uniqueness, it's us against the world. You know, look at us. We're the only ones fighting the whole world. Look, America, France, Germany, they're all sending weapons. Look, we're protecting ourselves. And then you have religion that ties into it with Russian Orthodox Church, which supports the president. They're like, you know...
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
one and the same,
Literally.
Yeah.
And again, people want to be led to something. And unfortunately, they're led in a very negative direction. Might that change? Yes. Might it change soon? I don't know. I will tell you, my mum, she lived in Moscow, well, and abroad in the 90s. And she saw massive change in like social conscience. There was... millions of people in 91. There was millions of people outside protesting. Where did all those people go? Are they going to come back? Probably. Do the circumstances have to change? Definitely. When's that's going to happen? I don't know.
So the future of Russia, where do you see the future of Russia in like 10, 20 years? Like, in order for, in an ideal world, where do you see, like, what do you see the future is of Russia?
In an ideal world?
Yeah, is it balkanized? Is it still Russia, just
in an ideal world,
demilitarized? I don't know. In an ideal world.
Well, in an ideal world, there's a change of a regime. You know, there's a democratic regime. Russians go through some kind of re-education course where, you know, the vast majority of the
Do we need to split
population-
up the country though, or does the country need to be split up into?
Why? Well, no, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think they should just be left alone, but like hopefully they just resolve all their own stuff and they leave the whole world alone. But it's such a difficult process. I don't think it's a 10, 20-year process, you know? Like, you look at Nazi Germany. Even today, there's people in Germany who support those kind of views, right? There's like the AfD. They're pretty far right. How are they getting this many votes? 75, whatever years later, 80 years later. I think it's going to be a very long process in Russia, because if you look at yourself and you look in the mirror and you say, I'm a Nazi, or you go and say, hey, actually,
I would never say that.
well,
I'm
not,
joking.
or you look at your neighbors and say they're the Nazis. Which one's easier to go with? Obviously, it's easier to say, hey, it's them.
Yeah, of course,
right?
of course.
Anyone is more inclined to do that who doesn't have a particularly high sense of critical conscience, and most people, unfortunately, don't. So, yeah. In an ideal world, there's a democratic government, and, you know, all the political prisoners are let free. Russia pays reparations to Ukraine, gives Crimea back, you know, gives all the Donbass back, apologizes profusely, and, you know, pays their sins for centuries to come.
So basically, it's
But we
like,
don't live in an ideal world.
well, no, it's true. It's true. I just wanted to get your take on what this ideal world would be.
So the last couple of months, I've been in rehabilitation with. I messed up my shoulder pretty bad on a mission, and I just wanted to talk about how mentally difficult it has been for me personally, even though like I still have most of the movements in my arm. But I just realized what the guys with amputations must be going through, because 6 weeks I walked around with like a cast like this. I couldn't do anything, but I had the mental idea, hey, I'm going to get my arm back. And now I'm restoring the movement. I feel better. I feel stronger. Damn, those young guys who will never have a leg again,
Yeah.
never have an arm again.
And since you brought this up, one of my previous guests, he was saying Ukraine is horrible for disabled people. They don't really have the infrastructure for it.
No.
It's getting better. I can see over the last couple of years, few years, but it's still not where it needs to be, especially, you know, as this war goes on. There's a lot of disabled people, like you say.
Yeah. I saw a very sad article in, I think it was the New York Times, about the Ukrainian soldiers who will never see their children because they lost their eyesight during the war. Imagine that. And
Yeah.
a lot of these guys are so young. Yeah, it's really tough. It just, like, my situation with my injury made me really empathize and understand the amount of mental stress. And I can't even compare what I'm going through to that. It's like no more than 1% in comparison. But it's been challenging for me mentally. And I think, damn, what about those guys? How do they manage it? They're fucking titans, man. Unreal. To be able to losing a limb, losing your eyesight, whatever, and coming back to normal life, obviously with some restrictions, like, hats off, man. If somebody
Yeah.
could do that, they're a hero. All
Yeah.
those guys.
Yeah, I'll tell you like a quick story. So it was about a year and a half ago, like the first winter after the invasion, and I was in Kyiv, and it was like blackouts. So I was like just at this bar before I went home, and there was this guy holding a sign, and it was just like a random day. There wasn't like a protest. It was nothing. But he was like in the bar, just like holding the sign, like having a drink. And I was like a couple words on the sign I wasn't familiar with, so I asked him like, you know, Russian, like, what does your sign say? Can you explain it? I don't really understand this. And then he tells me, and so apparently he's like, yeah, my friend he's like, I was in the military. My friend today, he died, and I was so upset, and I didn't know what to do, so I just created a sign. I just wanted to show people, like, it said something about like, you know, Russia is killing us, something like this. I don't remember exactly what it said. And then he was like telling me, he was like getting kind of like emotional because it was like really heartfelt for him, because it was like I don't know, people in the military, I feel like they're very close, you know, especially if you're one group or something like this. It's like, you know, family. And then after we're talking, he like lifts up his pant leg and he's missing a foot, and he just has like some prosthetic like right here, and he can't really walk too well. And it's so sad because he got injured. Apparently, he was telling me he got injured, foot, leg, lower part of his leg blown off, and then he had to kind of leave. And then like weeks later or a month later, this is when his mate died. And I don't know, it's like so much tragedy.
Yeah, and I think also tragedy and guilt, they all tie into that, because I think a lot of people in society, they'll feel guilty in front of the soldiers for it not being them. It's like subconscious.
Yeah,
You
survivor's
try-
guilt. Yeah,
You try and put on a brave face, but you still feel it, you know. I've had friends who died. I had friends who died on missions where I sent them, and that's something I have to live with.
Wow.
It's not an easy thing to live with. You have to make your peace with it because you have to keep living, and there's no other way about it. But it is tough, and I think this is going to be a massive issue in Ukrainian society going forwards. There's so many divisions around that. I mean, you just look at the states after the Vietnam War. Obviously, like you're too young for that, but I'm sure your parents know.
How old do you think I am?
I don't know, 38.
I'm
maybe?
35. Okay.
Ah.
Okay.
Yeah, but so maybe your parents, back in the times of the Vietnam War when those guys came back, they weren't really. I think things are changing now with the U.S. military. Since Afghanistan, Iraq, etc., etc. You might not agree with the goals of those wars, but the fact is that those guys need support, and the guys in Ukraine and the women, everyone, they're going to need a massive amount of support going forwards. Is society ready for that here? I'm not sure. Is that a question for today? Maybe not, but you got to plant the seeds of those answers now to hopefully reach.
Well, you had a
conclusion.
guest before. I don't know if you know this guy. He's from Denmark. His name is Michael Colville Anderson. So basically, he's an urban planner. And so he came to Ukraine just to kind of, help with, the soldiers coming back from war. They're going to be traumatized mentally. So right now I'm going to do this weekend, actually. I'm volunteering some of my time to help with this project. So basically he's building a therapy garden, like in Podil area or something like this. And yeah, because he wants to have this space, for soldiers to come, because they're going to be traumatized. There's going to be a lot of people like messed up in the head, PTSD, whatever. Yeah. And he's trying to start planting the seeds, if you will, so people can understand how important mental health is and how they can kind of treat themselves, once they come back. Because if you do it after the war's over, it'll be too late. You have to start doing it now so people kind of get adjusted to it. And so every weekend he has volunteers and he goes there as well. And he kind of creates these spaces, for these people to come to that helps them relax their mind. And
also mental health is so stigmatized. I think
in Ukraine, I feel like
in Ukraine, I mean, in the world in general, there's questions, but obviously, I can say in the UK, situation isn't that bad. People talk, there's psychological support. I think the more east you move, I don't know why. Is it kind of the more masculine mentality?
I was about to say it's like more
stereotype of being a strong man.
Guys have to have strong minds, strong muscles, like all this.
I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with that, but it's definitely not. It's changing in Ukraine. I can see it a lot. There's a lot of support, and I think people talking about it really helps. In general, sharing their experience and saying, "Hey, it's okay to struggle sometimes. We all struggle." But a lot of these guys, women in the military, they're going to come back to their families, and it's going to be very difficult because their families see them as that guy who left 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever. When they come back, it's not the same person.
Yeah.
Whereas the expectations are of that person who was. How do you help society adjust? How do you help those people to reconcile? I don't know. It's a big issue.
Well, it's going to be like a huge issue, at the end of the war, I think. And also they need to like I told you before, they need to update their infrastructure here because it's not good at all for if you're an invalid.
And even you have to understand, these guys are all doing something worthwhile and important. They might have issues, they might have, shitty commanders, whatever, but they know they're part of something that's bigger than them, that gives them a purpose. They might not always want to do it, but they're doing it.
Yeah.
Then they come back. Who are they now? You go from hero to zero. I myself find myself struggling. What do? I go to PT 5 times a week. Outside of that, what do I do in civilian life? I'm so kind of accustomed to a different lifestyle that it's difficult for me always to kind of fit in.
Yeah.
And I would say I'm doing fundamentally way better than a lot of those dudes with way more traumatic experience. I can't really even honestly compare, but I can look at that and I can say those guys are going to struggle. You will struggle. What do you do? How do you adapt those guys with those skill sets? Who do they become? Security guards? Because that's what a lot of guys end up as right now. No one really wants to take them, and it's tough.
I mean, you have to. Yeah, I don't know. It's really tough. I can only think of a handful of countries that really kind of have developed maybe social safety nets and programs for these kind of people. And unfortunately, Ukraine is not on that list of countries I can think of that has this. And, after the war, there's going to be so many problems that Ukraine has to solve, whether it's rebuilding cities, I don't know, relocating people. I don't know but yeah, it's
Well,
gonna
that's
be
a
like
question
a big
for
mess.
another day. Thankfully,
Yeah.
well, not thankfully, we kind of got our hands full as it is.
Well, of course, of course.
Yeah,
But yeah, do you have anything else to say? Maybe I can. Yeah,
I
we're
think
like
that's about it.
at time. So I'll tell you what, Iggy, why don't you plug your socials, or if you have any kind of charities or anything you want to plug here, look at that camera and yeah.
But yeah, guys, well, if you're interested in following my work and what I do in Ukraine, follow me on Instagram. It's my last name at Ivlev York. And also, I want to mention my friends at Pulse. These guys, they're a charity that's trained more than 27,000 soldiers in Ukraine since the start of the full-scale invasion. They've been active since 2014 as well. They do amazing projects. They train everyone for free, all the military. They have a program for civilians as well. Now they're doing these blood transfusions. So if you're looking for someone to support, Pulse are pretty cool. And yeah, help Ukraine, because in the end, you're helping yourself.
And,
You don't want to be fighting out here. You don't want to be fighting anyone.
we don't want you to fight either, man. But it's what you need to do for the country, right?
Yeah, everyone does their bit, in a sense. Well, does everyone do their bit?
Some more than others, I'll say.
It's ambiguous.
Yeah, but okay, so that's
One thing I
Oh,
did
you're
want to
right.
add.
Yeah.
I can just say about myself personally, it's been a massive honor and a privilege to be in Ukraine and to have a positive impact on people around me and on the situation. Like, I really cherish my experiences here. It's been, I want to say it's been incredible. It hasn't been incredible because that's too positive a word, but I'm very grateful for the opportunity to have helped these people. I'm not grateful for this opportunity to have arisen in my life because it comes with a lot of people suffering, but I'm very lucky to have been able to help people. And it's unfortunate with my injury, I can't do it right now, but hopefully, we get back to doing good work and helping people around us and just moving this world in a positive direction.
Well, the country, and I'm sure the people that you helped out, very grateful, man. Like I just met you, and what you're doing is so much more than I can ever do, man. It requires a lot of courageousness, bravery, and you have all of these, man. So continue to do what you're doing. Like you're one of the people that makes Ukraine a better place. So just keep it up,
Appreciate
man.
that.
Yeah, no
But
problem.
I think everyone can do it if you just show some kindness to people around you, a bit of humanity at the end of the day. It goes a long way.
Of
Small
course.
things in everyday lives, not necessarily even in Ukraine. I think it helps if we just try to be a positive change on the world around us. We become better people ourselves, and the world becomes a better place.
Totally, man.
So maybe I'm not so cynical after all, right?
Yeah, I mean, you started off cynical, but now things are getting a lot better, man.
Yeah.
The sun's coming out.
It's not all dark.
Yeah, exactly, man. But anyways, thanks for watching this episode of the podcast, Expats in Ukraine. If you like this episode, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, leave a comment if you want to chit chat with us. And be sure to follow Iggy on his social media as well as Pulse. Support that, and we'll leave like a little link below if Iggy provides us with one.
Sure.
So anyways, if you want to follow me, Corrie.ua on all social medias. Thanks for the cast. Thank you, Iggy, for coming out. And what I like to do at the end of the cast is shake your hands.
Sure.
All right, thanks for coming out, man. It's been a pleasure. Cheers, man. Welcome to another episode of Expats in Ukraine, brought to you by Gaze Media, Gaze Media. And my next guest is Rima. She's a medic. She's a civilian volunteer. She's from America, my home country. She's also Lithuanian, and I love that country as well. And usually I like to introduce the guest, have Rima tell me a bit about herself and why she's in Ukraine. But I'm going to start this episode a bit differently. I want to do like an icebreaker. Are you ready for this, Rima?
Absolutely.
Okay, icebreaker. You have to pick this or that. Okay.
Oh, boy.
So White Sox or Cubs?
Oh, White Sox.
White Sox. Okay, yeah.
Southside
Rima's from
girl.
Chicago.
Yeah,
So.
Southside girl.
Okay, Vishnivka or Malort?
Oh, Vishnivka. Never Malort.
Malort is a Chicago liqueur, right?
Well, I wouldn't even. It's gasoline in a bottle that smells like burning tires. I don't even. I think that gives liquor a bad name.
Yeah, the first time I was in Chicago, my friends were like, "You have to try Malort." I tried it, it's never again.
It's a hazing ritual. We do it because we want to make sure either the new guys get hazed in or we just don't like you.
Yeah. No, it's definitely something else. If you're in Chicago, try Malort. So, green borscht or red borscht?
Red.
Red. Okay, I'm a big fan of green. I'm sorry. Okay, and last question: Chicago or Kyiv?
Ooh. Well. Kyiv.
Kyiv. Okay, me too.
Although I will say, Chicago has a pretty sizable Ukrainian community, and there definitely is a little Ukraine area. So we've hung around there a lot and stuff. So sometimes it feels like being in Kyiv a little bit.
Yeah, it's Logan Square, right?
That area, more towards the north, yeah.
Okay.
You know, you'll have like, there's the restaurant, Trizub,
Trizub,
great
yeah.
food, yeah.
Yeah, when I was in Chicago, I went to kind of like this Logan Square. There was like Orthodox churches and stuff like this, and it was very
Yeah,
Ukrainian. Yeah, I thought it was like
definitely.
super interesting.
Oh, yeah.
But okay, so since we have the icebreaker out of the way, I feel like we're kind of more friendly now. Why don't you tell me why you're in Ukraine? Because I feel like you probably get asked this a lot. I know I do.
Well, so I think we have to go back a little bit, and by a little bit, I mean 10 years. So when Russia invaded Crimea, we kind of started to kickstart a little bit in the United States to do advocacy work in Washington, D.C. A bunch of us Ukrainians, definitely went to talk to congressional members. We also protested in front of the Russian embassy. So I'm pretty sure that's their file started at that point on me.
Yeah.
But, we started on the advocacy side. It wasn't so much of the same involvement as it is on the full scale now, but it never really left. So one of the other things I did as a Lithuanian, we helped, plan protests against Russian occupation. We did those in Chicago. We also would continue to support Ukraine during our Baltic advocacy days in Washington, D.C. So we would, talk about how Ukraine needed things and, we needed to help them and that Russia's invasion was wrong. And then just fast forward to February. I mean, I'm a political scientist by education. So a lot of us had kind of been watching what was going on already, like the rumblings on Twitter, and kind of saw the writing on the wall. So and once it happened, I think I didn't sleep for 3 days, just watching everything and trying to figure out what to do, and immediately hopped into the humanitarian assistance side of things as a Rotarian. So I was part of the disaster relief part of Rotary International in my district. And we mobilized everybody to start getting humanitarian aid, clothes, food, all of it. Worked in warehouses every day that I wasn't working. I would get off of work and go straight to the warehouse, or I would have my days off, just were at the warehouse, weekends at the warehouse, packing as much as we could. And then in May, I made the decision to quit my job and run Blue Yellow USA as managing director to help bring in non-lethal military aid into Ukraine, and did that until about June of last year. And we brought in about $1 million worth of non-lethal aid into Ukraine for the military, drones, uniforms, medical aid, you name it, we brought it in, and they're still doing that. So that's kind of the context. And then I'd already started talking to medics in Ukraine, and I also knew there was a shortage. And so I had made the decision to go and seek out medic training. Started doing that, started formal training last September, trained at Tier 4 combat paramedic level, and now I teach tactical medicine as well.
Oh, wow.
So it's been, and I have some field experience also, but teaching has been very good for us because it's very rewarding to be able to help Ukrainian military learn not only how to save their own lives, but also the lives of their unit mates as well. So that's kind of the long story, kind of short, of why I'm here.
Okay, so what I know about you, you're from the U.S., you have Lithuanian roots.
Yes.
But why do you feel this passion to come help Ukraine?
So
do you have any connections to Ukraine?
I do. I have some. So my great-grandmother was born in Dnipro, but my family is majority Lithuanian, and I was raised in a Lithuanian house. So and my grandparents are war refugees from Russian occupation.
Oh, wow.
So we have that generational trauma that we deal with. And, I also, in my political science studies, wrote all my papers on, Russian imperialistic tactics and, following the line of, what Putin was trying to do or aiming to do. So I have a lot of understanding of how it works, and then just what my family went through. If I had only a small portion of my family that was able to escape, the rest were either murdered or sent to Siberia under Soviet occupation. So we, and then put in the American part of it, where we always are big proponents of freedom and democracy, and we fought for the freedom of others and also for democracy in other places. And I would say that fighting for freedom is never wrong. So that also draws me here. Nobody gets to walk into a country that's not theirs and say, I'm taking everything you have and I'm going to murder everybody while I'm at it.
Yeah.
So it's a very strong pull in every direction, not just Lithuanian, but American, both sides pull for me to be here.
Well, yeah, to me, this war is it's a clear, who's bad and who's good, who's imperialistic and who's just trying to defend themselves.
Yeah.
And what I feel Ukraine needs all the supports they can get.
Absolutely.
And people like you, when you come here to kind of just change your whole life just to help Ukraine, it's super inspiring.
Yeah.
And sometimes I wish I can do more. I wish I had some skills to do more, but I'm trying my best doing what I do. donating
think
and all this.
I would never and I would never say to downplay anything, because everything adds up. Even if you think you're not doing enough, you're doing so much by even just having the thought to do it, and also executing those thoughts by bringing more, spotlight on Ukraine, making sure people don't forget. Your platform is amazing. You're giving everybody a lot of things to look at about Ukraine, an inside look, and I think that's really important. So from my perspective, you're doing a lot, and I appreciate what you do. But this is a lot that I also I say this to everybody who feels like they're not doing enough. Many drops in that bucket will eventually fill it. If we say, I'm not doing enough, or it's not enough, or I could do more, maybe, if you could. But what you're doing already builds a foundation. I just tell people, don't quit, because you're on the right track.
Well, thanks, Rima. You make me feel a lot better about what I do. I'm going to cry.
You're doing good. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's okay.
And I'll have to redo my makeup.
Oh, no.
Okay, so let's talk about life in Ukraine. So how does your family feel that you're putting your life in danger, being in a country like Ukraine? Because, more or less, there's some regions that are safer than others. But in general, what you're doing, you're kind of putting your life at risk. How does your family feel about this?
Well, so funny story. The first time I ever went into Ukraine, I didn't tell my family. I was already working for Blue Yellow, and I knew it was going to be like a very intense 4-day trip. And it was during the counteroffensive in Kharkiv, and boy, was it intense. We were, first night was at like a base camp with one of the brigades. And I just remember in this tiny 1-person tent, HIMARS flying over my head, and I'm sitting there going, is this real life, or am I in a movie? And then it was the same thing in Kharkiv. We were about a kilometer and a half off the front. We were real close.
Wow.
We got really close, and we got to interview a brigade, a territorial defense brigade that was there fighting, and that was a huge deal. And I also was able to talk to members of that brigade to know what they needed. So that was my first time going in, and it was intense. I did not sleep for 4 days. And then after that, I finally told my family, hey, I'm going to go in, and I'm going to, I'm going to do deliveries, in person. We're going to, bring the stuff into these units where they're at. We didn't shy away from going closer to the hotter areas. I'm not irresponsible enough to ever go anywhere too close to the zero as a civilian, because that's wrong. You just don't do that. Because it puts everybody else in danger too. But, my family, because they're Lithuanian, they understand why. They understand why I'm here. They're scared, obviously, every day, but they get it. And, I lived in Kharkiv for a long time. I love Kharkiv.
Kharkiv before the full-scale invasion?
Well, no, this is when I got here. So,
wow.
I based myself in the East.
Okay.
I liked Kharkiv. I still do. I'm still sad I can't live there right now, because there's a lot going on, and I'm teaching at the moment. But, at the end of the day, they understand, but they also know I'm really stubborn and pig-headed, and I'm going to do it anyway. So they're like, all right, we don't like it. We don't like that you're not safe, but we support you. So
yeah. I know you kind of basically hit the ground running when you came to Ukraine, to help and support. But did you have any problems assimilating? Because you were telling me you kind of know a little bit of the language. So, when it comes to Ukraine, English is not, it's not very well spoken here, to say the least. So how do you assimilate?
I was very lucky that we had really good people attached to our organization that could act as interpreters, translators, and helped me to get acclimated, and also to kind of understand the culture around me. I mean, I'm Eastern European, so I won't say it's the exact same as Lithuanian culture, but there are similarities. So I kind of understood certain things, if you're invited to somebody's house, especially anyone who's a grandmother, you will eat, and it doesn't matter how much you eat, and it doesn't matter if your stomach hurts, you're still going to accept the hospitality. It's a very Eastern European thing. So that's, I think, why it wasn't as difficult for me to assimilate. And I'm also being an extremely independent person, I will find a way to figure it out. But it wasn't too bad. Anybody who comes here on their own individually, I think it's a lot harder, especially if they're not with an NGO. So we kind of hope that they'll reach out to different Western NGOs and volunteer corps that can help them get acclimated and settled and things like that. So yeah.
Well, speaking of people that come to visit Ukraine on their own, how do you feel about foreigners visiting Ukraine, whether it's war tourism, whether it's to help? What is your opinion on this? Is it the right time to visit Ukraine, you think?
I despise war tourism.
Yeah.
I think it just creates more problems, and I don't respect anybody who comes in to, gawk at. It's essentially voyeurism.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, let me just get a bird's eye view into people's suffering. I don't like that. If you want to come to Ukraine, obviously I don't have anything against tourism. Is it the right time? Not really, but Lviv and Kyiv are fine for tourism, and obviously life goes on.
Yeah.
Despite somebody actively trying to kill you 24/7, you still have to live some semblance of a life. So I understand if there's tourism in Kyiv and Lviv, but like I don't respect war tourism. I think if people are coming in to volunteer, understand that we're at a point in the war where anything less than, I would say, I've heard a month, but I would even say 3 months is not worth it, because you have to get acclimated. You have to get, comfortable with the team you're working with, whatever you end up doing, whether it's volunteering or what. 2 weeks, it doesn't really work.
Yeah.
It doesn't work anymore. We're not at the beginning of the war. We need people that are fully committed, that are going to be here for the long haul.
Yeah, and like I was telling you backstage, all of these people that I met, especially you, it's very inspiring, and you basically, change your whole life around. Your whole life asked you what you're going to do this summer backstage, and you're like, oh, I'm going to be training people, I'm going to be doing this, I'm going to be helping this Ukraine this way, and it's so like, wow, like you didn't even think about like taking a vacation, you didn't think about any of this, and I feel like it's so inspiring because people give their whole life to it. It's not just like you said, like 2 weeks, 3 months. It's like basically your whole life. This is.
Yeah, I think the reason for me too is like so many of my friends are in the military, and like they all need help all the time, and they're doing the hard job. They're fighting for us. They're putting their lives on the line. So when the word vacation doesn't even cross my mind usually, because it's like I still have work to do. Like there are still soldiers to train, or even civilians to train in bleed stop. I do that as well. Like, I mean, there's always work to do. And while I do understand that eventually I will have to take a break, I try not to think about it, because it's just not the right time. Whether it's me taking additional courses to become a better medic, or working harder to, make sure my students have the best experience possible and understand what they're learning, that's what I'm focused on. Like, it's more that than anything else.
Okay.
So.
And you've been in Ukraine for like a little over 2 years now, right?
I started coming in September of 22, and that was still back and forth, because the Blue Yellow USA was US based, so I was still going back and forth. I started full time last February.
Okay. And my question is, what are the big differences between Ukraine and the US, and what is Ukraine doing right that the US can work on?
Culturally?
Anything.
Or
Culturally,
anything? I mean, I think
technologically.
Obviously Ukraine is right now in a fight for its life. It's a little bit different because the US doesn't have like a major conflict that it's in. So I think it's hard to make that comparison. I do think that the US and parts of our population could maybe do better about learning their history and understanding that fighting for freedom and democracy is never bad, and that they probably should really research Russia before they make any sort of judgment calls about whether Russia is a good place or not. I do wish that we would have less infighting in Congress about helping Ukraine. I fundamentally don't understand it. You hear these arguments, my tax dollars. It like amounts to like something ridiculous, like 14 or 15 bucks. Skip the drive-through.
Yeah.
I mean, it's if you're gonna cause that kind of squabbling over so little money, that that the priorities aren't straight, and I think it's hard because we get the argument about America first, but a lot of those people who argue about America first, we're not putting America first in the first place before the conflict. So I find that argument rather hollow.
Yeah.
I think we could do better supporting our allies, and also just remembering that we are supposed to be fighting for freedom and democracy, and that's part of our values as America, and Ukraine is doing what it can to protect its own democracy and its own freedom, and we could probably take a few lessons from that.
Well, of course. And you talked about like, political, infighting in our politics. And it seems like the Republican Party, they made like a big shift, from hating Russia and, Cold War and all of this. And now it seems like they're kind of complacent at best.
Yeah.
And they're openly spewing Russian propaganda at worst.
It's hard to say, because I myself am conservative, and it's hard to watch what's going on in the Republican Party because it's not a party that I recognize anymore. I know that there are some that are actually on the side of Ukraine and do support Ukraine. Unfortunately, it's always the loud minority that is the biggest problem. I don't understand what's happening with the Republican Party. Like I said, it's really no longer a party that I recognize. I'm pretty sure that Ronald Reagan is rolling in his grave right now.
Yep.
You know, partnership with Russia is not something that any Republican has ever advocated in the past. And understanding, and if it's about things like anti-wokeism and that, you know, Russia is anti-woke. Russia doesn't even have freedom of speech. If you talk against the government, you die. Like
Yeah.
or you disappear. Nobody knows what happens to you, or you sit in a prison for the rest of your life.
Well, tell me you saw that Tucker Carlson interview with Putin, right?
I tried not to watch it too much because, you know, I try to save my nausea for other things. Like, you know, it's one of those, like, or my sanity, I should say.
Yeah.
Like, if I had to sit through that whole interview, I probably would have been just nauseous the entire time.
Yeah, I watched like the first couple minutes and I just wanted to kill myself.
Yeah,
I was like,
you just have to turn it off.
Yeah,
Like, I
exactly.
couldn't do it. My friends back home are like, "Did you watch it?" I'm like, absolutely not. Not to mention that I find Tucker Carlson to be a traitor against American values. So that's just like,
I know, but he had such a big following too. Like, yeah, on
Right.
Fox, everyone used to watch. Like, that was like one of their most watched kind of like segments, I guess. And then
Yeah.
now he's like on Twitter, and he has like his own
he has
platform
a
there.
channel on Russian television now.
Oh wow, I didn't
Who
know
saw
about
that coming?
Yeah, of course, of course. I mean,
I don't know. It is what it is. Like, it's hard to watch sometimes, and it's also hard to understand. Like, there is no freedom of anything in Russia. You know, America has freedom of speech. No other country really has that. And, like, you know, you can say whatever the hell you want, and nobody's going to throw you in jail. Nobody's going to disappear you. You're not going to get poisoned. Like, nobody's going to shoot you in the middle of the street. It doesn't happen. Okay, maybe the last one.
yeah, I was gonna say.
I was gonna
I
say,
don't want
maybe
to cut you off.
maybe the
Maybe they'll
last one's
shoot
a
you in
little
the
bit of-
street.
yeah,
But
okay.
it won't be the government. It'll just be some guy that just had
Okay.
enough of your lip.
Yeah, but you know, that's where I'm at with that one.
Yeah. Okay, and now I want to kind of talk about what you do as a medic.
Mm-hmm.
So before that, though, I asked you if this is like a normal question. Like, what is your call sign?
Oh,
Yeah.
my call sign is Stitch.
Stitch,
Like
okay.
the little blue alien from Lilo
Okay,
and
yeah,
Stitch.
from Lilo and Stitch, yeah. So does it have something to do with stitches as well? Or
That's part of it, but
Okay.
also my friends have nicknamed me as violently adorable, so that's kind of how that was.
But how do
born.
you get a call sign? Just you
It's
go to
given
training
It's given
and
to you. Like, I mean, you know, it's even happened in some of the circumstances being on the humanitarian side. Like, you know, if we did a lot of deliveries to, you know, the front or something, or close to the front, you know, we'd use call signs. At one point or another, it gets, you know, bestowed on you. I've been called Battle Blonde as well, which I didn't care for.
Yeah.
You know, which it was funny, but it's just not my favorite nickname. But yeah, I mean, it just depends. And sometimes call signs change, you know, depending on who you're with. You know, it's just kind of one of those things.
Yeah, I heard because I was kind of doing like some research. My research goes to Reddit and I just look at what people are saying. But when it comes to like call signs, sometimes they say that you get them like in training. You're training, and then whatever was the most embarrassing thing you had in training, this is like your call sign or something.
That happens in the American military
Okay.
for sure. Here, I'm sure it's happened as well. You know, you hear all kinds of funny stuff sometimes, but like, or people just come in with their call signs already.
Yeah. Okay. So also, you know, you started like in 2022. You said, what was your first day like? Actually doing actual medic work?
Not for medic work. I started bringing in non-lethal military aid into the country first. I started my medic studies last September in 23.
And then after you finished the studies, then like, what was your first day like? I just want to understand, like, how do you go from you finish your studies to kind of helping people?
Well, my first
Yeah.
rotation was in March of this year, and so that was a short stint rotation. And basically, the first day, you know, you do a lot of waiting around, waiting for, in medevac, like you're waiting for your casualties to come in. Like it's just kind of an eye-opening experience because you're very, very close to the front.
Yeah.
So, you know, you just kind of, it's a hurry up and wait, just like with everything. And so, you know, the first day was more on the quiet side. And then towards the evening, you know, we got our first call. So then, you know, we wait and we go over when the signal's ready to go pick up our patient.
How nervous were you when you got your first patient?
I mean, I think there's always like a general baseline of being nervous in general. Like you just kind of, if you're not nervous, I'm worried about you. Like that's, you know, you're always going to be worried. And thankfully it wasn't a severe injury. You know, it was a possible fractured ankle, you know,
Okay.
It wasn't too bad. But, you know, I was more nervous about like the drones flying around in the air. Like I think I was more nervous about the threats that were out there.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we're trained to know what to do in, any casualty scenario. And like the treatment tends to be, I say that with a big asterisk, black and white, and you know how to fix the problem.
Okay.
With, drones, it's an unpredictable threat. You know it's there, but you don't know what'll happen. Like, I mean, we had a situation where like a massive bomb, we had guided aerial bombs like all night long, and one hit really close to where we were at, blew out the windows. I think that was more of like an eye-opening experience, because you don't realize how close you are to death every time you do that job. And, recently, and medics are a heavy target. Russians don't care if you're a medic or not. They will target you further if you are. Like, we had a student that would wear like a bright yellow patch in one of my courses that I was teaching, and it said, medical rescue, don't shoot. And they had it in Ukrainian too. And I was like, okay,
I mean,
you just made yourself a bigger target. Like, that's,
Yeah, you saw like the images that came out of Mariupol where it has like this one theater and it says Dieti on it.
Yeah, and they didn't care.
Yeah,
It was children. Yeah, they didn't care. We had like all of the four of us instructors who've, either done some kind of medic work like I have, or like, we're part of Hospitallers, or other, have done other, like, as part of the military, have done medic work. We all, for 9 days, we argued with this student. We're like, take them off your plate carrier. If you're going to go back to the front or close to the front, please, for the love of God, take it off your. And he finally listened, and now I have this patch on my patch wall because he gave it to me as a parting gift. But like, that's what I mean. And I wish I could have more time working, medic work. But right now, teaching is really important at the moment. We have a lot of, soldiers coming in that need training, and so the school that I work with, they asked me to continue to stay before I go on another rotation or do any other kind of medic work. So that's taking priority at the moment.
Okay.
All of, and then the thing is, I think there's also like a bit more of a misconception. Like, yes, I had all of my training. I'm all done with, like, you're never all done. I'm still in courses, but I'm certified at Tier 4. You don't go in right away. It's a process to get medic work, and it takes time. So like, I finished up my combat paramedic cert in November, but didn't get a rotation until March.
Well,
So, and that it's not always like that, but it depends, because like I was going the non-military route first. So I tried to go through an NGO and do that first. But then teaching took priority. I got my certificate to teach CLS from the school, and classes in English are more rare. So,
of course.
they want like, if you can teach in English, they want you around. So, yeah.
Yeah. And so you've probably, you told me about like your first day and with your first patient and all of this, and you've probably experienced like, so much since then. What is like this experience that you had that's kind of stuck with you, while doing your medic work?
I think so. And it was twofold. So I did medevac and stabilization point. And I think, so the stabilization point shift was 48 hours. And I think that the hardest hitting moment I had was processing our first 200 or our first dead soldier.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, like, this particular soldier was still on position for an extended period of time because the FPV threat was so big that they couldn't go back and retrieve his body. So like, it pulls you really hard back into reality when you have to do something like that. And all of the other bullshit, any drama, none of that matters. Like, when you're processing your first dead casualty, because it's like, man, it's very real.
Were they dead on arrival, or?
Yeah. They'd been there on position for a while. Like that, they just couldn't go get his body because it was so badly, like, all the FPVs everywhere was too much of a threat. So other people would have died trying to go get his body. So they had to wait until it was safe. It's that, and then, or just like seeing the faces of like injured soldiers, like when they come in, it's kind of like, it's the worst day of their life. So, we had one soldier that came in with this incredible injury that somehow managed to miss his spine. And, you're just looking at this through and through from shrapnel, and you're like, how lucky was this dude? And they're, a lot of them are just shell shocked, it's tough. But my thing is always like comfort people. Like, I've always been that person. Like, I try to be a comfort to everybody, especially when they're having a bad day. So like, you help treat them, and then you try to, talk to them as much as possible, or at least like in whatever broken Ukrainian I can muster. But that stuck with me. Even with the limited time I had, like, big things happened in that time. And I think in Ukraine, like, a week can be like a year in some ways, between like things that happen. So
Yeah. So you probably, yeah, you just talked about like your first 200, your first, dead person. It kind of, it takes a toll on you, on your psyche. Like I've been watching kind of like videos on Reddit, combat footage. And after a while, I feel like sometimes I get desensitized, but I know that it's kind of messing me up like in the head, like if I keep watching this stuff. And you're seeing this stuff like all the time. Like, how do you deal with it?
I mean, in all honesty, like it's not, as a teacher, it's not all the time. We review footage a lot of the time for our students, but like from that week that I was working at that stabilization point, like those things stick with you. Like
You're going through trauma.
obviously, I mean, and I've lost friends here. I think that trauma hits even harder. Like it's different when it's somebody that you don't know, you know what I mean? But when you start losing your friends, that's, for me, that I think it creates even more trauma on top of it. Like, I think processing that soldier was hard because it was one of those situations where like you just want to scream because it's like, for what? Like, he didn't have to lose his life, but because somebody decided to walk in and occupy a place that wasn't there, unnecessary death is occurring. And I think that's where my trauma comes in, because it's that rage and the anger that you constantly feel because this is happening and not enough is being done to help. And the world's just kind of sitting there going, we'll help you a little bit, but we can't like actually do anything. Like now there's mutterings about like France sending soldiers or whatever. And are they actually going to do it? I don't know.
Yeah.
But like this could have been something that could have happened right at the beginning. And, it could have been so easy to stop Russia.
Yeah, I hate this excuse, like, we don't want to escalate the situation. Oh,
Well,
Russia can continue to escalate.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Let them continue to murder, women and children. Even the images that came out of Vovachance where there are families that are shot in a field.
That's
What
sick.
did they do? Like why? Like, and how does that not anger you? Like, how are you not angry enough to do something about it? Like, that's where I get really pissed. And I think that's where a lot of that trauma comes in. I think when you decide that you're going to go into a field like becoming a medic, you already assume that you will have trauma. And you have to kind of like check in with yourself about that. I'm fully prepared for the fact that when I go back on a longer rotation, that yes, there will be more trauma that will be involved with it. And you just try to mentally prepare yourself as much as possible, talk to your other people that share the same profession. That's, I think, what helps is like being able to share those issues with people that are doing the same thing as you. And that also goes on a volunteer level. Like just because you're not seeing a dead body or you're not working on casualties, you still are dealing with the trauma of living in a war zone every single day. And like, yes, there are bubbles like Lviv and Kyiv, but it doesn't mean that the psychological impact isn't there in some way, shape, or form. Like everybody goes through that suffering.
Yeah.
And I think it's good, like when we start talking to each other, because PTSD is a given, and I always like keep my phone on because my thing is if I worry about my friends and, I always say doors open. If you're having a problem or you need to talk about something, just call me.
Yeah.
Like I'd rather have them call me than something worse happen.
Yeah, no, the producer asked you to turn off your phone. Be like, I'm going to keep it on
Yeah,
silent.
my phone always stays on. That's been a rule since I started, like during full scale invasion, like my phone was always on. Like, do I now like have certain like do not disturb things on for like needing to sleep? Yes, but there are like a list of people that have like they're on the exception list that like if they call, I pick up the phone.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, I'm sorry to interrupt, but does Ukraine have enough medics?
No.
No?
No. I mean, we just, one of the most important medics and like activists, Irina, she was just killed.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that today as well.
And
yesterday, right?
Yes,
Wow.
the 29th, so 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
And then we had like a German medic, her call sign was Snake. She was killed a few months ago. Medics are a huge target, so no, we don't have enough. And that was one of the things that like propelled me forward to do the medic studies in the first place, is I know that I could do it and I knew that I could be a part of the help. And so I, started to seek out the training. And when I lost one of my close friends last year, it just kind of like, that was I had already made up my mind, but that was like the catalyst that lit the flame to actually go all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's like this law that they passed recently, and it was saying if you're a woman and you have some sort of medical diploma, you need to register with the TTSACA with, I guess the military office. How do you feel about this?
I mean,
It's women, yeah.
I don't blame them. I think it's always, we need as many medics as necessary. And I think that goes more for doctors, and surgeons. I'm not sure how that works in the TCCC combat paramedicine realm. I mean, I'm happy to register my certificate. It's fine. But like that, I don't know how that works for like non-citizens like me.
Oh no, I'm just talking about like locals, like Ukrainians.
yeah,
So
no,
if you have
I
a
think-
medical diploma and you're Ukrainian and you're a woman, you need to register with the military
Interesting.
like
I think
office.
that's very interesting. Obviously, because stabilization points are lacking doctors right now as well, not just medics. So like they're probably looking for more staff because most of the time women are on the stabilization point, not on the zero.
Because my girlfriend, she is a surgical dentist, so she has like a medical diploma. And recently, with this law being passed, she got kind of a message saying that she needs to go register, and she's scared.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I can understand that. I don't know that I haven't heard any rumors about mobilization or anything, but that's unfortunately I can't say because I don't have enough information on that to know for sure one way or the other.
Yeah, but Ukraine needs medics, so yeah, I can see why they're doing it then at least.
Yeah.
And so we were talking about drones earlier, and yeah, you're saying it's very unpredictable. How have the injuries changed? Like, how bad are they with drones? Like,
A lot of what we see or a lot of what we hear about from other medics that are on the ground, it's all like, shrapnel and explosive injuries. And like, that's, when you're getting a grenade or like an explosive dropped on you, like that's going to cause a whole host of problems. A lot of like peppering of shrapnel, limb loss, stuff like that. The injuries are all most of the time massive bleed or catastrophic. It depends. You might get lucky. You might be far enough away from it that it just will, give you shrapnel wounds, but they're all like usually pretty gnarly wounds like that. Yeah.
yeah,
So-
and they don't like. What is the lethality of typically like these drones? Is it very lethal, or is it just they
it
want
could
to paralyze
absolutely
you?
kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's literally like you're dropping a grenade on a human being like that.
Yeah.
That will kill you.
Yeah, of course.
If it, and I've watched footage of that. So it's very effective, unfortunately. And it's not just a grenade. Sometimes it's an even bigger, explosive that they're dropping. And so it will deliver a catastrophic injury. If they miss, then you'll probably have a better chance of survival.
Well, of
But,
course, of
yeah,
course.
I mean, they're pretty lethal.
Yeah. So the drones, they're going out to kill. They're not going out to like maim or something
Oh
like this.
no,
Yeah.
that's definitely it's
like not like a
kill
landmine,
shots.
yeah,
Like
right.
they're in my opinion, and of course you should not expect anything less than cruelty from Russia. So they will absolutely make sure that their FPVs are loaded up with the most
Most explosive.
vile,
Yeah.
explosives they can get. So yeah, it's not just for maiming; it's absolutely for taking people out.
Yeah. That's so sad. I've seen so many of these videos, and I refuse to watch videos where Ukrainians are involved. I usually just watch the videos where kind of Ukrainians are dropping these drone grenades like onto Russians. But I can't bring myself to watch like a Ukrainian person in one of these videos.
So and
Yeah.
we have a lot of these videos for our students, especially because they need to at least like see what they have to do in terms of catastrophic injury or self-aid. So like there was a famous video that went around the war reporter Instagram stories, and it's this Ukrainian soldier. He jumps out of the back of a BMP, I think, and it right onto a landmine.
Oh.
So it completely shreds his leg, but he's with it enough. The BMP hadn't left yet. He's with it enough to administer his own tourniquet and cut off the bleeding. But that leg was definitely, they were not going to be able to reattach it. But we show these examples because they need to see what situations they could get themselves into. To be able to apply a tourniquet correctly is a huge deal, especially for stopping the bleeding. We show them that. We show them, if it's something like a needle decompression has been done in the field, we'll show them those videos. Like we have to show it from the Ukrainian side just so they can see what is happening on the medic portion of what they're learning from their end of things. But it's very hard to watch, very hard. There's a video that we show for something called Care Under Fire and why we tell our students not to, until fire is effectively suppressed, not to go out and get any injured person, because in the video, one of the guys goes down, medic goes after the guy, and they're still firing. Medic also goes down and dies.
Wow.
So now you're down your medic and you're down several guys. So like there's nobody to administer, any aid, none of that. So like we need to cement it into their brains. And I understand why you don't watch it. It's hard for me. That also brings a lot of trauma. I think to watch the suffering, that's hard for me. That's very hard for me. I get very angry from that.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is why I don't want to watch them as well. Like,
Yeah.
I walk around the city, I see guys in military outfits. I don't want to kind of later look at a video and just go like, wow, it could have been like one of these guys. Like,
Yeah.
to me, it's just too sad because
It's hard.
Yeah, Ukraine is losing like so many good people.
Yeah,
Like
they are.
these medics that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Like I saw this Irina girl. She was like all over social media last couple of days.
Yeah, she was an
Hey.
activist, great combat medic, fearless, everything that I read about her, it's a huge loss for the medic community and for Ukraine. But, Ukraine's also losing their brightest minds. Like, recently a lot of national heroes have been killed, a couple of younger guys, I like my friends who are friends with these people, like it's hard to see their anguish, like when they post about it, and I see their sadness and how much it hurts them. It's like, it's another motivating factor as to why, we are here, why we should be here to help, because maybe, just maybe, we can save somebody, It's
Yeah.
hard.
No, it's all right. So there's like a lot of death, on both sides. So, to stop this, the war has to end some way. And a lot of people are talking about a deal like this that seems kind of somewhat balanced. I just want to get your take on it. This is not my opinion. This is what people are saying. So the war freezes. Whatever Russia has right now, they keep. But in return, Ukraine gets to join NATO and they become part of this Article 5 kind of thing as well. Would you accept kind of a deal like this if it was up to you?
No, because it would give Russia a win. Like yes, it's a ceasefire, but Russia would still keep the territory it has, and it's crawling further and further into Kharkiv and everything. No, I couldn't accept that. And I know Ukrainians wouldn't accept that. I could see like the attractiveness of the NATO part and everything, but I think a ceasefire, there's a clear winner on each side because Ukraine will lose its territory. So it's effectively losing the war by accepting this like appeasement deal. And then here's Russia going, well, we got our territory. And I think that would still inspire other countries that have ill intentions to do things like invade other countries because they're going to go, meh, they just got a slap on the wrist. We can do this too, and nobody's going to care.
Yeah.
I think it sends a terrible message. I would not accept it.
Well,
I understand why it seems attractive, but
It seems like a terrible message for sure. But a lot of people also say that Donbass at this point is like a lost cause. Like Donbass has been blown up, all the cities leveled. A lot of Ukrainians, they're no longer there, and it's mostly like pro-Russian Ukrainians or just Russians that moved in after it was occupied. And a lot of people say like there's no point in trying to get it back anymore. It's been like what, 9 years, 10 years.
I feel like one of my very good friends is from Crimea. I feel like if I ever acknowledged a statement like that, it would be almost like a betrayal to them, because tell that to someone who lost their home.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. Everybody's tired. But if we start like having these conversations, it means we're giving up. And I refuse to be a part of that conversation. Like, I get it, but I will never acknowledge it, because I feel like I have so many friends from Donbass who just all they want to do is be able to go home. And if you're going to tell them, well, it's a lost cause, it's not what it was, forget rebuilding, forget weeding out the pro-Russians, like you're never going to get to go home again. My great-grandparents died never seeing Lithuania free again. I can't live with that happening to another group of people. I can't live with that. Like that's I think the hardest part for me is and another like main motivator is I don't ever want anyone to suffer the same fate.
So in order for the war to end, Ukraine has to get all of its territory
Yes. Original borders.
back. Okay. No matter how long it takes.
Hard line. So.
Okay. And why? So another question, like why should people care if Ukraine wins or loses or there's a ceasefire? Like why is it important for everyone to care?
I think if Ukraine loses, it will create a World War III scenario that will allow other countries like China, who are just waiting to invade Taiwan, it'll give them a green light. And anybody else that's trying to invade other places, I really do think so. I think North Korea will try to kick off something because Russia will feel very powerful. And I think they're going to create a group and it's going to cause a big problem. And I am absolutely sure of it. A ceasefire, I think, would still create a similar issue because, like I said, Russia would come out as a clear winner because it would still get the territory, and it's got even more territory than it did in 2014. Ukraine winning would be a major example of what happens when you fight to defend your own land and fighting for, as an example of freedom and democracy and keeping those sacred things sacred, you know. And it would also, I think, boost everywhere else that is a functioning democracy and also show them that, yes, you know, they want to let go of the former Soviet grip, you know, get rid of the past and move forward into a Western dynamic where they are in, you know, NATO and they are part of the EU and, you know, they have Western goals and ideals. You know, they're the breadbasket of Europe. You know, they've got a lot going for them. If they win, I think they could be a main acting partner and a big player in the worldscape, I think.
Okay, so what will it take for Ukraine to, you know, speed up their victory?
Weapons.
Weapons?
F-16s. Give us everything. Just everything we need to win. We just need more weapons, more munitions, F-16s. Let us close the sky over Ukraine.
Yeah,
We need all of those
a
things.
lot of people say that Ukraine doesn't have the manpower, though, compared to Russia, even if they have more weapons.
I mean, it would at least level the playing field in a little bit of a different way. And you're right about the manpower issue. But Russia also doesn't care about its own people.
Yeah.
Those are just human meat shields. You know, they're just basically cannon fodder. And yes, they'll keep sending all those guys. And, you know, obviously Ukraine has to do something to increase its manpower. But if we had more weapons, I think it would give us a greater advantage to be able to fight back. Because Russia, all it does is lob bombs all the time, missiles, everything. Give us a chance to throw it just as good as we get it, you know, and let us strike back on military targets.
Why do you think Russia doesn't care about its people like Ukraine
Never
does?
has.
But
It
why?
never has. It's just a general thing. I mean, in Russian culture and in Russian, the way that they function, people have always been expendable. Like, look at the conditions that Russians live in. Like, they basically, you know, most of the time, other than Moscow, like everything is just potatoes and vodka. Like, who wants to live that way? You know, I mean, and I've seen like Russian soldiers IFAKs. It's basically like a rubber tourniquet and a bandage. Like, it's basically like, here you go, you can die on the battlefield and we don't care. Like, I mean, they just send guys after guys after guys just to die.
Yeah.
Like, it's just how it is. I've seen, like, there was some ridiculous headline the other day about the horrifying conditions Russian soldiers were in, where they had to, like, you know, drink their own urine or whatever.
Oh,
and
wow.
my response to that was, oh no. Anyway, because, you know, honestly, you chose to come here and invade, you know, the country. Like, maybe not you personally, whoever that soldier is, but that's, you know, if you're going to F around, you're going to find out. So that's just kind of how that goes.
You ever had to work with POWs?
No.
No?
No.
Would you?
As a medic, you have to work on whoever they bring you. So
How would, like, say if you had to work on a POW, Russian POW, how would it make you
it
feel?
would be very difficult for me.
Yeah.
I am not sure how I would be able to deal with it. So I doubt that it will ever happen. I also have not thought that far ahead. I try not to think about it. So, yeah, I don't know. But I don't think it'll ever happen.
Okay.
And I would rather not.
Yeah, of course, of course. But so besides like getting more weapons, because kind of external factors, what can Ukraine do differently to help speed up the victory themselves?
I think it's focusing.
Because a lot of people say corruption maybe is a big problem.
I mean, and with anything, like, and before I start listening to Americans, see, I told you, corruption, I'm going to be like, look at your own government before you start pointing fingers at this one. But yes, there are several factors that could change the tide. You know, that would be refocusing troops to, you know, putting them more on the Eastern Front, on the side of Kharkiv, you know, wherever, like, and training troops in a better way. You know, we don't have great training programs right now. A lot of fighters get put on the line with 3 days to 2 weeks of training. It's not a long time, you know, and and mobilizing maybe those that have, been dodging signing up for a bit, get them where they're supposed to be. It's a lot of things, I think, and I think nobody's ever prepared for this kind of full-scale invasion. And, Ukraine is really like learning as it goes.
Yeah.
And obviously, I'm not going to sit here and think, or try to like sugarcoat corruption's always an issue. It's an issue everywhere. And I'm not going to say that it's not, but I think it's just part of the problem. It's not the main problem.
Yeah, I had one of my guests in the past. His name's Noah. He's like this chef. He was on MasterChef, the US version. And ever since the invasion, the full-scale invasion, he dedicated all his time and basically his life now just to help feed, the displaced people of Ukraine. And he went to the areas that were occupied that became liberated. He would go there and help the people there, feed them. He bought a bunch of food trucks. He's good friends with Rachel Ray, the celebrity chef in the US. And not a lot of people know this, but Rachel Ray donated like a couple $1 million already to Ukraine.
That's amazing.
She spends most of her time in Lviv. And actually, I was in Lviv last week, and I just missed my chance to meet her because he was taking me to go meet her, but then she went to sleep right before I got there. But he introduced me to some other really great people as well that are helping Ukraine. But the reason why I bring him up is because he has like this hardline stance on everyone that could fight, needs to fight, they should fight. Because one day we were out in Lviv and we were just like, having a beer, walking around Ploshcharino, and he's just like, Corey, look at all these guys here, these young guys. They're just out here, taking photos, like on vacation, getting drunk or whatever it is. And yeah, like they should be protecting their country. He said, if someone invaded the U.S., he's like, I'd be on the front line tomorrow.
Same.
Yeah. Like
I agree with him. He and I are on the same page. Like, I can't tell you how many times I literally sit there and see some of these guys and I'm like, get in a trench. Like, it's hard for me to watch that too, because like I said, like my own friends have died, and it's like it's hard to fathom when your friend's mother, comes to visit Ukraine and says, what did my son die for? When she sees all these fighting age males in Kyiv having a good old time, and I understand her anger. She was very upset, and I completely understood that. We are on the same page with this argument, 100%, absolutely.
Yeah. But so I mean, a lot of people also say that some people aren't meant to fight.
Yeah,
like some
but
people
nobody's meant for being invaded either. Like, I mean, I get that. And are there people that maybe shouldn't be on the battlefield? Sure, but there are many other positions you could take up: admin, paperwork, whatever you need to do, help units run more smoothly. Make sure whatever. If you're not meant for the battlefield, you should still be involved in some way.
Yeah.
That's just a personal opinion.
Yeah, and there's like a lot of Ukrainian men that left the country, maybe like around the start of the full-scale invasion before they closed the borders. And one, I guess, law they passed recently is saying that Ukrainian men that are abroad, they can no longer use the consulate and the embassy services. And then Kuleba, he kind of summed it up like this. He said, why should the government help these guys, if they're not helping the government in their time of need?
I agree.
Yeah, and I can imagine you agree with this as well, right?
100% agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been to Warsaw a couple times, Krakow. You just see a bunch of these young Ukrainian dudes just having a good old time, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, I mean, it's hard to watch.
Yeah. No, it's like, because I have like, friends that are abroad and they miss home, but they don't want to come back home and fight. And it's like, I understand this kind of thing, but it's kind of like your country's at war. I don't know. It's difficult
when it's your friends, and it's difficult, like, but even if they were my friends, I'd tell them the same thing. I'd be like, you should be here, because I would, if it was Lithuania, if it was the States, I'd be right back home in either circumstance, ready to, fight for my country.
Yeah.
That's, if it's where you're from, I mean, it's just the right thing to do. It's hard for me. I guess like maybe it's like a straight shot kind of moral code for that one, but I think you should always, be there to fight and stand up for your country. It's your home.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're like on the front lines, so to speak. And so you see it all, and you kind of understand the reality of it. It's like me, like in Kyiv, sure, like I work here for Ukrainian companies, I donate when I can, but I've never lost somebody close like in this war, or I've never kind of lost somebody that I know pretty well like in this war. I heard of friends maybe, but the reality is kind of different if you're like on these front lines and you see your friends like you were talking about before, so you understand how important it is.
Yeah, I mean, and I was like, while teaching, I'm not at the front, but like,
yeah, but I mean, so to speak,
we've done mobile teaching at the front recently as well, and it was really hard because one of the interpreters that we had with us in the East, he was killed.
Wow.
So, you know, it's like here today, gone tomorrow. Like that's I think the hard part is like, damn, you know, like I just saw you and, you know, now they're not with us anymore. And like, that's, I think another hard thing to swallow, like, you know, and I've been close to the front many, many times and still go when I can, you know, the reason why I think mobile training is so important, especially for TCCC and combat medicine, is because a lot of these units cannot get off the front. And so you have to be able to not be scared and just go and be able to say, okay, you know, I will train you. We have a couple of hours, like most of the time, some of these guys have like 6 hours before they go on position.
Yeah.
And they get this, like a little bit of what I would call like a mix between stop the bleed and CLS training, combat lifesaver, or even all service members training. And it's, you know, just, we teach them the main thing, stop the bleeding, you know, pack the wound and go.
Yeah.
Like that's all you have time for with some of these guys.
And maybe you know the answer, or maybe you know like a lot more information than I do about this. But when it comes to somebody that got injured in the war, somebody that's, you know, 200 that died due to kind of, you know, Russians attacking their positions, what kind of like, not compensation, but what does the government do to help these people?
I don't have clear answers on that. Obviously, medical care is provided, and so is rehabilitation, but I don't have answers for that. I know that some surgeries are so complex that they have to go out of the country for that. You know, that I've heard of, but I don't know the scale of how compensation works for that. I do know they get treatment, rehabilitation, all of those things.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I always wondered about this. Yeah, but I don't have like a clear answer. But I know they get kind of like an award, like, you know, posthumously, like Hero of Ukraine, I guess.
Oh, yes, that does happen as well. Absolutely. I know that, I believe there are death benefits that I do know. I don't know what the number is, but I do know that there's some sort of death benefit as well.
Yeah, I'm working on this kind of like side project, and the side project, so I want to put a face to kind of like the numbers of, you know, the Ukrainians that have kind of died. Obviously, there's no number because it's not right to say at this time, but I was messaged by this woman, and she said she's from this small village, and her neighbor recently died in the war. And I was like, wow, it's so sad. And then she said, we have this petition, and we need to get 25,000 signatures, and we don't know anybody. We're from a village of like 600 people, like in Odessa Oblast.
So they need help.
Yeah, they need help. And so I'm like, yeah, I'll definitely promote it. And so while I was promoting it, I had this idea, like, I like doing kind of, you know, filmmaking, stuff like this.
Sure.
And so I asked my friend, he's kind of a videographer, and I said, hey, why don't you, maybe you can come with me to like this village. I would love to kind of meet like the widow and, you know, meet the people in the village and just get a better understanding of who this guy Volodymyr was. And then also understand like his daily life. And so my friend thought it was like a good idea. I contacted the family. They said they were interested in talking. So I went out to the village, and it was like small village. And I don't know, I just felt so bad because, you know, it's like a farmstead. You know, they have 2 cows and they had 5 cows before, but then Volodymyr's not there. And so she has to tend the land on her own. They have a 12-year-old son together. And she was saying that, I asked her, I said, what is like something I can do personally to help you? And she said, Corey, like what you can do is get all the signatures on the petition, because once we get all these 25,000 signatures, then this petition will go to the desk of Zelensky, and he will decide if he signs it or not. And apparently they get some Hero of Ukraine award, as well as they get extra compensation. I don't remember exactly how much she said, you know, and she needed like all the help she can get because she has a son. And they basically, what she does is she sells the eggs and she sells the milk from her cows, and it's, you know, pennies on the grivna, you know? And so it's like super sad. And luckily, not luckily, with my friend Jay's help and with me kind of posting it like all the time and asking my friends to share it, we got the 25,000 signatures. Yeah,
that's so great.
And we just need to get this 300 buffer more, so maybe like 150, 200 more, and we have like 5 days left.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I just wondered what's kind of the compensation was, because her thing, when I asked her like, what can I do to help? She said, I would like to get all the signatures on the petition, because apparently you get some higher compensation. Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of this or
no.
not. Yeah.
That inner working stuff, I really try to stay out of it. You know, info in, info out. Like I'm mostly just focused on like main stuff that I have to worry about in terms of like medics and taking care of like training soldiers. But I don't know about the death benefits at all. At least not specific numbers.
Yeah, no, it was just like really sad just interviewing her. She's like, you know, an older lady. She's just living her life, you know. They went to, like in this village of 600 people, they went to the same like high school. They fell in love there. They got married. They had a kid. And then right when the war started, because he was very patriotic, we interviewed the neighbors, we interviewed the mayor. he was very patriotic. And the day that, Ukraine was invaded, he just went to war. And he came back a few times. And she told me, like, I said, well, when was the last time you saw Volodymyr? And she said, oh, it was like maybe 2 weeks, a month before he died. And I'm like, what was it like? What did you guys talk about? How was it? Like, oh, we had a birthday for one of our, neighbors. And he was in good spirits, but then he was saying something to her, like, he kind of knew his time was coming, I guess. And he told her that, this might be the last time you see me or something like this. And she was like saying, like, don't talk like this. But he kind of knew. And then a few weeks later, he was sleeping in like the barracks in Mykolaiv Oblast or something like this. And a rocket just, destroyed the building he was living in. That's super sad. And this is kind of like the reality. And, you can look at the numbers, like thousands, hundreds of thousands, whatever it is. But after like 1 or 2 or 5, you start losing the fact that it's an actual person that had like a life. He was so important to the community. And in this village, the villages are dying like all over the place. And he was, an active member of the village. And now it's like one less guy to kind of
It's the
be there.
impact of what Russia is taking from this country. It's not just about the brightest minds. It comes down to just the individual person. And it's for nothing.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, the biggest frustration. And that is a very sad story. And again, this just adds to my anger. It's like, the village is ripped apart, a family's ripped apart for nothing. It's extremely hard for me to fathom it, and also just to like even sit with it. Like, and this is another reason like why it's hard for me to just sit there and do nothing.
Yeah.
Like we have to do something. Like that's the only way I could really think about it.
And what is like the average person, not, the average person, what is something they can do? Like, for example, they're in the US.
Yeah.
What is like the best thing that they can do to help Ukraine?
Man, educate yourself. Like the first thing I always say, information and knowledge is power. Like make sure that what you're reading is not disinformation, propaganda. Like, people forget that RT is RT channel, Russian TV.
Yeah.
They forget that it's, supported by the Russian government. And they still watch it. Well, we saw this on RT, and I usually say, don't do that. Like, don't watch that, that channel. Arming yourself with the right information and then educating your neighbor and sharing it with more people. And then the next person, and then the next person's going to share that. And then before you know it, more people are understanding what's going on in Ukraine. They'll be, they want to help. They want to spread that information. It starts there. And then it goes to sending medical aid or, sending some sort of military aid to a soldier, like a plate carrier or plates or something, or, sending donations. It skyrockets from where you are, from right down from starting with the information side. Just educating yourself about Ukraine, understanding that it's been this country that's been around for so much longer, and it's a rich culture of its own people, starting there. That's what I would say.
No, totally. And, what is something about this war that you wish more people knew?
Man.
I
I wish more people knew how resilient everyone is here. And like the core of how good, like, the fighters are, how much they care. It's hard to put it into words. Like, I wish they could see what we see, like, sometimes, and the good side of people and, how much support that we do get. Are there, bad times? Absolutely. But I think it's the strength and resilience in this country where even during the worst day, they'll say, we'll try again tomorrow.
Yeah.
I wish they could see that, it's like, I don't think there's any other way of putting it other than like the Cossack spirit, the fighter spirit that they have. I wish they could see more of that.
Well, no, the Ukrainian people are very inspiring.
Yeah.
I know we were talking about, the ones that kind of aren't going to like the front line, but the ones that are actually volunteered, like this guy Volodymyr that I was talking about. The first day, super inspiring, He just wanted to protect his country.
Yeah.
He just wanted to live peacefully.
Definitely.
And Ukrainians pay this price for freedom all the time.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much like sweetness and hospitality and how much they want to take care of you if like they meet you and stuff. Like, one of the reasons in some ways why I love the East is because people are so warm to you, in some ways. And like, it's such a, okay. I have a story. So it's the roads in Ukraine. We know that they're terrible. And if you don't pop a tire, it's not a road trip in Ukraine. So my friends and I had been going to Kharkiv to pick up some supplies. And of course, we popped a tire on the way back to where we were going. Next thing, they're part of the military. So they call their commander like, hey, we need some help. And like, next thing we know, the farmer in the field across the way stops his tractor. He calls like every uncle in this village. And like, there's like 8 dudes that are like in their like 70s that are trying to change one tire. And it was so funny. And then we had like passerbys, just regular people. Like they brought us coffee, food, like in America, this would never happen. And so I wish people could see that. Like, it was one thing I talked about on my social media, because like I had to share that story of like a village coming together to just help 3 random foreigners that were just trying to get from point A to point B, and we popped a tire, and they didn't have to stop. They didn't have to help us. Like, one brought flowers, the other, like, there's all this food starts materializing. Like, it was such a different, I wish that people could like actually have been there. Like, it was really the sweetest thing.
Oh yeah, I mean, Ukrainians have, such high hospitality.
Big hearts.
Big hearts. I love it. Whenever I would go visit, my girlfriend's family, like, they're always feeding me. The babushka is coming with all the food, and if I don't eat it all, she's gonna cry.
Oh, she'll think something's wrong with it. Like, what's wrong with the food? That's the first thing. What do you mean you don't want a 4th plate? Like, you don't like the salo? What's wrong with the salo?
Exactly. So every time I go over there, I get like maybe 1 kilo bigger.
Yeah,
but yeah, we're close to the end of our time. But I just want to ask you, Rima, is there anything that we missed that you wanted to discuss as well?
No, I think we covered a lot of it. I think the main thing right now is just getting as many soldiers trained up in tactical medicine as we can. Keep supporting Ukraine. Keep talking to your people in your life about Ukraine. Keep us at the forefront. Don't forget about us. I know there's a lot of other things going on in the world, but like this is the main thing that is the most important, because so much rides on it. Absolutely.
Yeah, totally. Well, I'll tell you what, Rima, maybe we can use this time. You can use this time now to kind of plug your initiatives or your socials or anything that you think that would be interesting for the guests to know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so you can talk into that camera if you want and talk about Blue and Yellow, maybe, for example.
Oh, yeah. So I started out with Blue Yellow USA, which is also connected to Blue Yellow Lithuania. Blue Yellow USA is a 501c3 in the United States, mainly focused on bringing in non-lethal military aid and medical aid. So they're great. You'll get a tax write-off if you donate. Also want to plug Protective Volunteer. Protective Volunteer is an organization that, helps a lot of us volunteers and soldiers with gear and donations. And so we really love Protective Volunteer. They also help us get flights home if we need it. So definitely, if you have air miles to donate, please check out Protective Volunteer. That's another one. And then, there's the International Center for Tactical Medicine. They're teaching Ukrainians and foreigners tactical medicine. They're great. Check them out. United Help Ukraine is part of that as well. So those would be the main ones. If you want to find me on social media, Rima Med, those are my handles. So Twitter is the main platform I use for all my updates. But those would be the main organizations I would say to support here.
Oh, you're so inspiring, Rima. Thank you so much for joining me on the cast.
Thank you.
I just want to let you know, all at home, if you like this episode, please like and subscribe. If you want to help with Rima's initiatives or just follow her on social media to see what she's up to, go ahead and do that. And if you have any questions and stuff that we didn't discuss or stuff that you want to talk about, I'll be in the comment section as well. So why don't you leave a comment? Every episode is aired or premieres Thursdays at 6 p.m. So I'll usually be there for the premiere of the episode. So if you want to live chat while we watch the episode, we can do that as well. Thursdays, 6 p.m. Rima, thanks so much for joining us once again. You are a wonderful woman. And I wish you all the best with what you do as a medic. And I like to do this. I like to shake the hand of the guests over here.
Absolutely, yeah. Of course, Corrie. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Oh, it's been a pleasure talking to you.
So
I really
much.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much.
Thanks for coming out. And I love your shirts and your tattoos. Why don't you quickly?
Well, so this was my first tattoo I ever got in Ukraine. Of course, it's a trident. This is kind of like a rite of passage among a lot of us here that come in. This is freedom or death. So it resonated with me. I have Vyshyvanka tattoos all over myself. So, and then these are for my Lithuanian side and my American flag. So
American flag.
Yeah. Yep. So these are my tattoos.
Well, thanks again.
Thank you so much, Corrie.
Appreciate
Thank you.
Welcome to another episode of Expats in Ukraine. My next guest, I had a lot of fun doing some research on him. It is Chris Swampy. He is a volunteer EOD expert here in Ukraine. He has a huge following on Instagram. This is how I found him, 21.6K, man. But yeah, so before I get into the $1,000,000 question, which is why are you in Ukraine? I want to start with maybe like a little icebreaker. So it's like a this or that. I'll say two options and you just pick one, okay?
Okay.
So tea or coffee?
Tea.
Tea, it's UK. Definitely from the UK. Scones or pampushki?
Ooh, pambushki.
Pampushki, yeah? Okay. Steering wheel on the left or on the right?
On the right.
On the right, okay. Yeah, the last guy from the UK, he said left. Yeah.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Okay, and like last question, Isle of Man or Kyiv?
Isle of Man.
Isle of Man,
of
okay,
Man.
yeah. You love your home. Okay, so now the $1,000,000 question, what brought you to Ukraine? Because you're from Isle of Man.
Yeah.
I know nothing about Isle of Man, by the way.
Okay. It's a long story, so I'll compress it really quickly.
Take your time, details are kind of really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to kind of like really cut it short, I joined the British Army in 2000 with the plan of doing a 22-year career. I bust my knee within 6 months, and I ended up out. Went back home, fell back into normal life, and around 2006, 2007, I really wanted to do something useful, and to maybe not pursue that same career, but do something that was useful, which ultimately led me to volunteering in Myanmar. And I started volunteering on the ground there, working alongside different militaries that were on there and civilian organizations. I started to learn about landmines there, and then got involved with a couple of clearance projects. And then fast forward to the November, December 2013, and obviously the Maidan protests had started off at that point. And I was just paying attention to it because it was all over the media. I knew nothing about Ukraine. I knew nothing about
So in
Kyiv.
2014, where were you watching this? In the UK or were you in Myanmar still?
I was in the UK when it first came to light, but then from January 2014 to August, I was in Myanmar doing mine clearance. But I'd reached out to some people in Kyiv at the start of January, who I just found on social media, and was just asking questions, trying to get an understanding of what was going on. Because not to make a similarity between it, but when the Arab Spring happened, I paid a lot of interest to that as well, and I reached out to a lot of people just to try and understand it from people actually on the ground living there. So I did the same thing when the Maidan protests started off. But then because I was in the jungle for 6 months at the start of 2014, I didn't really have any contact with anyone. I didn't have much internet in the jungle, you know. And when I came out of the jungle in August, properly back into Thailand and then back to the UK, I started going back through messages that I hadn't replied to, and was made aware of, obviously, you know, there was the problems in Donetsk, the problems in Luhansk, Crimea had been taken. There was active fighting across the entirety of what was the front line at that point. And I had a number of people asking, could I come out? Could I come out and provide any help? You know, basic medical training, basic firearms training, basic like mine awareness or anything.
Yeah.
My bags were still packed. So I thought, yeah, I'll come out for 3 months. And
stayed a bit longer than 3 months.
A little bit longer than that, yeah, yeah. So.
Yeah, and I want to talk about, because I read so much about you, man. You have a fascinating kind of backstory. It started off as an arborist.
Yes, yeah.
Arborist to EOD technician, experts. How do you make the leap from one to the other?
I seem to like dangerous jobs. Yeah, I mean, I was a commercial fisherman before that. Prior to joining the army, I was a commercial fisherman.
And Isle of Man, is fishing popular there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So from a commercial point of view, fishing and agriculture were before the banking industry came in. It was the biggest financial markets, really. But yeah, I enjoy things that I really have to focus on. You know, if I'm in a dead end job, you can't put me behind a desk. This is about the only desk you're going to put me behind. And when I started volunteering out in Myanmar, you know, I was seeing the daily effects of landmine injuries all the time. Yeah. Civilians, soldiers, children, you know, with very little support almost no mine clearance going on at all. And at the time I wasn't going through the best part of my life, and it kind of gave me something to become involved in and give something back. And I realized selfishly it was beneficial for me. It was beneficial to my mental health. Not sure I think the same way anymore, but and it just carried on from that. And once I got involved in it, I really started to enjoy it. And it's something that I can really get my head around. And it's just built up from there and there to the point of taking formal qualifications, obviously coming on, working with the Ukrainian military, working with the Ukrainian police, and just building up my skill set in the background as well. I would say that, you know, outside of Ukraine or Myanmar, I have, you know, you couldn't go and drop me in Syria. You couldn't go and drop me in Iraq and just say, go clear IEDs. It's not, these aren't areas that I'm used to, but I think for the ground knowledge that I've built in Ukraine and the ground knowledge I built in Myanmar, I can offer a lot back. So.
Yeah. So sorry if this is like an ignorant American question.
Not at all.
But when it comes to Myanmar, like how mined up is it? And what is the situation like back then when you were working there? Like what side were you working on, or who are you working with? There was a civil war, you told me, but can you tell me more about the backstory on the situation in Myanmar, at least when you were there?
So the areas that I was working in are ethnic group areas. They're not Burmese areas. So I would work in Karen State, and then I've traveled into Karenni State as well.
Karen, is that north, south, east?
It's well, Karenni State is north of Karen State, but you have Karen State, you have Chin State, you have War State, Karenni State. I forget the exact figure, but I believe there's more than 15 different ethnic groups in Myanmar, as well as the Burmese. So the Burmese only make up about 54% of the population, which is why it's having so many problems all the time. I became involved with the Karen National Defense Organization and the Karen National Liberation Army by reaching out to a ex-Australian SASR mercenary from the late 80s. And he just made some contacts for me and got me into country and came in a couple of times and helped me just to really get my feet on the ground properly and be useful. That's always my biggest thing is if I do want to go somewhere and help someone, I'm going to do my research first. I'm not just going to turn up and, oh, hey, I can do this, I can do that, you know. But the areas that we work, they are black sites. You cannot travel into Myanmar and then travel to these areas. At the moment, with the way the fighting is, maybe you can, but what would normally happen would be I would fly into Bangkok. From Bangkok, I would travel to the border, and then I would get snuck across the border into Myanmar from Thailand into Myanmar.
Oh, wow.
To be fair, the Thai military are quite happy for that to happen, as long as it's quietly done, because by going in and either supporting with medical assistance or with teaching, doctors, nurses, dentists, mine clearance, the more support we can give the Karen, well, any of the ethnic groups in their homeland, it stems the flow of refugees coming across the border into Thailand. Because the borders there is quite porous, and it's not just the problem of refugees coming over. You have migrant workers coming over. You have drug trafficking, you have arms trafficking, you have people trafficking in those areas. So the more help that we could give, the better it worked out for the Thai border guards. So.
And how did your situation wrap up there? Did you complete what you needed to do, or you just saw Ukraine need more help than Myanmar, or?
Because I'm entering Myanmar without a visa, I would have to travel into Thailand on a three entry tourist visa, which meant I would have to leave at the end of that. There's options to get around it, but then I would have to look for a work visa, and there's everything else that goes on it. So in August 2014, that was when my third entry of my visa wrapped up. So my plan was to actually go back to the Isle of Man, work for a few months, earn enough money to then go out and do another 6 months. But with everything that was going on in Ukraine, because it was a little bit closer, it kind of made sense to come out and just have a look and assess it. As I say, I only planned to come out for 3 months. So
Yeah. And one last question that is related to kind of Myanmar before we move on to Ukraine, because that's kind of what we're here to talk
Sure.
about. But your call sign Swampy, I heard you earned it in Myanmar.
no, I earned it playing in a band a long time ago. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Can you tell me about this, or is this some super secret, confidential?
No, the nickname came from my drummer, a guy called Nigel, who was probably about 15, 20 years older than me. So the original Swampy, I'm the original Swampy. The original Swampy was a eco-activist that when one of the motorways or railway lines was being built in the UK, this guy would climb trees, and I was an arborist at the time, and he would chain himself to the top of trees, just try and stop them building the motorway. And at the time, I might have had slightly long, dreaded hair, and the name just stuck.
Yeah.
And then when I came to Ukraine and did my documents with Azov, they told me I needed a call sign. I didn't know what to call myself, so Swampy it was,
Swampy
and
it is.
Swampy it stuck. So.
Yeah, because every time I talk about you with other people, we always say Swampy.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, the Swampy guy. Like, yeah, I'm gonna have a podcast with Swampy. When I was with the other Chris, I was saying, oh yeah, you know Swampy, and you're just Swampy. It's stuck, definitely stuck, man. But what would you say is the biggest difference between like what's going on in Myanmar when you were there, the war in Myanmar, like civil war, whatever it is, and what's going on in Ukraine? Like, what would you say are like the biggest differences between these two wars?
I mean, this is high intensity. You know, for the limited fighting that I saw in Myanmar, I mean, there was no roads in the places we were working for a start. So you had no vehicles, you had no tanks, there was no helicopters, you know, and on one side you have people wearing flip-flops with AKs. And on the other side, you have people wearing flip-flops with AKs, but have access to fighter jets, helicopters, heavy artillery. So it's a very, very one-sided fight. The only major comparison I can make between Myanmar and Ukraine is I don't think it's an official number, but it was believed that prior to the conflict in Ukraine, Myanmar was most likely the most mined country on the planet.
Oh wow!
Before Ukraine.
So both sides were mining, right?
Both sides, yeah.
Wow. It's crazy. I never like when I think of war, I think especially nowadays, think of like drones, artillery. You know, they've been talking about mines. So I guess like Russia and Ukraine have been mining up Ukraine, and I feel like I heard recently that Ukraine is like one of the most mined up countries, right?
I would say probably is the most mined country.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you have your work cut out for you then, man.
Yeah, we all do. Yeah.
Yeah. How does it feel? Do you have family back home in Isle of Man or UK still, or?
Yeah. So my
Because you have a very dangerous profession, man. I can imagine they're worried.
my family is back in the Isle of Man. I think they're more concerned about the airstrikes than
okay.
well, I don't know. I don't ask them, to be honest. And then my partner and my baby are back in the US.
In the US?
They've just traveled back now. So
Okay, right on. Which states are?
Utah.
Utah.
Ogden.
Okay, right on.
Yeah.
Are you a Mormon?
No, I'm not.
Well, I hope you like Mormons. There's a
Yeah.
lot there. Yeah, but yeah, I want to talk about now. I want to talk about you know you because you got into Azov when you came.
Yeah.
Can you tell how did you get into Azov? What made you want to join this battalion?
Sure. So when I was making I'd left Myanmar, I got home. I had 2 weeks before I flew to Kiev, because you could fly to Kiev then. It was much easier.
Yeah. Simpler time, better time.
Yeah. And I was trying to make a decision on what I was going to do, and I reached out to I tried to reach out to the Ukrainian military. Couldn't find someone that spoke English. Couldn't get someone that spoke English.
That's a big problem in Ukraine in general.
Yeah. Tried the National Guard, same issue. Tried the police. I hadn't even heard of the SNS at that point, but I was trying to find agencies that were involved in mine clearance or military units that were involved in mine clearance. And I just couldn't find anyone to speak with properly. So I carried on chatting to a couple of guys from Kiev. I came into country. I sat and spoke with them, and they said, look, there's no legal framework for foreigners to join the Ukrainian armed forces. Fine, that makes sense. But that left me with 3 options. One would be to kind of just run solo as a volunteer and try and make enough connections to be able to be useful in some way. I'm not here to be a war tourist. I'm not interested in driving around just for the sake of driving around. The other two options were right sector or Azov. So I spoke to a couple of people that were on the ground that had knowledge of both. I'd obviously gone onto the internet as well to see what was said about these units, and obviously, you know, propaganda from one side, stuff said from another side. So it literally, it almost came down to flipping a coin.
Yeah.
But from speaking to a couple of the guys in senior management at Azov, they've made it very clear that they were actively trying to get amalgamated into either an army unit or a National Guard unit. And I said, okay, well, I'll join on and we'll see what happens. And if you do get amalgamated in the time that you say you will, then I'll stay on, because then I'd be signing paperwork under a military formation, and it wouldn't just be a separate entity.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, I had to kind of be careful of how it would be seen back home as well. So.
And you know, like a lot of people know or hear of Azov, and it's kind of controversial.
Yeah.
Usually, can you explain? Does it deserve to be controversial? Like when people are talking about it on the news, or what are your thoughts on this?
You know, it's Azov's had a lot of bad media. They have had a lot of bad press. You know, I will openly say that, yeah, have they had some bad eggs in the past, which have maybe published photos or tattoos or things that have caused problems? Definitely. You know, I mean, there's no point in denying that. But ultimately, you know, nearly everyone that I met were there because they wanted to support and help Ukraine.
Yeah.
Azov recruited very heavily, I think, from like sports supporters, football supporters, and stuff like that. You know, are you going to get people that are right wing in there? Yeah, of course you are. You know, is there people that are right wing in the British military? Yes. German military? Yes. French, American, Canadian? Yes. You're always going to get it. But because of the Russian disinformation against Azov, it just built this thing that really caused problems in the media. And I think even now, they still aren't able to access support from the US.
Oh yeah, I was going to talk about that right now, because you know, this disinformation or this kind of Russian propaganda, you know, it had real world effects, because with this $60 billion aid package from the US, I guess one of the caveats of it was none of the money can go to Azov.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel about this?
It's wrong.
Yeah.
It's wrong. You can't turn around and say we support Ukraine, but we're not going to support them. They have proved themselves time and time again in battle. I've worked alongside them in battle. I've worked alongside them on the front line. You know, what they did down in Azovstal was phenomenal, you know, with the limited support and help they were able to get from outside of the city once they were surrounded. You know, they've earned the right to get access to that equipment. They are some of the most motivated, driven people on the front line. You know, and that's not to put any other military unit down in Ukraine, but these boys really want to be able to wear that badge and work with those units.
Yeah. And a lot of people say the one way to get around this is just change the name of Azov to something else and just put these people there. Like, is this a real option?
I don't know. It's way above my pay grade.
Yeah. No, because, you know, they need this money, you know, like it's like a lot of money. It'll definitely benefit Ukraine in general. And it's very unfortunate that, you know, this Russian propaganda is so strong that it kind of affects kind of funding towards the Ukrainian military.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think it's because before, like you said, like not before, but you know, like you were saying, like there are kind of like bad apples. They're everywhere, you know. But how has Azov changed since 2014, you know, to now? Because I know they're trying to root out all of this from the Ukrainian army because it makes them look bad. Yeah. So how has it changed since like 2014, you think?
Well, I mean, from 2014, you know, when they first banded together, I mean, I didn't come in till it was, I think, it would have been the first week of September when I came in. They had already had a couple of big battles, plus obviously driving the separatists out of Mariupol in the first place. But it was still quite a, I don't want to say ragtag unit, but it kind of was, because they were having to purchase their own equipment. You know, they were picking up battlefield trophies as weapons. You know, there was there was like a dustbin truck with anti-aircraft guns mounted on the back and just plate steel welded to it and body armor hanging off the windows. And that's what it was, you know, but they used what they had.
Yeah.
You know, and so from the point of me joining on, I saw the evolution, you know, from that point at the start of September, up until they were amalgamated into the National Guard. Once they were amalgamated into the National Guard, they could get more access to vehicles, to weaponry. I think there was 3 or 4 T-64 tanks, if I remember rightly.
Oh, wow.
You know, and they were driving themselves to raise the bar, to raise the standards, you know. A friend of mine who's one of the commanders set up the sergeant school in Kiev, you know, and they've constantly been trying to drive themselves to a higher level. I mean, by the time you got to end of 2015, start of 2016, you know, just the entry exams for guys to get in were not easy.
Yeah.
You know, they were expected to be fit, they were expected to be healthy, they were expected to be driven, you know, and if they had a job to do, they were expected to do that. You know,
Yeah.
there was no space for being lazy and getting around things, you know.
But what was your first day like? Like, say you joined Azov, and then what? You go to the front lines, you do some EOD work, demining some areas. Like, how does this work? I've never met someone such as yourself.
My first day in Azov,
Yeah.
were after signing some paperwork in Kiev, was learning that Saulo is not butter. that was my first day in Azov.
We spent the whole day, huh?
Yeah, that's a whole different story. Yeah, so I joined on. So there was myself and another French guy who were trying to join at the same time.
Yeah.
So normally they would keep guys in Kiev, I think, for a month, and they would just give them very, very basic skills in Kiev. There was a place just off Maidan where they were training guys. But because we were foreigners, I think they just wanted rid of us. Like, you know,
Yeah.
so because of my accent and the fact that I'd just come out of the jungle dealing with Karen and a couple of British and an American for 6 months, even the Ukrainians that could speak English couldn't understand my accent, so they would ask the French guy to translate, which was incredibly insulting. So we were only kept for 2 weeks, and then we were transported down to Uzuf, down the south next to
Where?
Uzuf.
Zuv.
So it's next to these, obviously.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah.
It's between Berdyansk and Mariupol.
Okay.
So, and that was Yanukovych's old seaside resort, actually. So you had the seaside resort, and then I think about 1,000 strong barracks built onto the side of that. So that was perfect for them.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, straight away joined on with attached to the 2nd Sotnya, 2nd Infantry Sotnya. There was a group of foreigners. So there was a mix of Swedish, Finnish, French.
What was the typical like backstory on why all these foreign people join, like, you know, Azov, or just join the Ukrainian army in general? Like, what is the typical like reason? I know it varies, but
I think
is there a
everyone
common-
was there just, you know, for their own reasons, really. You know, people wanted to come and support. People wanted to come and help. I don't think there was anyone that had specifically set out to join Azov. It was just, you know, your options were so limited to Azov or right sector. So, you know, and then at a later date, the Georgian Legion would have been the 3rd option for most people.
Yeah. The war has changed a lot since 2014. I can say, you know, drones are playing like a pivotal, like important role in, you know, what's going on in Ukraine right now. How has it changed for you? Like, what are the other big changes you've seen, you know, since you've been doing all this since 2014?
I mean, just the sheer intensity of the fighting, you know. I've been shot at enough here prior to the full-scale invasion, artillery. Drones were even up to about 2017. I don't remember any munitions ever being dropped with drones. You know,
Yeah.
It was just Mavics doing surveillance. And then you started to get 2017, 2018, you started to get stuff that was being drone dropped, but it was just in such limited numbers. And we weren't seeing FPVs at that point, you know. Nighttime was when we did most of our missions. In fact, nearly all our missions were nighttime. The only time I was working in the day, really, was to do clearance. If I was clearing minefields, so my tasking, because I was working initially with a reconnaissance unit, I would just do the clearance for the reconnaissance unit. So either they would go out and find something and I would get called out to deal with it, or I would be the one in front searching.
How do you identify a minefield, though? You just say, okay, like I think they're mined here. This is all mines.
Either someone stood on one in that area, or you're looking for tripwires, or you're looking for ground signs. It really depends on the area. So, marking and mapping, right the way through till at least 2017, 2018, there wasn't a lot of marking and mapping of minefields going on. I know the Ukrainians were marking the bigger anti-tank mine belts, but most of the anti-personnel mines that were being laid by the separatists, you know, there was no marking for this.
So right now they're trying to conscript more people into like the army because there's like, you know, Russia has more people. You know, Ukraine, you know, needs more people. And so I was talking to some people about this, and they were saying they're rushing the training, you know, of people before they send them to like the front line or something like this. So before they were training them like a lot more thorough, right? And now, how can you tell me about the training like going on with new recruits or something like this?
So I can't really say that much, just for the simple reason that I don't see any complete trainings going on. So myself and my partner run an organization. Prior to us starting that organization, since the full-scale invasion, what I've done with a group of volunteers helping me is to go around different units and train them for basic mine awareness, mine clearance, just route clearance skills, so they have something, because it's very different compared to, say, Iraq or Afghanistan, where a foot patrol will be out, they come across something suspect, they put a call in, EOD finishes their ice cream, gets on a helicopter, flies there, does the job, goes back, eats another ice cream. Ukrainians don't have that luxury. But even since day one of the full-scale invasion, we've always found it hard to be able to get access to those soldiers for long enough to be able to give them comprehensive training, because they're having to do that in their spare time, or they're having to be taken away from their unit for, say, a week at a time to get that training. The rest of their training, their tactical training, their shooting training, I honestly couldn't say, because I've never seen a full training rota. When we talk about the numbers, that's a big part of that. You know, I mean, Russia does have the numbers. You know, we see how many deaths they've had. They can soak this up. Ukraine doesn't have those numbers, which means it needs to keep more people on the front line as much as possible. I'm all for the conscription. I really am. I've seen it from both sides as well. You know, I know Ukrainians that have turned around to me and said, I really don't want to be conscripted because I'm not a fighter. I would be no good. I've got an injury. Totally understand that, but let's get you in a support role, you know. Let's take the guy that's driving the truck that would actually be a good fighter and get him where he needs to be. And let's take someone that's not a good fighter and get them in that driving role or that cooking role or that admin role, you know. Everyone can fit in and play a part, I think.
Yeah, and say if someone wants to kind of do something similar to you, they want to maybe join a brigade, they're like living in the UK, the US, and they want to help Ukraine in a fighting role.
Yeah.
What advice would you give them?
Think very carefully about what you do want to do. There has been a lot of people that have come out, not all for the right reasons. You know, there is a huge TikTok brigade, you know, but there's been some incredibly solid people that have come out, some really far more experienced than I am. You know, far better combatants, but they really should think about it, because it's it's not Iraq, it's not Afghanistan. You know, even we've met people that have come out with 10 years experience in the Middle East, and they've come out here maybe not expecting it to be the same, but expecting it to be similar. This is a very, very different war. And now, because of the drone threat, you know, I mean, even when I've been volunteering and not signed on with a Ukrainian military unit or working with the police, we would go quite close to or to the front line to drop off supplies, to do medical evacs, to support civilian evacuations, literally just to go and assess the needs of units in those areas. Do you have mine clearance equipment? You know, what's the mine risk like in your area, to be able to try and build a bigger picture up and assess the need. But with the FPV drones now, you know, once you start getting within 5 kilometers, it completely changes everything. And the drones don't care. The drone pilots don't care. You can be high speed, low drag as much as you want. You're not outrunning this.
Yeah, no, I've seen so many videos, you know, on the internet. I don't watch the ones with the Ukrainian casualties. I can't bring myself to watch these because I walk around Kyiv, I walk around like Odessa, and I see these guys in military. I understand they're putting their lives on the line. I don't want to look at one of these sick videos and say like, oh my gosh, like I saw that guy. I don't know. I can watch these Russian ones like all day though, but it's traumatizing, you know?
Yeah.
And I want to ask you, you've seen a lot. So like, what is something that impacted you the most when you're like doing your EOD stuff or when you're just with your battalion in general? Like, what is something that impacted you?
When you're doing the clearance, I don't mind the shelling. I can put up with the shelling. I can put up with the cluster munitions to an extent. I can put up with the cabs. But with the clearance, you get these little, well, they're not even little sometimes, but you get these reminders, because for me, if I'm clearing, my main focus, I still have my peripheral focus, but my main focus is 1 meter by 50 centimeters. This is what I work at, and you know, and this is my world. And I'll completely forget about the human aspect of it. You know, it's just it's a job.
Yeah.
It's all it is. It's a job. Until you start to come across things that are more human, whether that be remnants of clothing, remains, and things like that. So on that side, that's not nice.
Yeah.
And just dealing with passed away friends, you know, it's been quite hard.
Well, speaking of, you know, passed away friends, so I was telling you backstage, we have a mutual friend, Chris Ochikon.
Yeah.
And he was saying you guys have a mutual friend.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about this guy? Because, you know, Chris was like, it was like his good friend or something like this. And he connects, I guess he hasn't like met you in person, but he connects with you over this other guy because I guess it's meaningful to him. Yeah.
Yes. So Chris Allen was a freelance journalist who was out here. He worked on both sides of the conflict. I think he came in 2015. He might have been here in 2014, and I'm not sure. And when he reached out to me, he was actually with the DNR, reporting on their side. And then he'd come back over to report on the Ukrainian side. He just wanted a completely unbiased opinion straight across the board. So we were fighting in Shirokina at the time. And
Fighting where? I'm sorry?
Shirokina.
Okay.
So just outside of Mariupol.
Oh, okay.
But I think it's almost, it's almost halfway between Mariupol and the Russian border. It was a sleepy little seaside village. And we did a lot of our work in there in end of 2014, start of 2015. There's some major battles there in early 2015. I don't know, when would it have been? I want to say it would have been maybe April time. And he reached out to me and said, you know, where are you? And I said, look, I'm on the front line. I'm in Shirokina. Oh, okay. When are you coming back? I said, I don't know. And the very next day, I'm lay up in a hide inside an old cinema. And someone shouts up the ladder, there's a journalist here for you. Like, what? You know, like there's rounds hitting the building, there's mortars going off in the distance, there's artillery hitting the main Mayak. And yeah, up comes this photojournalist. And yeah, I mean, straight away, I just thought he was completely insane. But we got on really well, you know. We became really good friends. And he was splitting his time between Azov, Right Sector, a number of other different military units. And then I think it was 2017. The front line had gone quite static at that point.
Yeah.
I don't want to say stagnant, but it was definitely quite static. And he had gone out to South Sudan to do some filming, and he was killed by a South Sudanese soldier out there. So.
Oh wow. Just filming. He wasn't in a combat role.
He was filming, but he was filming alongside a rebel assault onto an area. So we don't know to this day whether they did think he was a combatant or whether they just shot him for being the white guy with them.
Yeah.
So.
When did you hear about this? Like, were you just in Ukraine and then someone just told you?
Yeah, I got contacted the same day it happened.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's horrible. Yeah. Well, sorry for your loss, man. Because right when I told Chris that I was gonna invite Swampy for the cast, he was talking about this guy like really highly. Yeah, and he was like looking forward to like meeting you just because this guy was so important to Chris. Because Chris is also like a photojournalist, and he also does work with Pravi Sector. Like, Right Sector. Yeah. So Chris is a really cool guy. So if you're ever in Kiev, we can all meet up for a beer and just chat about it. Yeah. But I remember at the beginning of the war, especially like when they were demining deoccupied areas, you know, like for example, Bucha, Irpin, it was sick. They were putting booby traps on like dead bodies.
Yep.
Yeah, they were booby trapping apartment buildings. Have you ever come across something like this?
Yeah. We were training Ukrainian military units at the time, just as Bucha and Irpin, Hostomel, obviously had been liberated. And we started working alongside the MPU EUD, so the police bomb disposal units. So we did a lot of the clearance at Hostomel alongside the police, and then a number of the hamlets and the surrounding area. We didn't do any of the booby trap clearance of those areas, but some of the mine clearance that was there, and then a lot of the UXO, which it was good work, you know. I mean, we removed a lot of ordnance from civilian areas, but I'll never forget going out with the police on that first day to do a recce around some of these villages and just clear up what we could find, because the police and us were going gate to gate and just asking locals, you know, were the Russians in your house? Have you seen anything in your garden? You know, is there anything on your land? And people would either say yes or no. If they said yes, you would go, assess it, remove it, take it away and destroy it. But word must have got out, because I think day 3, we were driving around another hamlet, and it was almost like people had found stuff in their house or people had found it in their garden. So they'd just removed it to the front gate and put it next to the rubbish bins, you know. So we were the explosive binmen.
Yeah.
You know, have you got any of this next to your house? Yeah, perfect. You know, we just call around 8 o'clock every morning and pick it up. But there was a number of accidents. There was I think it was a 12 or a 14-year-old boy found like an RPG-22 in his garage, set that off, killed himself.
Oh, can you explain? Like, I'm not really the best at identifying which mines are which. What is this RP?
So an RPG-22, it's a RPG round that's within a tube.
Oh.
So it how to kind of just trying to think of how to describe it to someone that's not used to it really. It's a green tube with the rocket already inside. So.
So was it like hidden somewhere, or was it?
We don't know.
Oh wow.
We don't know. We just got the call to say it. So, and I know I think the police lost 1 or 2 guys from a body that was booby trapped in the back of a car. Oh. That was early on. I think that was just after Bucha got liberated. So.
That's sick. Like these people that plant these mines are called sappers, right?
In a normal world, they would be.
Yeah.
But pretty much anyone that has access to a hand grenade is booby trapping stuff here.
But how would, because they have to kind of put like wires or something like this, or they just put like a grenade and they just put it under some weight, and if you move that weight, it blows up?
I mean, as long as, so once you remove the pin on that grenade, you have the handle to keep closed. So by putting that underneath a body and just removing the pin, the weight of the body is enough to hold it. Yeah. And it's no different to, you know, putting it inside a cupboard or anything that can keep the weight of that spoon down. That's all it needs. Or it's tied onto a tripwire.
Okay.
So,
So I mean, it doesn't have to be like sophisticated. It just has to be like this grenade.
No.
Okay.
A lot of the stuff, even now, a lot of the stuff that we do find is very, very simple. It's just a sheer amount of it, you know. But now we see a lot of different influences that have snuck in. So 2014 to say 2016, it was very typical Soviet doctrine tactics for mine warfare and booby traps. But what we've seen is there's influences from like Chechnya, there's influences from Syria, there's influences from Iraq and Afghanistan, you know, so it's become an amalgamation of all these different tricks. And Ukraine is it. And now because of the drone warfare as well, and the use of more electronic systems, it's just becoming a new hybrid. So
Yeah. But how badly is Ukraine mined right now? You were talking about earlier, before, it's like one of the most mined countries. I heard it's like about 30 to 40%. Is this going to be a huge problem, like after the war ends?
between landmines and UXO, I think it's approximately 175,000 square kilometers at the moment, which is a lot. You know, if we look at humanitarian demining, so say like Halo Trust, Danish Demining Group, FSD, on an average, a manual deminer, and when I say a manual deminer, I mean a guy with a tripwire feeler, a detector, a trowel.
Well, what's a tripwire feeler? It's just like a tool?
A thin rod
Okay.
or a thin piece of wire, 14 gauge wire, which is used for searching for tripwires.
Yeah.
If you're in a heavily or even a medium vegetated area, you're looking at maybe clearing 10 meters a day, 10 square meters a day per man.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what are the most dangerous types of mines? I remember like reading about World War II, like bouncing Bettys or something like this. Like, what are the most dangerous types of mines right now? Like,
I mean, they're all equally dangerous. You know, they all have the ability to
the main and
injure
kill,
you.
yeah.
But if we're talking about lethality, the OZM-72, which is a bounding fragmentation mine, is incredibly dangerous. It's normally lethal.
Yeah. Like, what does it do though? Like, how is it different?
It's a canister that is either normally buried or it will be tied to something. Once it's initiated, it can be initiated whether it's mechanically with a tripwire or electronically. It propels the main charge up, which is wrapped in fragmentation. Once it reaches the end of a retaining wire, that retaining wire then pulls out a pin and detonates the mine.
Yeah.
At roughly 0.6 to a meter. So waist height.
Yeah. Wow.
And then just detonate. So
And then like shrapnel everywhere?
Yeah.
Like waist height?
so from the mine body,
Yeah.
omnidirectional, you're talking roughly 25 meters as a lethal radius. So there was an acquaintance got killed in Chasov Yar less than 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
From one.
From one of these mines?
Yeah.
Wow, man. Do you ever feel scared doing this job? I would be so nervous trying to demine something or just walk through an area not knowing if I hit like a tripwire or something like this. Open a cupboard, there's a grenade there. I would feel scared, man, every day.
No, if I was still clearing on the front line, like if I was still actively working with military units on the front line or in the gray zone to clear routes for them, definitely I'd be scared. But it's not the mines I'm scared of. It's the drones.
The drones.
It's the drones because there is no safety to do the job. You can't even do it at night. You know, I've done clearance at night for the military because it's the only way to do it. And that's just a case of using a very low red headlight.
Yeah.
And just very, very slowly just working. And it's taking me twice the amount of time to do the work just to clear a route. But with thermal drones and everything, there is nowhere to hide, you know?
Yeah.
So, but actually dealing with the munitions themselves, when you understand how each one works, as long as you follow the rules, you should be fine, you know? Accidents will happen, you know? And with the booby trapping and IEDs, you do have to be a lot more careful.
Yeah.
You know, it is becoming a larger issue here now.
Are there like a lot of accidents when it comes to kind of EOD stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot. Have you experienced any such accidents yourself? I know like it could be lethal each accident you do, but maybe on like a smaller scale, or maybe someone in your group?
I've thankfully never had anyone hurt or killed from my team. I've had a close call myself in the past, just when I've been tired at the end of the day, and
Can you
I've
explain it?
just not paid, attention to the rules. But a lot of the units that I've worked with, a lot of the units that we train or we support with equipment and everything else, a lot of their sappers are dying. So 3rd Separate Assault Brigade would be a perfect example. And it's not so much that their combat engineers, their sappers are being killed by mines. It's the fact that they're still dying from fragmentation. They're still dying from shelling. They're still being shot. They're still being attacked with drone munitions. But it takes a reasonable amount of time to train a sapper. Even just to train someone in the basic skills, just so they can self-extract out of a minefield if they find themselves in one, takes some time to do safely. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to try and put a figure on how many combat engineers are being killed. I imagine it's a lot.
Yeah. And for your specific profession, what is something that Ukraine or the government can do better to help people like you?
I just train as many combat engineers as they can. I have this conversation with people quite often because, I have to try and raise donations for us to be able to operate the vehicles. We have 2 ambulances as well, so to be able to do that, it's quite tricky. And if you go onto social media right now, you will see people raising money for cars, or they're raising money for FPV drones, or they're raising money for medical equipment. All of it is equally needed. So combat engineer equipment, EUD equipment, it's needed. Demining equipment, it's needed. FPV drones, it's needed. However, we've also got to look at the situation in the east and the south of the country. We have a huge mine belt, but it's not a standard mine belt where you have continuous frontline mined areas. What you have is, years and years now of mines that were laid by both sides, defensive mines. Then as the frontliners kind of fluctuated, one side has pushed forward. That means the mines are now behind them. They might have set some off, but they're now behind them. They then lay a new defensive mine belt. The other side's being pushed back. They lay a new defensive mine belt. And can you understand how this flows? So whenever this happens, the mine belt gets thicker and thicker and thicker.
Say the war ends like right now, Ukraine gets all its territory back. How many years will it take to demine the whole country?
I'm probably going to have someone knock on my door when I say this, but it's over 100 years.
100 years?
It will be 100 years. We're still clearing Cambodia. We're still clearing Afghanistan.
Wow. Yeah, I heard of there's still mines in Bosnia, for example.
The sheer numbers here and the difficulty in clearing them. It is, and I think we have to be honest about it. I think the best thing, if the war ended right now, there's going to be large areas that I think the government should literally just completely block off to civilian access.
Wow.
100%. Take the trench positions in and around Bakhmut or Avdiivka, heavily mined areas. We can't use mechanical machines on a lot of those areas because the ground is so rough. You can't do it. I mean, I had someone contacted me the other day to say, look, we've got problems with mines in our area, and we need to try and remove the Russian bodies because we can't stand the smell. Like, what's the quick fix? There is no quick fix. You can't rush this job, otherwise we're just going to kill people. There's a lot of Russian prisoners. Find out which ones don't want to go back. Train them as humanitarian deminers. Give them a job to do.
Wow.
I'm not saying just let them out the door and force them across the field. That's not what I'm saying. Train them, give them a job to do.
No, it's a great idea. Speaking of the war ending, how do you think the war is going to end?
I don't know right now.
Yeah.
I just hope that the support for Ukraine continues. I hope the support gets better. But it's, from a geopolitical point, it's very, very complex, and it's way above my pay grade to comment on it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you a scenario then. So scenario is whatever Russia has right now, they can, keep it.
Yeah.
But then Ukraine gets to join NATO.
Okay.
And if there's any further aggression from Russia, then Article 5 is triggered, and then Ukraine gets all the help they need.
Sure.
Would you be happy with this kind of end result? Or is this none of your business because you're a foreigner?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be a very hard pill for Ukraine to swallow. I really do, and I mean, there's been so much blood spilt at this point for the last 10 years, and I think that would be very, very hard for Ukraine to accept. I'm just here to support Ukraine until they turn around and say, we don't need your help anymore. So.
Yeah. And I wanted to ask, I know you have like a wife and kid. Like, how do they feel? Because your job is so dangerous.
I met it's my fiance. I met my fiance in Kramatorsk. She was, she's a paramedic. She was doing, she reached out to me because she was looking for a contact in the military. I was under military contract at the time. So I started helping support them to get them the information and any equipment they needed to continue doing medical evacuations.
And
so
she's Ukrainian?
No, she's American.
American?
Yeah.
Oh.
So she had come into the war very early on and was working with an organization doing the paramedic evacuations of wounded personnel back out to Poland so they could be flown to Germany for treatment. And then when I met her, this was January 2023, down in Kramatorsk, and then we were doing the evacuations from Bakhmut and Soledar. And then, unfortunately, her work partner, Pete Reed, was killed in Bakhmut.
Oh, wow.
Thankfully, she wasn't with them that day. And she'd actually just gone back to the US. So we'd dealt with that. And then she'd escorted Pete's wife and his remains back to the US.
Wow.
And then I got a phone call to say that I was having a baby. So the baby was made in Slavyansk. There we go.
Slavyansk, wow.
So we came back. So we were out for quite a bit of last year. We weren't in country for a lot of it because they're having the baby.
Yeah, of course.
I came back in July and August to do some training for a couple of units here. And then we both came back in with the baby in February this year to start pushing our organization properly. We decided in July last year to build our own organization. I was going to step away from the frontline work. So yeah, we came in to try and get all that together, which was a big move for us to bring a 3-month-old into a conflict zone.
Yeah.
There was a lot of time spent on thinking about that, and we weighed everything up, and we were doing okay. And then unfortunately there was a 101 cruise missile shot down quite close to our house.
Oh, wow.
And that was the changing point. So
Do you see a future in Ukraine for you and your family?
potentially, yeah. I would not bring my daughter back in at this point until there's some kind of conclusion to the fighting. But yeah, I see every possibility of, having a home here. So
Well, what makes Ukraine so special for you?
I like the people. I've come to love the people,
Because your fiance is American, so you could easily go to the U.S. if
Sure.
you need. Yeah.
Yeah.
What makes Ukraine so special? You like the people, the culture, maybe?
The people, the culture, just the way of life. I don't want to say that I would be here full time, only because I've always been quite nomadic anyway.
Yeah.
But the ability for us to have a place in the US and a place here and a place on the Isle of Man, and because our organization's here now, I mean, we have an American 501c3. We also have a Ukrainian NGO. We're here for the long run. If the war ends tomorrow, we'll still keep working here until we pass on our positions within the organization. So.
Oh, wow. And how does it work with residency for someone that is in the military? Do you get like some permanent residency? You get like a passport or something like this?
So I've been coming in on normally on the 3-month entry, but because I was signed under contract with Ukrainian military, I didn't need to do anything with the visa at that point because I had the paperwork documents to obviously show to that. Now that I've come back in as a civilian, I've literally just had to jump out to go and do my D-type, and now I'll get my temporary residency and then try to get my residency. So.
Well, nice, man. I guess like last question then, because we're running at our time. So what is something that you wish more people knew about the situation in Ukraine?
The seriousness of the minefield. The minefields are one of the biggest problems for regaining the ground. If we don't clear the mines, we can't drive armored vehicles across that front line. Things like the American MICLIC systems, they're great, but they don't work in Ukraine because of the FPV drones. You know, a MICLIC will clear, depending on which country's MICLIC it is, it's a mine clearance line charge. So it's a big explosive rope fired with a rocket from a vehicle. Even the longest ones, I think, are only 140 meters long. East Ukraine, the fields, some of them are 1,000 meters long.
Wow.
Which means you've got to reload this thing at least 8 times just to get across one field. Once you've shot that the first time, even if you make it a way to go and reload it again, there's an FPV drone waiting to blow you up. So it's gonna have to be manual clearance.
And what can the average person do to help with this cause?
Support the mine clearance as well as everything else that they support.
Is there certain like charities they could donate to?
I mean, of course, I'm going to say mine. I don't know if there's many military units that are actively trying to raise donations. So what we do is we build mine clearance kits, we hand them out. There's a couple of other organizations. There's another humanitarian organization that we work with, Invictus Global. So we've partnered up on a lot of this stuff to really try and drive as much focus as we can. And we support both sectors. You know, I personally will support both sectors. I'll support the humanitarian side, and I'll support the military mine clearance. Either side is getting mines out of the ground. That's all that matters. But I think even if people don't want to support military operations, you know, there is a number of humanitarian organizations doing mine clearance on the ground here. There's plenty of scope to do it. Yeah.
I don't know, I wish you luck with that. It's like from what it sounds, there's going to be many, many years of work clearing these mines.
Never going to run out of it.
Yeah, never going to run 100 years, man.
That's a conservative estimate for me.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, let's take this time. Is there anything that you want to discuss that we haven't discussed here that maybe you want to share? Something that you think that it's important for the audience to know about you or about the situation in general? Or we covered everything?
You know, I think people just really need to understand that Ukraine just really needs the support. You know, the Western countries turned around and said that they will support Ukraine to the end. And we've started to see that slide a little bit. I think certainly in the media, whether that's the media pushing their own opinion on it or not, Ukraine doesn't have time to wait for this support. You know, I've just come back from Kharkiv now. The situation there is tense. It is tense. You know, you can feel it. You can just feel it by being around the people there, you know. Every night that we've been there, we're getting hit with Cab 500s to 1500 aircraft munitions. Wow. We were out, myself and my team and some guys from Invictus were looking at a site that was hit the day before. And then we had a missile come in maybe 500 or 600 meters away from when we were working there. You know, it is really tense, you know. I'm hoping that this aid has turned up in time to really make a difference. But no matter what, you know, Western media is Western media. Ukraine is interesting when something's going on, and when it's quiet, they move on to something else, you know. some famous person walked in and out of a restaurant, great, you know.
Yeah.
This is people's lives at stake, you know. It's people's homes, people's families, people's livelihood.
Yeah, I mean, Ukraine is full of great people, and it's just a tragedy what's going on. You know, and Russia's sending just, I don't know, convicts. They're sending, you know, people from the rural areas that don't really care about human lives.
Yeah,
And Ukrainians, like each life in Ukraine is so important.
Yeah.
And so many are being lost.
It's just needless.
Yeah, it
you
is.
know? And I still can't fathom why they do half the things that they do. You know, nearly everything that they hit in Kharkiv or Kharkiv Oblast, it's a field. It's someone's back garden. You know, it's an apartment block. They're not military targets. You know, I just don't understand it.
Yeah, I was in Odessa. I think I was messaging you maybe at this time when when I was contacting you. I was in Odessa when they attacked kind of like this promenade area near like the Black Sea, and they hit like this Kivlov Castle, I think it's called. And I was talking with my American friend there. I said, why would they attack this area? Many civilians died, and what we came up with was the artillery or whatever it was, the rocket. It's not accurate. They missed their spots. Maybe there's a spot here that we don't know of that is like military. Or maybe they're just trying to terrorize civilians.
Yeah.
And we just came down to they're probably just going to terrorize civilians because these rockets are quite accurate, typically, right? I don't know, maybe you know this better than me. Rockets are accurate, right?
They're supposed to be.
They're supposed to be. I'm sure there's like a margin of error, but
Yeah.
it just seems like they just want to terrorize civilians, and
Yeah.
it's like so messed up, man.
But I mean, I think if they think that they're going to drive enough fear into the population that they're going to stand up and turn around to the Ukrainian government and say, stop it, just give them the land. It's never going to happen.
Yeah.
You know, the Ukrainian people are a proud people, and rightly so. They're not gonna let this slide. They're not gonna bow down.
Yeah.
So
It's such a shame what's going on in this country. But Swampy, I want to thank you so much for coming on the cast. And you can use this time now to plug whatever initiatives you want or just your social media. You can just look in that camera and just,
if you would like to support what we are doing in Ukraine with mine clearance and mine awareness, and also medical support for the police EOD teams, you can find us at our website on prevailtogether.org.
Thanks so much for coming out, Swampy. And if you like this podcast, please like and subscribe. During the premiere of this video, I'll be live chatting with you guys in the comments. I'll try to get Swampy to join as well so we could all chat together while this is going on. Thank you so much for coming out. And I like to do this at the end of every cast. I want to shake hands. Yeah. Thanks so much for coming. Let me get my mic. Thanks so much for coming out, Swampy.
Thank you.
It's really great what you do, man. And yeah, I hope there's a speedy victory for Ukraine.
Same. Slava Ukraine.
Heroyam Slava. I like your shirt, by the way. EOD?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wore this shirt for you, man.
I thought you might have.
All right, cheers, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out again,
Yeah,
Swampy.
thank you very much.
Cheers.